Chapter 1 of Modeste Mignon. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to find out how you can volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Don Jenkins. Modeste Mignon by Honore de Balzac. Translated by Catherine Prescott Wormley. Chapter 1 The Chalet. At the beginning of October 1829, Monsieur Simon Babylas Latournelle, notary, was walking up from Havre to Ingaville, arm in arm with his son and accompanied by his wife, at whose side the head clerk of the lawyer's office, a little hunchback named Jean Bouchka, trotted along like a page. When these four personages, two of whom came the same way every evening, reached the elbow of the road where it turns back upon itself like those called in Italy comices, the notary looked about to see if anyone could overhear him, either from the terrace above or the path beneath, and when he spoke he lowered his voice as a further precaution. "Exupere," he said to his son, "you must try to carry out intelligently a little maneuver which I shall explain to you, but you are not to ask the meaning of it. And if you guess the meaning, I command you to toss it into that Styx which every lawyer and every man who expects to have a hand in government of his country is bound to keep within him for the secrets of others. After you have paid your respects and compliments to Madame and Mademoiselle Mignon, to Monsieur and Madame Dumais, and to Monsieur Guggenheim, if he is at the chalet, and as soon as quiet is restored, Monsieur Dumais will take you aside. You are then to look attentively at Mademoiselle Modeste. Yes, I am willing to allow it, during the whole time he is speaking to you. My worthy friend will ask you to go out and take a walk. At the end of an hour, that is, about 9 o'clock, you are to come back in a great hurry. Try to puff as if you were out of breath, and whisper in Monsieur Dumais's ear, quite low, but so that Mademoiselle Modeste is sure to overhear you, these words: 'The young man has come.' Exupere was to start the next morning for Paris to begin the study of law. This impending departure had induced Latournelle to propose him to his friend Dumais as an accomplice in the important conspiracy which these directions indicate. 'Is Mademoiselle Modeste suspected of having a lover?' asked Boucha in a timid voice of Madame Latournelle. 'Hush, Boucha,' she replied, taking her husband's arm. Madame Latournelle, the daughter of a clerk of the Supreme Court, feels that her birth authorizes her to claim issue from a parliamentary family. This conviction explains why the lady, who is somewhat blotched as to complexion, endeavors to assume in her own person the majesty of a court whose decrees are recorded in her father's pothooks. She takes snuff, holds herself as stiff as a ramrod, poses for a person of consideration, and resembles nothing so much as a mummy brought momentarily to life by galvanism. She tries to give high-bred tones to her sharp voice, and succeeds no better in doing that than in hiding her general lack of breeding. Her social usefulness seems, however, uncontestable when we glance at the flower-bedecked cap she wears, at the false front frizzling around her forehead, at the gowns of her choice. For how could shopkeepers dispose of these products if there were no Madame Latournelle? All these absurdities of the worthy woman, who was truly pious and charitable, might have passed unnoticed if Nature, amusing herself as she often does by turning out these ludicrous creations, had not endowed her with the height of a drum major, and thus held up to view the comicalities of her provincial nature. She has never been out of Havre. She believes in the infallibility of Havre. She proclaims herself Norman to the very tips of her fingers. She venerates her father and adores her husband. Little Latournelle was bold enough to marry this lady after she had attained the antematrimonial age of 33, and what is more, he had a son by her. As he could have got the 60,000 francs for her dot in several other ways, the public assigned this uncommon intrepidity to a desire to escape an invasion of the Minotaur, against whom his personal qualifications would have insufficiently protected him had he rashly dared his fate by bringing home a young and pretty wife. The fact was, however, that the notary recognized the really fine qualities of Mademoiselle Agnes (she was called Agnes), and reflected to himself that a woman's beauty is soon past and gone to a husband. As to the insignificant youth on whom the clerk of the court bestowed in baptism his Norman name of Exupere, Madame Latournelle is still so surprised at becoming his mother, at the age of 35 years and 7 months, that she would still provide him, if it were necessary, with her breast and her milk. An hyperbole which alone can fully express her impassioned maternity. "How handsome he is, that son of mine," she says to her little friend Modeste, as they walk to church with the beautiful Exupere in front of them. "He is like you," Modeste Mignon answers, very much as she might have said, "What horrid weather!" This silhouette of Madame Latournelle is quite important as an accessory, inasmuch as for 3 years she has been the chaperone of the young girl against whom the notary and his friend Dumais are now plotting to set up what we have called, in the physiologie du mirage, a mouse-trap. As for Latournelle, imagine a worthy little fellow as sly as the purest honor and uprightness would allow him to be, a man whom any stranger would take for a rascal at sight of his queer physiognomy, to which, however, the inhabitants of Havre were well accustomed. His eyesight, said to be weak, obliged the worthy man to wear green goggles for the protection of his eyes, which were constantly inflamed. The arch of each eyebrow, defined by a thin down of hair, surrounded the tortoise-shell rim of the glasses and made a couple of circles, as it were, slightly apart. If you have never observed on the human face the effect produced by these circumferences, placed one within the other and separated by a hollow space or line, you can hardly imagine how perplexing such a face will be to you, especially if pale, hollow-cheeked, and terminating in a pointed chin like that of Mephistopheles, a type which painters give to cats. This double resemblance was observable in the face of Babylas Latournelle. Above the atrocious green spectacles rose a bald crown, all the more crafty in expression because a wig, seemingly endowed with motion, let the white hairs show on all sides of it as it meandered crookedly across the forehead. An observer taking note of this excellent Norman, clothed in black and mounted on his 2 legs like a beetle on a couple of pins, and knowing him to be one of the most trustworthy of men, would have sought without finding it for the reason of such physical misrepresentation. Jean Boutska, a natural son, abandoned by his parents and taken care of by the clerk of the court and his daughter, and now through sheer hard work head clerk to the notary, fed and lodged by his master, who gave him a salary of 900 francs, almost a dwarf with no semblance of youth, Jean Boutska made Modeste his idol, and would willingly have given his life for hers. The poor fellow, whose eyes were hollowed beneath their heavy lids like the touch-holes of a cannon, whose head overweighted his body with its shock of crisp hair, and whose face was pock-marked, had lived under pitying eyes from the time he was 7 years of age. Is not that enough to explain his whole being? Silent, self-contained, pious, exemplary in conduct, he went his way over that vast tract of country named on the map of the heart Love Without Hope, the sublime and arid steppes of Desire. Modeste had christened this grotesque little being her Black Dwarf. The nickname sent him to the pages of Walter Scott's novel, and he one day said to Modeste, "Will you accept a rose against the evil day from your mysterious dwarf?" Modeste instantly sent the soul of her adorer to its humble mud cabin with a terrible glance, such as young girls bestow on the men who cannot please them. Boutska's conception of himself was lowly, and like the wife of his master, he had never been out of Havre. Perhaps it will be well, for the sake of those who have never seen that city, to say a few words as to the present destination of the Latournelle family, the head clerk being included in the latter term. Ingoville is to Havre what Montmartre is to Paris, a high hill at the foot of which the city lies, with this difference, that the hill and the city are surrounded by sea and the Seine, that Havre is helplessly circumscribed by enclosing fortifications, and, in short, that the mouth of the river, the harbor, and the docks present a very different aspect from the 50,000 houses of Paris. At the foot of Montmartre an ocean of slate roofs lies in motionless blue billows. At Ingoville the sea is like the same roofs stirred by the wind. This eminence or line of hills, which coasts the Seine from Rouen to the seashore, leaving a margin of valley land more or less narrow between itself and the river, and containing in its cities, its ravines, its vales, its meadows, veritable treasures of the picturesque, became of enormous value in and about Ingoville after the year 1816, the period at which the prosperity of Havre began. This township has become since that time the Auteuil, the Ville-Evreux, the Montmorency, in short, the suburban residence of the merchants of Havre. Here they build their houses on terrace around its amphitheatre of hills, and breathe the sea air laden with the fragrance of their splendid gardens. Here these bold speculators cast off the burden of their counting rooms and the atmosphere of their city houses, which are built closely together without open spaces, often without courtyards, a vice of construction with the increasing population of Havre. The inflexible line of the fortifications and the enlargement of the docks is forced upon them. The result is weariness of heart in Havre, cheerfulness and joy at Ingaville. The law of social development has forced up the suburb of Graville like a mushroom. It is today more extensive than Havre itself, which lies at the foot of its slopes like a serpent. At the crest of the hill, Ingaville has but one street, and, as in all such situations, the houses which overlook the river have an immense advantage over those on the other side of the road, whose view they obstruct, and which present the effect of standing on tiptoe to look over the opposing roofs. However, there exist here, as elsewhere, certain servitudes. Some houses standing at the summit have a finer position or possess legal rights of view which compel their opposite neighbors to keep their buildings down to a required height. Moreover, the openings cut in the capricious rock by roads which follow its declensions and make the amphitheatre habitable give vistas through which some estates can see the city, or the river, or the sea. Instead of rising to an actual peak, the hill ends abruptly in a cliff. At the end of the street which follows the line of the summit, ravines appear in which a few villages are clustered, Saint Andresse and two or three other Saint somethings, together with several creeks which murmur and flow with the tides of the sea. These half-deserted slopes of Ingaville form a striking contrast to the terraces of fine villas which overlook the valley of the Seine. Is the wind on this side too strong for vegetation? Do the merchants shrink from the cost of terracing it? However this may be, the traveler approaching Havre on a steamer is surprised to find a barren coast and tangled gorges to the west of Ingaville, like a beggar in rags beside a perfumed and sumptuously apparelled rich man. In 1829, one of the last houses looking toward the sea, and which in all probability stands about the center of the Ingaville today, was called, and perhaps is still called, the Chalet. Originally it was a porter's lodge with a trim little garden in front of it. The owner of the villa to which it belonged, a mansion with park, gardens, aviaries, hothouses, and lawns, took a fancy to put the little dwelling more in keeping with the splendor of his own abode, and he reconstructed it on the model of an ornamental cottage. He divided this cottage from his own lawn, which was bordered and set with flower beds, and formed the terrace of his villa by a low wall along which he planted a concealing hedge. Behind the cottage, called, in spite of all his efforts to prevent it, the chalet, were the orchards and kitchen gardens of the villa. The chalet, without cows or dairy, is separated from the roadway by a wooden fence whose palings are hidden under a luxuriant hedge. On the other side of the road, the opposite house, subject to a legal privilege, has similar hedge and palings so as to leave an unobstructed view of Havre to the chalet. This little dwelling was the torment of the present proprietor of the villa, Monsieur Vilquin, and here is why and the wherefore. The original creator of the villa, whose sumptuous details cry aloud, "Behold our millions," extended his park far into the country for the purpose, as he averred, of getting his gardeners out of his pockets, and so, when the chalet was finished, none but a friend could be allowed to inhabit it. Monsieur Mignon, the next owner of the property, was very much attached to his cashier, Demai, and the following history will prove that the attachment was mutual. To him, therefore, he offered the little dwelling. Demai, a stickler for legal methods, insisted on signing a lease for 300 francs for 12 years, and Monsieur Mignon willingly agreed, remarking, "My dear Demai, remember, you have now bound yourself to live with me for 12 years." In consequence of certain events, which will presently be related, the estates of Monsieur Mignon, formerly the richest merchant in Havre, were sold to Vilquin, one of his business competitors. In his joy at getting possession of the celebrated Villa Mignon, the latter forgot to demand the cancelling of the lease. Demai, anxious not to hinder the sale, would have signed anything Vilquin required, but the sale once made, he held to his lease like a vengeance. And there he remained, in Vilquin's pocket, as it were, at the heart of Vilquin's family life, observing Vilquin, irritating Vilquin, in short, the gadfly of all the Vilquins. Every morning, when he looked out of his window, Vilquin felt a violent shock of annoyance as his eye lighted on the little gem of a building, the chalet, which had cost 60,000 francs and sparkled like a ruby in the sun. That comparison is very nearly exact. The architect has constructed the cottage of brilliant red brick pointed with white. The window frames are painted of a lively green. The woodwork is brown, verging on yellow. The roof overhangs by several feet. A pretty gallery with open-work balustrade surmounts the lower floor and projects at the center of the facade into a veranda with glass slides. The ground floor has a charming salon and a dining room, separated from each other by the landing of a staircase built of wood, designed and decorated with elegant simplicity. The kitchen is behind the dining room, and the corresponding room back of the salon, formerly a study, is now the bedroom of Monsieur and Madame de May. On the upper floor, the architect has managed to get two large bedrooms, each with a dressing room, to which the veranda serves as a salon. And above this floor, under the eaves, which are tipped together like a couple of cards, are two servants' rooms with mansard roofs, each lighted by a circular window and tolerably spacious. Vilquin has been petty enough to build a high wall on the side toward the orchard and kitchen garden, and in consequence of this piece of spite, the few square feet which the lease secured to the chalet resembled a Parisian garden. The outbuildings, painted in keeping with the cottage, stood with their backs to the wall of the adjoining property. The interior of this charming dwelling harmonized with its exterior. The salon, floored entirely with ironwood, was painted in a style that suggested the beauties of Chinese lacquer. On black panels edged with gold, birds of every color, foliage of impossible greens, and fantastic oriental designs glowed and shimmered. The dining room was entirely sheathed in northern woods, carved and cut in openwork, like the beautiful Russian chalets. The little antechamber formed by the landing and the well of the staircase was painted in old oak to represent a Gothic ornament. The bedrooms, hung with chintz, were charming in their costly simplicity. The study, where the cashier and his wife now slept, was paneled from top to bottom on the walls and ceiling like the cabin of a steamboat. These luxuries of his predecessor excited Vilquin's wrath. He would fain have lodged his daughter and her husband in the cottage. This desire, well known to de May, will presently serve to illustrate the Breton obstinacy of the latter. The entrance to the chalet is by a little trellised iron door, the uprights of which, ending in lance heads, show for a few inches above the fence and its hedge. The little garden, about as wide as the more pretentious lawn, was just now filled with flowers, roses, and dahlias of the choicest kind, many rare products of the hothouses. For another Vilquinard grievance, the elegant little hothouse, a very whim of a hothouse representing dignity and style, belonged to the chalet, and separated, or if you prefer, united it to the Villa Vilquin. De May consoled himself for the toils of business in taking care of his hothouse, whose exotic treasures were one of Modeste's joys. The billiard room of the Villa Vilquin, a species of gallery, formerly communicated through an immense aviary with this hothouse, but after the building of the wall which deprived him of a view into the orchards, de May bricked up the door of communication. Wall for wall, he said. In 1827, Vilquin offered de May a salary of 6,000 francs and 10,000 more as indemnity if he would give up the lease. The cashier refused, though he had but 3,000 francs from Gobenheim, a former clerk of his master. De May was a Breton transplanted by fate into Normandy. Imagine, therefore, the hatred conceived for the tenants of the chalet by the Norman Vilquin, a man worth 3 millions. What criminal lèse-maison on the part of the cashier, to hold up to the eyes of such a man the impotence of his wealth. Vilquin, whose desperation in the matter made him the talk of Havre, had just proposed to give de May a pretty house of his own, and had again been refused. Havre itself began to grow uneasy at the man's obstinacy, and a good many persons explained it by the phrase, "De May is a Breton." As for the cashier, he thought Madame and Mademoiselle Mignon would be ill lodged elsewhere. His two idols now inhabited a temple worthy of them. The sumptuous little cottage gave them a home where these dethroned royalties could keep the semblance of majesty about them, a species of dignity usually denied to those who have seen better days. Perhaps as the story goes on, the reader will not regret having learned in advance a few particulars as to the home and the habitual companions of Modeste Mignon, for, at her age, people and things have as much influence upon the future life as a person's own character. Indeed, character often receives ineffaceable impressions from its surroundings. End of Section 1 of Modeste Mignon by Honore de Balzac. Recorded by Don Jenkins. Rancho San Diego, California. shaggybark.blogspot.com.
Chapter 2 of Modeste Mignon. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Modeste Mignon by Honore de Balzac, translated by Catherine Prescott Wormley, Chapter 2, A Portrait from Life. From the manner with which the Latournelle entered the chalet, a stranger would readily have guessed that they came there every evening. "Ah, you are here already," said the notary, perceiving the young banker Gobenheim, a connection of Gobenheim Keller, the head of the great banking house in Paris. This young man with a livid face, a blonde of the type with black eyes, whose immovable glance has an indescribable fascination, sober in speech as in conduct, dressed in black, lean as a consumptive, but nevertheless vigorously framed, visited the family of his former master and the house of his cashier less from affection than from self-interest. Here they played whist at 2 sous a point. A dress coat was not required. He accepted no refreshment except un sucré, and consequently had no civilities to return. This apparent devotion to the Mignon family allowed it to be supposed that Gobenheim had a heart. It also released him from the necessity of going into the society of Havre and incurring useless expenses, thus upsetting the orderly economy of his domestic life. This disciple of the Golden Calf went to bed at 10:30 o'clock and got up at 5 in the morning. Moreover, being perfectly sure of Latournelle's and Butcha's discretion, he could talk over difficult business matters, obtain the advice of the notary gratis, and get an inkling of the real truth of the gossip of the street. This stolid gold glutton, the epithet is Butcha's, belonged by nature to the class of substances which chemistry terms absorbents. Ever since the catastrophe of the house of Mignon, where the Kellers had placed him to learn the principles of maritime commerce, no one at the chalet had ever asked him to do the smallest thing, no matter what. His reply was well known. The young fellow looked at Modeste precisely as he would have looked at a cheap lithograph. "He's one of the pistons of the big engine called Commerce," said poor Butcha, whose clever mind made itself felt occasionally by such little sayings timidly jerked out. The four Latournelles bowed with the most respectful deference to an old lady dressed in black velvet, who did not rise from the armchair in which she was seated, for the reason that both eyes were covered with the yellow film produced by cataract. Madame Mignon may be sketched in one sentence. Her august countenance of the mother of a family attracted instant notice as that of one whose irreproachable life defies the assaults of destiny, which nevertheless makes her the target of its arrows and a member of the unnumbered tribe of Niobes. Her blonde wig, carefully curled and well arranged upon her head, became the cold white face which resembled that of some burgomaster's wife painted by Hals or Miraval. The extreme neatness of her dress, the velvet boots, the lace collar, the shawl, evenly folded and put on, all bore testimony to the solicitous care which Modeste bestowed upon her mother. When silence was, as the notary had predicted, restored in the pretty salon, Modeste, sitting beside her mother, for whom she was embroidering a kerchief, became for an instant the center of observation. This curiosity, barely veiled by the commonplace salutations and inquiries of the visitors, would have revealed even to an indifferent person the existence of the domestic plot to which Modeste was expected to fall a victim, but Gobenheim, more than indifferent, noticed nothing, and proceeded to light the candles on the card table. The behavior of Dumais made the whole scene terrifying to Butcha, to the Latournelle, and above all to Madame Dumais, who knew her husband to be capable of firing a pistol at Modeste's lover as coolly as though he were a mad dog. After dinner that day the cashier had gone to walk, followed by two magnificent Pyrenee hounds, whom he suspected of betraying him, and therefore left in charge of a farmer, a former tenant of Monsieur Mignon. On his return, just before the arrival of the Latournelle, he had taken his pistols from his bed's head and placed them on the chimney-piece, concealing this action from Modeste. The young girl took no notice whatever of these preparations, singular as they were. Though short, thick-set, pock-marked, and speaking always in a low voice, as if listening to himself, this Breton, a former lieutenant in the Guard, showed the evidence of such resolution, such sang-froid on his face that throughout life, even in the army, no one had ever ventured to trifle with him. His little eyes, of a calm blue, were like bits of steel. His ways, the look on his face, his speech, his carriage, were all in keeping with the short name of Dumais. His physical strength, well known to everyone, put him above all danger of attack. He was able to kill a man with a blow of his fist, and had performed that feat at Bautzen, where he found himself, unarmed, face to face with a Saxon at the rear of his company. At the present moment the usually firm yet gentle expression of the man's face had risen to a sort of tragic sublimity. His lips were pale as the rest of his face, indicating a tumult within him mastered by his Breton will, a slight sweat, which everyone noticed and guessed to be cold, moistened by his brow. The notary knew but too well that these signs might result in a drama before the criminal courts. In fact, the cashier was playing a part in connection with Modeste Mignon, which involved to his mind sentiments of honor and loyalty of far greater importance than mere social laws, and his present conduct proceeded from one of those compacts which, in case disaster came of it, could be judged only in a higher court than one of earth. The majority of dramas lie really in the ideas which we make to ourselves about things. Events which seem to us dramatic are nothing more than subjects which our souls convert into tragedy or comedy, according to the bent of our characters. Madame Latournelle and Madame Dumais, who were appointed to watch Modeste, had a certain assumed stiffness of demeanor and a quiver in their voices, which the suspected party did not notice, so absorbed was she in her embroidery. Modeste laid each thread of cotton with a precision that would have made an ordinary workman desperate. Her face expressed the pleasure she took in the smooth petals of the flower she was working. The dwarf, seated between her mistress and Gobenheim, restrained his emotion, trying to find means to approach Modeste and whisper a word of warning in her ear. By taking a position in front of Madame Mignon, and Madame Latournelle, with the diabolical intelligence of conscientious duty, had isolated Modeste. Madame Mignon, whose blindness always made her silent, was even paler than usual, showing plainly that she was aware of the test to which her daughter was about to be subjected. Perhaps at the last moment she revolted from the stratagem, necessary as it might seem to her. Hence her silence. She was weeping inwardly. Exupère, the spring of the trap, was wholly ignorant of the piece in which she was to play a part. Gobenheim, by reason of his character, remained in a state of indifference equal to that displayed by Modeste. To a spectator who understood the situation, this contrast between the ignorance of some and the palpitating interest of others would have seemed quite poetic. Nowadays romance writers arrange such effects, and it is quite within their province to do so, for nature in all ages takes the liberty to be stronger than they are. In this instance, as you will see, nature, social nature, which is a second nature within nature, amused herself by making truth more interesting than fiction, just as mountain torrents describe curves which are beyond the skill of painters to convey, and accomplish giant deeds in displacing or smoothing stones, which are the wonder of architects and sculptors. It was 8 o'clock. At that season twilight was still shedding its last gleams. There was not a cloud in the sky. The balmy air caressed the earth. The flowers gave forth their fragrance. The steps of pedestrians turning homeward sounded along the gravelly road. The sea shone like a mirror, and there was so little wind that the wax candles upon the card table sent up a steady flame, although the windows were wide open. This salon, this evening, this dwelling, was a frame for the portrait of the young girl whom these persons were now studying with the profound attention of a painter in presence of the Margherita Doni, one of the glories of the Pitti Palace. Modeste, blossom enclosed, like that of Catullus, was she worth all these precautions? You have seen the cage. Behold the bird, just 20 years of age, slender and delicate as the sirens which English designers invent for their books of beauty. Modeste was, like her mother before her, the captivating embodiment of a grace too little understood in France, where we choose to call it sentimentality, but which among German women is the poetry of the heart coming to the surface of the being and spending itself in affections if the owner is silly, in divine charms of manner if she is spirituelle and intelligent. Remarkable for her pale golden hair, Modeste belonged to the type of woman called, perhaps in memory of Eve, the celestial blonde, whose satiny skin is like a silk paper applied to the flesh, shuddering at the winter of a cold look, expanding in the sunshine of a loving glance, teaching the hand to be jealous of the eye. Beneath her hair, which was soft and feathery and worn in many curls, the brow, which might have been traced by a compass, so pure was its modeling, shone forth discreet, calm to placidity, and yet luminous with thought. When and where could another be found so transparently clear or more exquisitely smooth? It seemed, like a pearl, to have its orient. The eyes, of a blue verging on gray and limpid as the eyes of a child, had all the mischief, all the innocence of childhood, and they harmonized well with the arc of the eyebrows, faintly indicated by lines like those made with a brush on Chinese faces. This candor of the soul was still further evidenced around the eyes, in their corners, and about the temples, by pearly tints threaded with blue, the special privilege of these delicate complexions. The face, whose oval Raphael so often gave to his Madonnas, was remarkable for the sober and virginal tone of the cheeks, soft as a Bengal rose, upon which the long lashes of the diaphanous eyelids cast shadows that were mingled with light. The throat, bending as she worked, too delicate perhaps, and of milky whiteness, recalled those vanishing lines that Leonardo loved. A few little blemishes here and there, like the patches of the 18th century, proved that Modeste was indeed a child of earth, and not a creation dreamed of in Italy by the angelic school. Her lips, delicate yet full, were slightly mocking and somewhat sensuous. The waist, which was supple and yet not fragile, had no terrors for maternity, like those of girls who seek beauty by the fatal pressure of a corset. Steel and dimity and lacings defined but did not create the serpentine lines of the elegant figure, graceful as that of a young poplar swaying in the wind. A pearl gray dress with crimson trimmings, made with a long waist, modestly outlined the bust and covered the shoulders, still rather thin, with a chemisette which left nothing to view but the first curves of the throat where it joined the shoulders. From the aspect of the young girl's face, at once ethereal and intelligent, where the delicacy of a Greek nose with its rosy nostrils and firm modeling marked something positive and defined, where the poetry enthroned upon an almost mystic brow seemed belied at times by the pleasure-loving expression of the mouth, where candor claimed the depths profound and varied of the eye, and disputed them with a spirit of irony that was trained and educated. From all these signs an observer would have felt that this young girl, with the keen, alert ear that waked at every sound, with a nostril open to catch the fragrance of the celestial flower of the ideal, was destined to be the battleground of a struggle between the poesies of the dawn and the labors of the day, between fancy and reality, the spirit and the life. Modeste was a pure young girl, inquisitive after knowledge, understanding her destiny, and filled with chastity, the Virgin of Spain rather than the Madonna of Raphael. She raised her head when she heard Dumais say to Exupère, "Come here, young man." Seeing them together in the corner of the salon, she supposed they were talking of some commission in Paris. Then she looked at the friends who surrounded her, as if surprised by their silence, and exclaimed in her natural manner, "Why are you not playing?" with a glance at the green table which the opposing Madame Latournelle called the altar. "Yes, let us play," said Dumais, having sent off Exupère. "Sit there, Butcha," said Madame Latournelle, separating the head clerk from the group around Madame Mignon and her daughter by the whole width of the table. "And you, come over here," said Dumais to his wife, making her sit close to him. Madame Dumais, a little American about 36 years of age, wiped her eyes furtively. She adored Modeste and feared a catastrophe. "You are not very lively this evening," remarked Modeste. "We are playing," said Gobenheim, sorting his cards. No matter how interesting the situation may appear, it can be made still more so by explaining Dumais's position towards Modeste. If the brevity of this explanation makes it seem rather dry, the reader must pardon its dryness in view of our desire to get through with these preliminaries as speedily as possible, and the necessity of relating the main circumstances which govern all dramas. End of chapter 2.
Section 3 of Modeste Mignon by Honore de Balzac, translated by Catherine Prescott Wormley. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to find out how you can volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Don Jenkins, Rancho San Diego, California. shaggybark.blogspot.com. Section 3 of Modeste Mignon by Honore de Balzac, translated by Catherine Prescott Wormley. Chapter 3. Preliminaries. Jean-François Bernard Dumas, born at Vannes, started as a soldier for the army of Italy in 1799. His father, president of the revolutionary tribunal of that town, had displayed so much energy in his office that the place had become too hot to hold the son of the parent, a pettifogging lawyer, perished on the scaffold after the 9th Thermidor. On the death of his mother, who died of the grief this catastrophe occasioned, Jean sold all he possessed and rushed to Italy at the age of 22, at the very moment when our armies were beginning to yield. On the way he met a young man in the department of Var, who for reasons analogous to his own was in search of glory, believing a battlefield less perilous than his own Provence. Charles Mignon, the last scion of an ancient family which gave its name to a street in Paris and to a mansion built by Cardinal Mignon, had a shrewd and calculating father, whose one idea was to save his feudal estate of La Bastille in the Comtat from the claws of the Revolution. Like all timid folk of that day, the Comte de la Bastille, now Citizen Mignon, found it more wholesome to cut off other people's heads than to let his own be cut off. The sham terrorist disappeared after the 9th Thermidor, and was then inscribed on the list of émigrés. The estate of La Bastille was sold. The towers and bastions of the old castle were pulled down, and Citizen Mignon was soon after discovered at Orléans and put to death with his wife and all his children except Charles, whom he had sent to find a refuge for the family in the Upper Alps. Horror struck at the news, Charles waited for better times in a valley of Mont Genèvre, and there he remained until 1799, subsisting on a few louis which his father had put into his hand at starting. Finally, when 23 years of age, and without other fortune than his fine presence and that southern beauty which, when it reaches perfection, may be called sublime, of which Antony, the favorite of Adrian, is the type, Charles resolved to wager his Provençal audacity, taking it, like many other youth, for a vocation, on the red cloth of war. On his way to the base of the army at Nice, he met the Breton. The pair became intimate, partly from the contrasts in their characters. They drank from the same cup at the wayside torrents, broke the same biscuit, and were both made sergeants of the peace which followed the battle of Marengo. When the war recommenced, Charles Mignon was promoted into the cavalry and lost sight of his comrade. In 1812 the last of the Mignons de la Bastille was an officer of the Legion of Honor and major of a regiment of cavalry. Taken prisoner by the Russians, he was sent, like so many others, to Siberia. He made the journey in company with another prisoner, a poor lieutenant, in whom he recognized his old friend Jean Dumas, brave, neglected, undecorated, unhappy, like a million of other woolen epaulets, rank and file, that canvas of men on which Napoleon painted the picture of the empire. While in Siberia, the lieutenant colonel, to kill time, taught writing and arithmetic to the Breton, whose early education had seemed a useless waste of time to Pere Scévola. Charles found in the old comrade of his marching days one of those rare hearts into which a man can pour his griefs while telling his joys. The young Provençal had met the fate which attends all handsome bachelors. In 1804, at Frankfort on the Main, he was adored by Bettina Wallenrod, only daughter of a banker, and he married her with all the more enthusiasm because she was rich and a noted beauty, while he was only a lieutenant with no prospects but the extremely problematical future of a soldier of fortune of that day. Old Wallenrod, the decayed German baron (there was always a baron in a German bank), delighted to know that the handsome lieutenant was the sole representative of the Mignons de la Bastille, approved the love of the blonde Bettina, whose beauty an artist (at that time there really was one in Frankfort) had lately painted as an ideal head of Germany. Wallenrod had invested enough money in the French funds to give his daughter 30,000 francs a year, and settled it on his anticipated grandsons, naming them Counts of La Bastille Wallenrod. This dot made only a small hole in his cash box, the value of money being then very low. But the Empire, pursuing a policy often attempted by other debtors, rarely paid its dividends, and Charles was rather alarmed at this investment, having less faith than his father-in-law in the imperial eagle. The phenomenon of belief, or admiration, which is ephemeral belief, is not so easily maintained when in close quarters with the idol. The mechanic distrusts the machine which the traveller admires, and the officers of the army might be called the stokers of the Napoleonic engine, if indeed they were not its fuel. However, the Baron Wallenrod to Stahl Bartenstild promised to come, if necessary, to the help of the household. Charles loved Bettina Wallenrod as much as she loved him, and that is saying a good deal. But, when a Provençal is moved to enthusiasm, all his feelings and attachments are genuine and natural. And how could he fail to adore that blonde beauty, escaping, as it were, from the canvas of Dürer, gifted with an angelic nature and endowed with Frankfurt wealth? The pair had 4 children, of whom only 2 daughters survived at the time when he poured his griefs into the Breton's heart. De May loved these little ones without having seen them, solely through the sympathy so well described by Charlotte, which makes a soldier the father of every child. The eldest, named Bettina Caroline, was born in 1805, the other, Marie Modeste, in 1808. The unfortunate lieutenant colonel, long without tidings of these cherished darlings, was sent, at the peace of 1814, across Russia and Prussia on foot, accompanied by the lieutenant. No difference of epaulets could count between the 2 friends, who reached Frankfurt just as Napoleon was disembarking at Caen. Charles found his wife in Frankfurt, in mourning for her father, who had always idolized her and tried to keep a smile upon her lips, even by his dying bed. Old Wallenrod was unable to survive the disasters of the Empire. At 70 years of age he speculated in cottons, relying on the genius of Napoleon without comprehending that genius is quite as often beyond as at the bottom of current events. The old man had purchased nearly as many bales of cotton as the Emperor had lost men during his magnificent campaign in France. "I tie in Godon," said the father to the daughter, a father of the Goriot type, striving to quiet a grief which distressed him. "I owe no man anything." And he died, still trying to speak to his daughter in the language that she loved. Thankful to have saved his wife and daughters from the general wreck, Charles Mignon returned to Paris, where the Emperor made him lieutenant colonel in the cuirassiers of the Guard and commander of the Legion of Honor. The colonel dreamed of being count and general after the first victory. Alas, that hope was quenched in the blood of Waterloo. The colonel, slightly wounded, retired to the Loire and left Tours before the disbandment of the army. In the spring of 1816, Charles sold his wife's property out of the funds to the amount of nearly 400,000 francs, intending to seek his fortune in America and abandon his own country, where persecution was beginning to lay a heavy hand on the soldiers of Napoleon. He went to Havre, accompanied by De May, whose life he had saved at Waterloo by taking him on the crupper of his saddle in the hurly-burly of the retreat. De May shared the opinions and the anxieties of his colonel. The poor fellow idolized the 2 little girls and followed Charles like a spaniel. The latter, confident that the habit of obedience, the discipline of subordination, and the honesty and affection of the lieutenant would make him a useful as well as a faithful retainer, proposed to take him with him in a civil capacity. De May was only too happy to be adopted into the family, to which he resolved to cling like the mistletoe to an oak. While waiting for an opportunity to embark, at the same time making a choice of ship and reflecting on the chances offered by the various ports for which they sailed, the colonel heard much talk about the brilliant future which the peace seemed to promise to Havre. As he listened to these conversations among the merchants, he foresaw the means of fortune, and without loss of time he set about making himself the owner of landed property, a banker, and a shipping merchant. He bought land and houses in the town, and dispatched a vessel to New York freighted with silks purchased in Lyons at reduced prices. He sent De May on the ship as his agent, and when the latter returned, after making a double profit by the sale of the silks and the purchase of cottons at a low valuation, he found the colonel installed with his family in the handsomest house in the Rue Royale, and studying the principles of banking with the prodigious activity and intelligence of a native of Provence. This double operation of Dumay's was worth a fortune to the house of Mignon. The colonel purchased the villa at Ingouville, and rewarded his agent with the gift of a modest little house in the Rue Royale. The poor toiler had brought back from New York, together with his cottons, a pretty little wife, attracted, it would seem, by his French nature. Miss Groomer was worth about $4,000 (20,000 francs), which sum Dumas placed with his colonel, to whom he now became an alter ego. In short time he learned to keep his patron's books, a science which, to use his own expression, pertains to the sergeant majors of commerce. The simple-hearted soldier, whom fortune had forgotten for 20 years, thought himself the happiest man in the world as the owner of the little house which his master's liberality had furnished, with 12,000 francs a year from money in the funds, and a salary of 3,600. Never in his dreams had Lieutenant Dumas hoped for a situation so good as this. But greater still was the satisfaction he derived from the knowledge that his lucky enterprise had been the pivot of good fortune to the richest commercial house in Havre. Madame Dumas, a rather pretty little American, had the misfortune to lose all her children at their birth, and her last confinement was so disastrous as to deprive her of the hope of any other. She therefore attached herself to the two little Mignons, whom Dumas himself loved, or would have loved even better than his own children had they lived. Madame Dumas, whose parents were farmers accustomed to a life of economy, was quite satisfied to receive only 2,400 francs of her own and her household expenses, so that every year Dumas laid by 2,000 and some extra hundreds with the house of Mignon. When the yearly accounts were made up, the colonel always added something to this little store by way of acknowledging the cashier's services, until, in 1824, the latter had a credit of 58,000 francs. It was then that Charles Mignon, Comte de la Bastille, a title he never used, crowned his cashier with the final happiness of residing at the chalet, where at the time when this story begins Madame Mignon and their daughter were living in obscurity. The deplorable state of Madame Mignon's health was caused in part by the catastrophe to which the absence of her husband was due. Grief had taken 3 years to break down the docile German woman. But it was a grief that gnawed at her heart like a worm at the core of a sound fruit. It is easy to reckon up its obvious causes. 2 children, dying in infancy, had a double grave in a soul that could never forget. The exile of her husband to Siberia was to such a woman a daily death. The failure of the rich house of Wallenrod, and the death of her father, leaving his coffers empty, was to Bettina, then uncertain about the fate of her husband, a terrible blow. The joy of Charles's return came near killing the tender German flower. After that, the fall of the Empire and the proposed expatriation acted on her feelings like a renewed attack of the same fever. At last, however, after 10 years of continual prosperity, the comforts of her house, which was the finest in Havre, the dinners, balls, and fêtes of a prosperous merchant, the splendors of the Villa Mignon, the unbounded respect and consideration enjoyed by her husband, his absolute affection, giving her an unrivaled love in return for her single-minded love for him, all these things brought the woman back to life. At the moment when her doubts and fears at last left her, when she could look forward to the bright evening of her stormy life, a hidden catastrophe, buried in the heart of the family, and of which we shall presently make mention, came as the precursor of renewed trials. In January 1826, on the day when Havre had unanimously chosen Charles Mignon as its deputy, 3 letters, arriving from New York, Paris, and London, fell with the destruction of a hammer upon the crystal palace of this prosperity. In an instant, ruin, like a vulture, swooped down upon their happiness, just as the cold fell in 1812 upon the Grand Army in Russia. One night sufficed Charles Mignon to decide upon his course, and he spent it in settling his accounts with Dumas. All he owned, not excepting his furniture, would just suffice to pay his creditors. "Havre shall never see me doing nothing," said the colonel to the lieutenant. "Dumas, I take your 60,000 francs at 6%. 3, my colonel." "At nothing, then," cried Mignon, peremptorily. "You shall have your share in the profits of what I now undertake. The Modeste, which is no longer mine, sails tomorrow, and I sail on her. I commit you to my wife and daughter. I shall not write. No news must be taken as good news." Dumas, always subordinate, asked no questions of his colonel. "I think," he said to Latournay with a knowing little glance, "that my colonel has a plan laid out." The following day at dawn he accompanied his master on board the Modeste, bound for Constantinople. There, on the poop of the vessel, the Breton said to the Provençal, "What are your last commands, my colonel?" "That no man shall enter the chalet," cried the father with strong emotion. "Dumas, guard my last child as though you were a bulldog. Death to the man who seduces another daughter. Fear nothing, not even the scaffold. I will be with you. My Colonel, go in peace. I understand you. You shall find Mademoiselle Mignon on your return, such as you now give her to me, or I shall be dead. You know me, and you know your Pyrenees hounds. No man shall reach your daughter. Forgive me for troubling you with words." The two soldiers clasped arms like men who had learned to understand each other in the solitudes of Siberia. On the same day, the Havre Courier published the following terrible, simple, energetic, and honorable notice: "The house of Charles Mignon suspends payment, but the undersigned assignees of the estate undertake to pay all liabilities. On and after this date, holders of notes may obtain the usual discount. The sale of the landed estates will fully cover all current indebtedness. This notice is issued for the honor of the house and to prevent any disturbance in the money market of this town. Monsieur Charles Mignon sailed this morning in the Modeste for Asia Minor, leaving full powers with the undersigned to sell his whole property, both landed and personal. Dumais, assignee of the bank accounts. Latournay, notary assignee of the city and villa property. Gobenheim, assignee of the commercial property." Latournay owed his prosperity to the kindness of Monsieur Mignon, who lent him 100,000 francs in 1817 to buy the finest law practice in Havre. The poor man, who had no pecuniary means, was nearly 40 years of age, and saw no prospect of being other than head clerk for the rest of his days. He was the only man in Havre whose devotion could be compared with Dumais'. As for Gobenheim, he profited by the liquidation to get part of Monsieur Mignon's business, which lifted his own little bank into prominence. While unanimous regrets for the disaster were expressed in counting rooms, on the wharves, and in private houses, where praises of a man so irreproachable, honorable, and beneficent filled every mouth, Latournay and Dumais, silent and active as ants, sold land, turned property into money, paid the debts, and settled up everything. Villequin showed a good deal of generosity in purchasing the villa, the town house, a farm, and Latournay made the most of his liberality by getting a good price out of him. Society wished to show civilities to Madame and Mademoiselle Mignon, but they had already obeyed the father's last wishes and taken refuge in the chalet, where they went on the very morning of his departure, the exact hour of which had been concealed from them. Not to be shaken in his resolution by his grief at parting, the brave man said farewell to his wife and daughter while they slept. 300 visiting cards were left at the house. A fortnight later, just as Charles had predicted, complete forgetfulness settled down upon the chalet, and proved to these women the wisdom and dignity of his command. Dumais sent agents to represent his master in New York, Paris, and London, and followed up the assignments of the 3 banking houses whose failure had caused the ruin of the Havre house, thus realizing 500,000 francs between 1826 and 1828, an eighth of Charles's whole fortune. Then, according to the latter's direction given on the night of his departure, he sent that sum to New York through the house of Mongenod at the credit of Monsieur Charles Mignon. All this was done with military obedience, except in a matter of withholding 30,000 francs for the personal expenses of Madame and Mademoiselle Mignon, as the colonel had ordered him to do, but which Dumais did not do. The Breton sold his own little house for 20,000 francs, which sum he gave to Madame Mignon, believing that the more capital he sent to his colonel, the sooner the latter would return. He might perish for the want of 30,000 francs, Dumais remarked to Latournay, who bought the little house at its full value, where an apartment was always kept ready for the inhabitants of the chalet. End of Section 3. Section 4 of Modeste Mignon by Honore de Balzac. Translated by Catherine Prescott Warmley. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to find out how you can volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Section 4 of Modeste Mignon by Honore de Balzac. Read by Don W. Jenkins. Chapter 4. A Simple Story. Such was the result to the celebrated house of Mignon at Havre of the crisis of 1825-26, which convulsed many of the principal business centres in Europe, and caused the ruin of several Parisian bankers, among them, as those who remember that crisis will recall, the President of the Chamber of Commerce. We can now understand how this great disaster, coming suddenly at the close of 10 years of domestic happiness, might well have been the death of Bettina Mignon, again separated from her husband and ignorant of his fate, to her as adventurous and perilous as the exile to Siberia. But the grief which was dragging her to the grave was far other than these visible sorrows. The caustic that was slowly eating into her heart lay beneath a stone in the little graveyard of Ingaville, in which was inscribed, Bettina Caroline Mignon, died aged 22. Pray for her. This inscription is to the young girl whom it covered what many another epitaph has been for the dead lying beneath them, a table of contents to a hidden book. Here is the book, in its dreadful brevity, and it will explain the oath extracted and taken when the colonel and the lieutenant bade each other farewell. A young man of charming appearance named Charles d'Estournay came to Havre for the commonplace purpose of being near the sea, and there he saw Bettina Mignon. A soi-disant fashionable Parisian is never without introductions, and he was invited at the instance of a friend to the Mignons to a fete given at Ingaville. He fell in love with Bettina and with her fortune, and in 3 months he had done the work of seduction and enticed her away. The father of a family of daughters should no more allow a young man whom he does not know to enter his home than he should leave books and papers lying about which he has not read. A young girl's innocence is like milk, which a small matter turns sour, a clap of thunder, an evil odour, a hot day, a mere breath. When Charles Mignon read his daughter's letter of farewell, he instantly dispatched Madame de Mai to Paris. The family gave out that a journey to another climate had suddenly been advised for Caroline by their physician, and the physician himself sustained the excuse, though unable to prevent some gossip in the society of Havre. Such a vigorous young girl, with the complexion of a Spaniard, and that black hair. She is consumptive. Yes, they say she committed imprudence. Ah, ah, cried a Vilquin. I am told she came back bathed in perspiration after riding on horseback and drank iced water. At least that is what Dr. Trissenard says. By the time Madame de Mai returned to Havre, the catastrophe of the failure had taken place, and society paid no further attention to the absence of Bettina or the return of the cashier's wife. At the beginning of 1827, the newspapers rang with the trial of Charles d'Estournay, who was found guilty of cheating at cards. The young corsair escaped into foreign parts without taking thought of Mademoiselle Mignon, who was of little value to him since the failure of the bank. Bettina heard of his infamous desertion and of her father's ruin almost at the same time. She returned home struck by death, and wasted away in a short time at the chalet. Her death at least protected her reputation. The illness that Monsieur Mignon alleged to be the cause of her absence, and the doctor's order which sent her to Nice, were now generally believed. Up to the last moment the mother hoped to save her daughter's life. Bettina was her darling, and Modeste was the father's. There was something touching in the two preferences. Bettina was the image of Charles, just as Modeste was the reproduction of her mother. Both parents continued their love for each other in their children. Bettina, a daughter of Provence, inherited from her father the beautiful hair, black as a raven's wing, which distinguishes the women of the South, the brown eye, almond-shaped and brilliant as a star, the olive tint, the velvet skin as of some golden fruit, the arched instep, and the Spanish waist from which the short basque skirt fell crisply. Both mother and father were proud of the charming contrast between the sisters. "A devil and an angel," they said to each other, laughing, thinking it prophetic. After weeping for a month in the solitude of her chamber, where she admitted no one, the mother came forth at last with injured eyes. Before losing her sight altogether, she persisted, against the wishes of her friends, in visiting her daughter's grave, on which she riveted her gaze in contemplation. That image remained vivid in the darkness which now fell upon her, just as the red spectrum of an object shines in our eyes when we close them in full daylight. This terrible and double misfortune made Dumais not less devoted, but more anxious about Modeste, now the only daughter of the father who was unaware of his loss. Madame de Mai, idolizing Modeste, like other women deprived of their children, cast her motherliness about the girl, yet without disregarding the commands of her husband, who distrusted female intimacies. These commands were brief. "If any man of any age or any rank," de Mai said, "speaks to Modeste, ogles her, makes love to her, he is a dead man. I'll blow his brains out and give myself to the authorities. My death may save her. If you don't wish to see my head cut off, do you take my place in watching her when I am obliged to go out." For the last 3 years de Mai had examined his pistols every night. He seemed to have put half the burden of his oath upon the Pyrenean hounds, 2 animals of uncommon sagacity. One slept inside the chalet, the other was stationed in a kennel which he never left, and where he never barked. But terrible would have been the moment had the pair made their teeth meet in some unknown adventurer. We can now imagine the sort of life led by mother and daughter at the chalet. Monsieur and Madame Latournelle, often accompanied by Gobenheim, came to call and played whist with de Mai nearly every evening. The conversation turned on the gossip of Havre and the petty events of provincial life. The little company separated between 9 and 10 o'clock. Modeste put her mother to bed, and together they said their prayers, kept up each other's courage, and talked of the dear absent one, the husband and father. After kissing her mother for good night, the girl went to her own room about 10 o'clock. The next morning she prepared her mother for the day with the same care, the same prayers, the same prattle. To her praise be it said that from the day when the terrible infirmity deprived her mother of a sense, Modeste had been like a servant to her, displaying at all times the same solicitude, never wearying of the duty, never thinking it monotonous. Such constant devotion, combined with a tenderness rare among young girls, was thoroughly appreciated by those who witnessed it. To the Latournelle family and to Monsieur and Madame de Mai, Modeste was in soul the pearl of price. On sunny days, between breakfast and dinner, Madame Mignon and Madame de Mai took a little walk toward the sea. Modeste accompanied them, for 2 arms were needed to support the blind mother. About a month before the scene to which this explanation is a parenthesis, Madame Mignon had taken counsel with her friends, Madame Latournelle, the notary, and de Mai, while Madame de Mai carried Modeste in another direction for a longer walk. "Listen to what I have to say," said the blind woman. "My daughter is in love. I feel it. I see it. A singular change has taken place within her, and I do not see how it is that none of you have perceived it." "In the name of all that's honorable," cried the lieutenant. "Don't interrupt me, de Mai. For the last 2 months Modeste has taken as much care of her personal appearance as if she expected to meet a lover. She has grown extremely fastidious about her shoes. She wants to set off her pretty feet. She scolds Madame Gobet, the shoemaker. It is the same thing with her milliner. Some days my poor darling is absorbed in thought, evidently expectant, as if waiting for someone. Her voice has curt tones when she answers a question, as though she were interrupted in the current of her thoughts and secret expectations. Then, if this awaited lover has come—" "Good heavens!" "Sit down, de Mai," said the blind woman. "Well, then, Modeste is gay. Oh, she is not gay in your sight. You cannot catch these gradations. They are too delicate for eyes that see only the outside of her nature. Her gaiety is betrayed to me by the tones of her voice, by certain accents which I alone can catch and understand. Modeste, then, instead of sitting still and thoughtful, gives vent to a wild inward activity by impulsive movements. In short, she is happy. There is a grace, a charm in the very ideas she utters. Ah, my friends, I know happiness as well as I know sorrow. I know its signs. By the kiss my Modeste gives me, I can guess what is passing within her. I know whether she has received what she was looking for, or whether she is uneasy or expectant. There are many gradations in a kiss, even that of an innocent young girl, and Modeste is innocence itself. But hers is the innocence of knowledge, not of ignorance. I may be blind, but my tenderness is all-seeing, and I charge you to watch over my daughter." De Mai, now actually ferocious, the notary, in the character of a man bound to ferret out a mystery, Madame Latournelle, the deceived chaperone, and Madame de Mai, alarmed for her husband's safety, became at once a set of spies, and Modeste from this day forth was never left alone for an instant. De Mai passed nights under her window wrapped in his cloak like a jealous Spaniard, but with all his military sagacity he was unable to detect the least suspicious sign. Unless she loved the nightingales in the villa park or some fairy prince, Modeste could have seen no one, and had never given nor received a signal. Madame de Mai, who never went to bed till she knew Modeste was asleep, watched the road from the upper windows of the chalet with a vigilance equal to her husband's. Under these 8 Argus eyes the blameless child, whose very motion was studied and analyzed, came out of the ordeal so fully acquitted of all criminal conversation that the 4 friends declared to each other privately that Madame Mignon was foolishly over anxious. Madame Latournelle, who always took Modeste to church and brought her back again, was commissioned to tell the mother that she was mistaken about her daughter. "Modeste," she says, "is a young girl of very exalted ideas. She works herself into enthusiasm for the poetry of one writer or the prose of another. You have only to judge by the impression made upon her by that scaffold symphony, 'The Last Hours of a Convict.'" The saying was Butchka's, who supplied wit to his benefactress with a lavish hand. "She seemed to me all but crazy with admiration for that Monsieur Hugo. I'm sure I don't know where such people Victor Hugo, Lamartine, Byron being such people to the Madame Latournelles of the bourgeoisie get their ideas. Modeste kept talking to me of Childe Harold, and as I did not wish to get the worst of the argument, I was silly enough to try to read the thing. Perhaps it was the fault of the translator, but it actually turned my stomach. I was dazed. I couldn't possibly finish it. Why, the man talks about comparisons that howl, rocks that faint, and waves of war. However, he is only a travelling Englishman, and we must expect absurdities, though his are really inexcusable. He takes you to Spain and sets you in the clouds above the Alps, and makes the torrents talk, and the stars, and he says there are too many virgins. Did you ever hear the like? Then, after Napoleon's campaigns, the lines are full of sonorous brass and flaming cannon balls, rolling along from page to page. Modeste tells me that all the bathos is put in by the translator, and that I ought to read the book in English. But I certainly shan't learn English to read Lord Byron when I didn't learn it to teach Exupere. I much prefer the novels of Ducray Duménil to all these English romances. I'm too good a Norman to fall in love with foreign things, above all when they come from England." Madame Mignon, notwithstanding her melancholy, could not help smiling at the idea of Madame Latournelle reading Childe Harold. The stern scion of a parliamentary house accepted the smile as an approval of her doctrine. "And therefore, my dear Madame Mignon," she went on, "you have taken Modeste's fancies, which are nothing but the results of her reading, for a love affair. Remember, she is just 20. Girls fall in love with themselves at that age. They dress to see themselves well dressed. I remember I used to make my little sister, now dead, put on a man's hat and pretend we were Monsieur and Madame. You see, you had a very happy youth in Frankfurt, but let us be just. Modeste is living here without the slightest amusement. Although, to be sure, her every wish is attended to, she still knows she is shut up and watched, and the life she leads would give her no pleasure at all, if it were not for the amusement she gets out of her books. Come, don't worry yourself. She loves nobody but you. You ought to be very glad that she goes into these enthusiasms for the corsairs of Byron and the heroes of Walter Scott, and your own Germans, Egmont, Goethe, Werther, Schiller, and all the other ers." "Well, madam, what do you say to that?" asked de Mai respectfully, alarmed at Madame Mignon's silence. "Modeste is not only inclined to love, but she loves some man," answered the mother obstinately. "Madame, my life is at stake, and you must allow me, not for my sake, but for my wife, my colonel, for all of us, to probe this matter to the bottom and find out whether it is the mother or the watchdog who is deceived." "It is you who are deceived, de Mai. Ah, if I could but see my daughter!" cried the poor woman. "But whom is it possible for her to love?" asked the notary. "I'll answer for my Exupere." "It can't be Gobenheim," said Dumais, "for since the colonel's departure he has not spent 9 hours a week in this house. Besides, he doesn't even notice Modeste, that 5-franc piece of a man. His uncle Gobenheim, Keller, is all the time writing him. Get rich enough to marry a Keller. With that idea in his mind, you may be sure he doesn't know which sex Modeste belongs to. No other men ever come here. For, of course, I don't count Butchka, poor little fellow. I love him. He is your Dumais, madame," said the cashier to Madame Latournelle. "Butchka knows very well that a mere glance at Modeste would cost him a Breton ducking. Not a soul has any communication with this house. Madame Latournelle, who takes Modeste to church ever since your misfortune, madame, has carefully watched her on the way and all through the service, and has seen nothing suspicious. In short, if I must confess the truth, I have myself raked all the paths about the house every evening for the last month, and found no trace of footsteps in the morning." "Rakes are neither costly nor difficult to handle," remarked the daughter of Germany. "But the dogs!" cried de May. "Lovers have philters even for dogs," answered Madame Mignon. "If you are right, my honour is lost. I may as well blow my brains out," exclaimed de May. "Why so, de May?" said the blind woman. "Ah, madame, I could never meet my colonel's eye if he did not find his daughter, now his only daughter, as pure and virtuous as she was when he said to me on the vessel, 'Let no fear of the scaffold hinder you, de May, if the honour of my Modeste is at stake.'" "Ah, I recognize you both," said Madame Mignon in a voice of strong emotion. "I'll wager my salvation that Modeste is as pure as she was in her cradle," exclaimed Madame de May. "Well, I shall make certain of it," replied her husband, "if Madame la Comtesse shall allow me to employ certain means, for old troopers understand strategy." "I will allow you to do anything that shall enlighten us, provided it does no injury to my last child." "What are you going to do, Jean?" asked Madame de May. "How can you discover a young girl's secret if she means to hide it?" "Obey me all," cried the lieutenant. "I shall need every one of you." If this rapid sketch were clearly developed, it would give a whole picture of manners and customs in which many a family could recognize the events of their own history. But it must suffice as it is to explain the importance of the few details heretofore given about persons and things in the memorable evening when the old soldier had made ready his plot against the young girl, intending to wrench from the recesses of her heart the secret of a love and a lover seen only by a blind mother. End of Section 4.
Section 5 of Modeste Mignon by Honore de Balzac. Translated by Catherine Prescott Wormley. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to find out how you can volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Section 5 of Modeste Mignon by Honore de Balzac. Read by Don W. Jenkins. Chapter 5. The Problem Still Unsolved. An hour went by in solemn stillness, broken only by the cabalistic phrases of the whist players. Spades? Trumped? Cut? How are the honors? 2-4. Whose deal? Phrases which represent in these days the higher emotions of the European aristocracy. Modeste continued to work without seeming to be surprised at her mother's silence. Madame Mignon's handkerchief slipped from her lap to the floor. Butchka precipitated himself upon it, picked it up, and as he returned it, whispered in Modeste's ear, "Take care." Modeste raised a pair of wondering eyes, whose puzzled glance filled the poor cripple with joy unspeakable. "She is not in love," he whispered to himself, rubbing his hands till the skin was nearly peeled off. At this moment Exupere tore through the garden and the house, plunged into the salon like an avalanche, and said to de May in an audible whisper, "The young man is here." De May sprang for his pistols and rushed out. "Good God, suppose he kills him!" cried Madame de May, bursting into tears. "What is the matter?" asked Modeste, looking innocently at her friends, and not betraying the slightest fear. "It's all about a young man who is hanging around the house," cried Madame Latournelle. "Well," said Modeste, "why should de May kill him?" "Sancta simplicita!" ejaculated Butchka, looking at his master as proudly as Alexander is made to contemplate Babylon in Lebrun's great picture. "Where are you going, Modeste?" asked the mother, as her daughter rose to leave the room. "To get ready for your bedtime, mamma," answered Modeste, in a voice as pure as the tones of an instrument. "You haven't paid your expenses," said the dwarf to de May when he returned. "Modeste is as pure as the Virgin on our altar," cried Madame Latournelle. "Good God, such excitements wear me out," said de May, "and yet I'm a strong man." "May I lose that 25 sous if I have the slightest idea what you are about," remarked Gobenheim. "You seem to me to be crazy." "And yet it is all about a treasure," said Butchka, standing on tiptoe to whisper in Gobenheim's ear. "De May, I am sorry to say that I am still almost certain of what I told you," persisted Madame Mignon. "The burden of proof is now on you, madame," said de May calmly. "It is for you to prove that we are mistaken." Discovering that the matter in question was only Modeste's honor, Gobenheim took his hat, made his bow, and walked off, carrying his 10 sous with him, there being evidently no hope of another rubber. "Exupere, and you too, Butchka, may leave us," said Madame Latournay. "Go back to Havre. You will get there in time for the last piece at the theater. I'll pay for your tickets." When the four friends were alone with Madame Mignon, Madame Latournay, after looking at de May, who, being a Bretonne, understood the mother's obstinacy, and at her husband, who was fingering the cards, felt herself authorized to speak up. "Madame Mignon, come now, tell us what decisive thing has struck your mind." "Ah, my good friend, if you were a musician, you would have heard, as I have, the language of love that Modeste speaks." The piano of the demoiselles Mignon was among the few articles of furniture which had been moved from the town house to the chalet. Modeste often conjured away her troubles by practicing, without a master. Born a musician, she played to enliven her mother. She sang by nature, and loved the German airs which her mother taught her. From these lessons and these attempts at self-instruction came a phenomenon not uncommon to natures with a musical vocation. Modeste composed, as far as a person ignorant of the laws of harmony can be said to compose, tender little lyric melodies. Melody is to music what imagery and sentiment are to poetry, a flower that blossoms spontaneously. Consequently, nations have made melodies before harmony. Botany comes later than the flower. In like manner, Modeste, who knew nothing of the painter's art except what she had seen her sister do in the way of water color, would have stood subdued and fascinated before the pictures of Raphael, Titian, Rubens, Murillo, Rembrandt, Albert Dürer, and Holbein; in other words, before the great ideals of many lands. Lately, for at least a month, Modeste had warbled the songs of nightingales and musical rhapsodies whose poetry and meaning had roused the attention of her mother, already surprised by her sudden eagerness for composition and her fancy for putting airs into certain verses. "If your suspicions have no other foundation," said Latournay to Madame Mignon, "I pity your susceptibilities." "When a Breton girl sings," said de May gloomily, "the lover is not far off." "I will let you hear Modeste when she is improvising," said the mother, "and you shall judge for yourselves." "Poor girl," said Madame de May. "If she only knew our anxiety, she would be deeply distressed, and she would tell us the truth, especially if she thought it would save de May." "My friends, I will question my daughter to morrow," said Madame Mignon. "Perhaps I shall obtain more by tenderness than you have discovered by trickery." Was the comedy of the Fille Malgardie being played here, as it is everywhere and forever, under the noses of these faithful spies, these honest Bartholos, these Pyrenean hounds, without their being able to ferret out, detect, nor even surmise the lover, the love affair, or the smoke of the fire? At any rate, it was certainly not the result of a struggle between the jailers and the prisoner, between the despotism of a dungeon and the liberty of a victim. It was simply the never-ending repetition of the first scene played by man when the curtain of the creation rose. It was Eve in Paradise. And now, which of the two, the mother or the watchdog, had the right of it? None of the persons who were about Modeste could understand that maiden heart, for the soul and the face we have described were in harmony. The girl had transported her existence into another world, as much denied and disbelieved in these days of ours as the new world of Christopher Columbus in the 16th century. Happily, she kept her own counsel, or they would have thought her crazy. But first we must explain the influence of the past upon her nature. Two events had formed the soul and developed the mind of this young girl. Monsieur and Madame Mignon, warned by the fate that overtook Bettina, had resolved, just before the failure, to marry Modeste. They chose the son of a rich banker, formerly of Hamburg, but established in Havre since 1815, a man, moreover, who was under obligations to them. The young man, whose name was Francois Altor, the dandy of Havre, blessed with a certain vulgar beauty in which the middle classes delight, well made, well fleshed, and with a fine complexion, abandoned his betrothed so hastily in the day of her father's failure that neither Modeste nor her mother nor either of the de Mays had seen him since. Latournay ventured a question on the subject to Jacob Altor, the father, but he only shrugged his shoulders and replied, "I really don't know what you mean." The answer, told to Modeste to give her some experience of life, was a lesson which she learned all the more readily because Latournelle and Dumas made many and long comments on the cowardly desertion. The daughters of Charles Mignon, like spoiled children, had all their wishes gratified. They rode on horseback, kept their own horses and grooms, and otherwise enjoyed a perilous liberty. Seeing herself possessed of an official lover, Modeste had allowed Francisque to kiss her hand and take her by the waist to mount her. She accepted his flowers, and all the little proofs of tenderness with which it is proper to surround the lady of our choice. She even worked him a purse, believing in such ties, strong indeed to noble souls, but cobwebs for the Gobenheims, the Vilquins, and the Altours. Sometime during the spring which followed the removal of Madame Mignon and her daughter to the chalet, Francisque Altor came to dine with the Vilquins. Happening to see Modeste over the wall at the foot of the lawn, he turned away his head. 6 weeks later he married the eldest Mademoiselle Mignon. In this way, Modeste, young, beautiful, and of high birth, learned the lesson that for 3 whole months of her engagement she had been nothing more than Mademoiselle Mignon. Her poverty, well known to all, became a sentinel, defending the approaches to the chalet fully as well as the prudence of the Latournelles or the vigilance of Dumas. The talk of the town ran for a time on Mademoiselle Mignon's position, only to insult her. Poor girl, what will become of her? An old maid, of course. What a fate, to have had the world at her feet, to have had the chance to marry Francisque Altor, and now nobody willing to take her. After a life of luxury, to come down to such poverty. And these insults were not uttered in secret or left to Modeste's imagination. She heard them spoken more than once by the young men and the young women of Havre as they walked to Ingouville, and knowing that Madame Mignon and her daughter lived at the chalet, talked of them as they passed the house. Friends of the Vilquins expressed surprise that the mother and daughter were willing to live on among the scenes of their former splendor. From her open window behind the closed blinds, Modeste sometimes heard such insolence as this: "I am sure I can't think how they can live there," someone would say as he paced the villa lawn, perhaps to assist Vilquin in getting rid of his tenant. "What do you suppose they live on? They haven't any means of earning money." "I am told the old woman has gone blind." "Is Mademoiselle Mignon still pretty? Dear me, how dashing she used to be. Well, she hasn't any horses now." Most young girls, on hearing these spiteful and silly speeches, born of an envy that now rushed peevish and drivelling to avenge the past, would have felt the blood mount to their foreheads. Others would have wept. Some would have undergone spasms of anger. But Modeste smiled, as we smile at the theatre while watching the actors. Her pride could not descend so low as the level of such speeches. The other event was more serious than these mercenary meannesses. Bettina Caroline died in the arms of her younger sister, who had nursed her with the devotion of girlhood and the curiosity of an untainted imagination. In the silence of long nights the sisters exchanged many a confidence. With what dramatic interest was poor Bettina invested in the eyes of the innocent Modeste. Bettina knew love through sorrow only, and she was dying of it. Among young girls, every man, scoundrel though he be, is still a lover. Passion is the one thing absolutely real in the things of life, and it insists on its supremacy. Charles d'Estournay, gambler, criminal, and debauchee, remained in the memory of the sisters, the elegant Parisian of the fêtes of Havre, the admired of the womenkind. Bettina believed she had carried him off from the coquettish Madame Vilquin, and to Modeste he was her sister's happy lover. Such adoration in young girls is stronger than all social condemnations. To Bettina's thinking, justice had been deceived. If not, how could it have sentenced a man who loved her for 6 months, loved her to distraction in the hidden retreat to which he had taken her, that he might, we may add, be at liberty to go his own way? Thus the dying girl inoculated her sister with love. Together they talked of the great drama which imagination enhances, and Bettina carried with her to the grave her sister's ignorance, leaving her, if not informed, at least thirsting for information. Nevertheless, remorse had set its fangs too sharply in Bettina's heart not to force her to warn her sister. In the midst of her own confession she had preached duty and implicit obedience to Modeste. On the evening of her death she implored her to remember the tears that soaked her pillow, and not to imitate a conduct which even suffering could not expiate. Bettina accused herself of bringing a curse upon the family, and died in despair at being unable to obtain her father's pardon. Notwithstanding the consolations which the ministers of religion, touched by her repentance, freely gave her, she cried in heart-rending tones with her latest breath, "Oh, father, father!" "Never give your heart without your hand," she said to Modeste an hour before she died, "and above all, accept no attentions from any man without telling everything to papa and mamma." These words, so earnest in their practical meaning, uttered in the hour of death, had more effect upon Modeste than if Bettina had exacted a solemn oath. The dying girl, far-seeing as a prophet, drew from beneath her pillow a ring which she had sent by her faithful maid, Francois Cochet, to be engraved in Havre with these words, "Think of Bettina, 1827," and placed it on her sister's finger, begging her to keep it there until she married. Thus there had been between these two young girls a strange commingling of bitter remorse and the artless visions of a fleeting springtime too early blighted by the keen north wind of desertion. Yet all their tears, regrets, and memories were always subordinate to their horror of evil. Nevertheless, this drama of a poor seduced sister returning to die under a roof of elegant poverty, the failure of her father, the baseness of her betrothed, the blindness of her mother caused by grief, had touched the surface only of Modeste's life, by which alone the Dumais and the Latournays judged her. For no devotion of friends can take the place of a mother's eye. The monotonous life in the dainty little chalet, surrounded by the choice flowers which Dumais cultivated, the family customs as regular as clockwork, the provincial decorum, the games at which while the mother knitted and the daughter sewed, the silence, broken only by the roar of the sea in the equinoctial storms, all this monastic tranquillity did in fact hide an inner and tumultuous life, the life of ideas, the life of the spiritual being. We sometimes wonder how it is possible for young girls to do wrong, but such as do so have no blind mother to send her plummet line of intuition to the depths of the subterranean fancies of a virgin heart. The Dumais slept when Modeste opened her window, as it were to watch for the passing of a man, the man of her dreams, the expected knight who was to mount her behind him and ride away under the fire of Dumais' pistols. During the depression caused by her sister's death, Modeste flung herself into the practice of reading until her mind became sodden in it. Born to the use of two languages, she could speak and read German quite as well as French. She had also, together with her sister, learned English from Madame Dumais. Being very little overlooked in the matter of reading by the people about her who had no literary knowledge, Modeste fed her soul on the modern masterpieces of three literatures, English, French, and German. Lord Byron, Goethe, Schiller, Walter Scott, Hugo, Lamartine, Crabbe, Moore, the great works of the 17th and 18th centuries, history, drama, and fiction, from Estrée to Manon Lescaut, from Montaigne's essays to Diderot, from the Fabliaux to the Nouvelle Heloise. In short, the thought of three lands crowded with confused images that girlish head, august in its cold guilelessness, its native chastity, but from which there sprang full-armed, brilliant, sincere, and strong, an overwhelming admiration for genius. To Modeste, the new book was an event. A masterpiece that would have horrified Madame Latournay made her happy. Equally unhappy if the great work did not play havoc with her heart. A lyric instinct bubbled in that girlish soul, so full of the beautiful illusions of its youth. But of this radiant existence not a gleam reached the surface of daily life. It escaped the ken of Dumais and his wife and the Latournays. The ears of the blind mother alone caught the crackling of its flame. The profound disdain which Modeste now conceived for ordinary men gave to her face a look of pride, an inexpressible, untamed shyness which tempered her Teutonic simplicity, and accorded well with the peculiarity of her head. The hair growing in a point above the forehead seemed the continuation of a slight line which thought had already furrowed between the eyebrows, and made the expression of untamability perhaps a shade too strong. The voice of this charming child, whom her father, delighting in her wit, was wont to call his little proverb of Solomon, had acquired a precious flexibility of organ through the practice of three languages. This advantage was still further enhanced by a natural bell-like tone, both sweet and fresh, which touched the heart as delightfully as it did the ear. If the mother could no longer see the signs of a noble destiny upon her daughter's brow, she could study the transitions of her soul's development in the accents of that voice attuned to love. End of Section 5. Read by Don W. Jenkins. Rancho San Diego, California. shaggybark.blogspot.com Section 6 of Modeste Mignon by Honore de Balzac. Translated by Catherine Prescott Wormley. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to find out how you can volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Section 6 of Modeste Mignon by Honore de Balzac. Recorded by Don W. Jenkins. Chapter 6. A Maiden's First Romance. To this period of Modeste's eager rage for reading succeeded the exercise of a strange faculty given to vigorous imaginations, the power, namely, of making herself an actor in a dream existence, of representing to her own mind the things desired with so vivid a conception that they seemed actually to attain reality. In short, to enjoy by thought, to live out her years within her mind, to marry, to grow old, to attend her own funeral like Charles V, to play within herself the comedy of life and, if need be, that of death. Modeste was indeed playing, but all alone, the comedy of love. She fancied herself adored to the summit of her wishes in many an imagined phase of social life. Sometimes, as the heroine of a dark romance, she loved the executioner, or the wretch who ended her days upon the scaffold, or, like her sister, some Parisian youth without a penny, whose struggles were all beneath a garret roof. Sometimes she was Ninon, scorning men amid continual fates, or some applauded actress, or gay adventuress, exhausting in her own behalf the luck of Gil Blas, or the triumphs of Pasta, Malibran, or Florine. Then, weary of the horrors and excitements, she returned to actual life. She married a notary. She ate the plain brown bread of honest everyday life. She saw herself a Madame Latournay. She accepted a painful existence. She bore all the trials of a struggle with fortune. After that she went back to the romances. She was loved for her beauty. A son of a peer of France, an eccentric, artistic young man, divined her heart, recognized the star which the genius of a de Staël had planted on her brow. Her father returned, possessing millions. With his permission, she put her various lovers to certain tests, always carefully guarding her own independence. She owned a magnificent estate and castle, servants, horses, carriages, the choicest of everything that luxury could bestow, and kept her suitors uncertain until she was 40 years old, at which age she made her choice. This edition of the Arabian Nights in a single copy lasted nearly a year and taught Modeste the sense of satiety through thought. She held her life too often in her hand. She said to herself philosophically and with too real a bitterness, too seriously and too often, "Well, what is it after all?" Not to have plunged to her waist in the deep disgust which all men of genius feel when they try to complete by intense toil the work to which they have devoted themselves. Her youth and her rich nature alone kept Modeste at this period of her life from seeking to enter a cloister. But this sense of satiety cast her, saturated as she still was with Catholic spirituality, into the love of good, the infinite of heaven. She conceived of charity, service to others, as the true occupation of life. But she cowered in the gloomy dreariness of finding in it no food for the fancy that lay crouching in her heart like an insect at the bottom of a calyx. Meanwhile, she sat tranquilly sewing garments for the children of the poor, and listening abstractedly to the grumblings of Monsieur Latournay when Dumais held the 13th card or drew out his last trump. Her religious faith drove Modeste for a time into a singular track of thought. She imagined that if she became sinless, speaking ecclesiastically, she would attain to such a condition of sanctity that God would hear her and accomplish her desires. "Faith," she thought, "can move mountains. Christ has said so. The Savior led his apostle upon the waters of the lake of Tiberias, and all I ask of God is a husband to love me. That is easier than walking upon the sea." She fasted through the next Lent, and did not commit a single sin. Then she said to herself that on a certain day coming out of church she would meet a handsome young man who was worthy of her, whom her mother would accept, and who would fall madly in love with her. When the day came on which she had, as it were, summoned God to send her an angel, she was persistently followed by a rather disgusting beggar. Moreover, it rained heavily, and not a single young man was in the streets. On another occasion she went to walk on the jetty to see the English travellers land. But each Englishman had an Englishwoman nearly as handsome as Modeste herself, who saw no one at all resembling a wandering child herald. Tears overcame her as she sat down like Marius on the ruins of her imagination. But on the day when she subpoenaed God for the third time, she firmly believed that the elect of her dreams was within the church, hiding, perhaps out of delicacy, behind one of the pillars, round all of which she dragged Madame Latournay on a tour of inspection. After this failure, she deposed the deity from omnipotence. Many were her conversations with the imaginary lover, for whom she invented questions and answers, bestowing upon him a great deal of wit and intelligence. The high ambitions of her heart, hidden within these romances, were the real explanation of the prudent conduct which the good people who watched over Modeste so much admired. They might have brought her any number of young Altors or Bilkins, but she would never have stooped to such clowns. She wanted purely and simply a man of genius. Talent she cared little for, just as a lawyer is of no account to a girl who aims for an ambassador. Her only desire for wealth was to cast it at the feet of her idol. Indeed, the golden background of these visions was far less than the treasury of her own heart, filled with womanly delicacy. For its dominant desire was to make some Tasso, some Milton, a Jean-Jacques Rousseau, a Murat, a Christopher Columbus happy. Commonplace miseries did not seriously touch this youthful soul, who longed to extinguish the fires of the martyrs ignored and rejected in their own day. Sometimes she imagined the balms of Gilead, soothing melodies which might have allayed the savage misanthropy of Rousseau, or she fancied herself the wife of Lord Byron, guessing intuitively his contempt for the real. She made herself as fantastic as the poetry of Manfred, and provided for his skepticism by making him a Catholic. Modeste attributed Moliere's melancholy to the women of the 17th century. Why is there not some one woman, she asked herself, loving, beautiful, and rich, ready to stand beside each man of genius and be his slave, like Lara, the mysterious page? She had, as the reader perceives, fully understood Il Pianto, which the English poet chanted by the mouth of his Gulmari. Modeste greatly admired the behavior of the young Englishwoman who offered herself to Crebillon, the son who married her. The story of Sterne and Elizabeth Draper was her life and her happiness for several months. She made herself ideally the heroine of a like romance, and many a time she rehearsed in imagination the sublime role of Eliza. The sensibility so charmingly expressed in that delightful correspondence filled her eyes with tears which, it is said, were lacking in those of the wittiest of English writers. Modeste existed for some time on a comprehension not only of the works, but of the characters of her favorite authors: Goldsmith, the author of Obermann, Charles Nodier, Maturin. The poorest and most suffering among them were her deities. She guessed their trials, initiated herself into a destitution where the thoughts of genius brooded, and poured upon it the treasures of her heart. She fancied herself the giver of material comfort to these great men, martyrs to their own faculty. This noble compassion, this intuition of the struggles of toilers, this worship of genius, are among the choicest perceptions that flutter through the souls of women. They are, in the first place, a secret between the woman and God, for they are hidden. In them there is nothing striking, nothing that gratifies the vanity, that powerful auxiliary to all action among the French. Out of this third period of the development of her ideas, there came to Modeste a passionate desire to penetrate to the heart of one of these abnormal beings, to understand the working of the thoughts and the hidden griefs of genius, to know not only what it wanted, but what it was. At the period when this story begins, these vagaries of fancy, these excursions of her soul into the void, these feelers put forth into the darkness of the future, the impatience of an ungiven love to find its goal, the nobility of all her thoughts of life, the decision of her mind to suffer in a sphere of higher things rather than flounder in the marshes of provincial life like her mother, the pledge she had made to herself never to fail in conduct, but to respect her father's hearth and bring it happiness. All this world of feeling and sentiment had lately come to a climax and taken shape. Modeste wished to be the friend and companion of a poet, an artist, a man in some ways superior to the crowd of men. But she intended to choose him, not to give him her heart, her life, her infinite tenderness freed from the trammels of passion, until she had carefully and deeply studied him. She began this pretty romance by simply enjoying it. Profound tranquillity settled down upon her soul. Her cheeks took on a soft color, and she became the beautiful and noble image of Germany, such as we have lately seen her, the glory of the chalet, the pride of Madame Latournay and the Dumais. Modeste was living a double existence. She performed with humble, loving care all the minute duties of the homely life at the chalet, using them as a rein to guide the poetry of her ideal life, like the Carthusian monks who labor methodically in material things to leave their souls the freer to develop in prayer. All great minds have bound themselves to some form of mechanical toil to obtain greater mastery of thought. Spinoza ground glasses for spectacles. Bayle counted the tiles on the roof. Montesquieu gardened. The body being thus subdued, the soul could spread its wings in all security. Madame Mignon, reading her daughter's soul, was therefore right. Modeste loved. She loved with that rare platonic love so little understood, the first illusion of a young girl, the most delicate of all sentiments, a very dainty of the heart. She drank deep draughts from the chalice of the unknown, the vague, the visionary. She admired the blue plumage of the bird that sings afar in the paradise of young girls, which no hand can touch, no gun can cover, as it flits across the sight. She loved those magic colors, like sparkling jewels, dazzling to the eye, which youth can see and never sees again, when reality, the hideous hag, appears with witnesses accompanied by the mayor. To live the very poetry of love and not see the lover. Ah, what sweet intoxication, what visionary rapture! A chimera with flowing mane and outspread wings. The following is the puerile and even silly event which decided the future life of this young girl. Modeste happened to see in a bookseller's window a lithographic portrait of one of her favorites, Canalis. We all know what lies such pictures tell, being as they are the result of a shameless speculation which seizes upon the personality of celebrated individuals as if their faces were public property. In this instance, Canalis, sketched in a Byronic pose, was offering to public admiration his dark locks floating in the breeze, a bare throat, and the unfathomable brow which every bard ought to possess. Victor Hugo's forehead will make more persons shave their heads than the number of incipient marshals ever killed by the glory of Napoleon. This portrait of Canalis, poetic through mercantile necessity, caught Modeste's eye. The day on which it caught her eye, one of Arthez's best books happened to be published. We are compelled to admit, though it may be to Modeste's injury, that she hesitated long between the illustrious poet and the illustrious prose writer. Which of these celebrated men was free? That was the question. Modeste began by securing the cooperation of François Cochet, a maid taken from Havre and brought back again by poor Bettina, whom Madame Mignon and Madame Dumais now employed by the day and who lived in Havre. Modeste took her to her own room and assured her that she would never cause her parents any grief, never pass the bounds of a young girl's propriety, and that as to François herself, she would be well provided for after the return of Monsieur Mignon, on condition that she would do a certain service and keep it an inviolable secret. What was it? Why, a nothing, perfectly innocent. All that Modeste wanted of her accomplice was to put certain letters into the post at Havre and bring some back, which could be directed to herself, François Cochet. The treaty concluded, Modeste wrote a polite note to Dariat, publisher of the poems of Canalis, asking, in the interest of that great poet, for some particulars about him, among others, if he were married. She requested the publisher to address his answer to Mademoiselle François, Poste Restante, Havre. Dariat, incapable of taking the epistle seriously, wrote a reply in the presence of 4 or 5 journalists who happened to be in his office at the time, each of whom added his particular stroke of wit to the production. Mademoiselle, Canalis, Baron of Constant-C-Melchior, member of the French Academy, born in 1800 at Canalis, or Corrèze, 5 feet 4 inches in height, of good standing, vaccinated, spotless birth, has given a substitute to the conscription, enjoys perfect health, owns a small patrimonial estate in the Corrèze, and wishes to marry, but the lady must be rich. He beareth per pale gules, an axe, or sable 3 escallops, argent, surmounted by a baron's coronet. Supporters, 2 larches, vert, moto, or et fer, no allusion to Ophir or Auriferous. The original Canalus, who went to the Holy Land with the First Crusade, is cited in the Chronicles of Auvergne as being armed with an axe on account of the family indigence, which to this day weighs heavily on the race. This noble baron, famous for discomfiting a vast number of infidels, died, without or fer, as naked as a worm, near Jerusalem, on the plains of Ascalon, ambulances not being then invented. The chateau of Canalis, the domain yields a few chestnuts, consisted of 2 dismantled towers, united by a piece of wall covered by a fine ivy, and is taxed at 22 francs. The undersigned publisher calls attention to the fact that he pays 10,000 francs for every volume of poetry written by Monsieur de Canalis, who does not give his shells, or his nuts either, for nothing. The Chanticleer of the Corrèze lives in the Rue des Paradis Poissonniers, number 29, which is a highly suitable location for a poet of the angelic school. Letters must be post-paid. Noble dames of the Faubourg Saint-Germain are said to take the path to paradise and protect its God. The King, Charles X, thinks so highly of this great poet as to believe him capable of governing the country. He has lately made him officer of the Legion of Honor, and, what pays him better, President of the Court of Claims at the Foreign Office. These functions do not hinder this great genius from drawing an annuity out of the fund for the encouragement of the arts and belles lettres. The last edition of the works of Canalis, printed on vellum, Royal Octavo, from the press of Didot, with illustrations by Bixiou, Joseph Rideau, Schinner, Somerview, etc., is in 5 volumes. Price 9 francs, post paid. This letter fell like a cobblestone on a tulip. A poet, secretary of claims, getting a stipend in a public office, drawing an annuity, seeking a decoration, adored by the women of the Faubourg Saint-Germain. Was that the muddy minstrel lingering along the quays, sad, dreamy, worn with toil, and re-entering his garret fraught with poetry? However, Modeste perceived the irony of the envious bookseller, who dared to say, "I invented Canalis. I made Nathan." Besides, she reread her hero's poems, verses extremely seductive, insincere, and hypocritical, which require a word of analysis were it only to explain her infatuation. Canalis may be distinguished from Lamartine, chief of the angelic school, by a wheedling tone like that of a sick nurse, a treacherous sweetness, and a delightful correctness of diction. If the chief, with his strident cry, is an eagle, Canalis, rose and white, is a flamingo. In him women find the friend they seek, their interpreter, a being who understands them, who explains them to themselves, and a safe confidant. The wide margins given by Didot to the last edition were crowded with Modeste's penciled sentiments, expressing her sympathy with this tender and dreamy spirit. Canalis does not possess the gift of life. He cannot breathe existence into his creations, but he knows how to calm vague sufferings like those which assailed Modeste. He speaks to young girls in their own language. He can allay the anguish of a bleeding wound and lull the moans, even the sobs of woe. His gift lies not in stirring words, nor in the remedy of strong emotions. He contents himself with saying in harmonious tones which compel belief, "I suffer with you. I understand you. Come with me. Let us weep together beside the brook, beneath the willows." And they follow him. They listen to his empty and sonorous poetry like infants to a nurse's lullaby. Canalis, like Nodier, enchants the reader by an artlessness which is genuine in the prose writer and artificial in the poet, by his tact, his smile, the shedding of his rose leaves, in short, by his infantile philosophy. He imitates so well the language of our early youth that he leads us back to the prairie land of our illusions. We can be pitiless to the eagles, requiring from them the quality of the diamond, incorruptible perfection, but as for Canalis, we take him for what he is and let the rest go. He seems a good fellow, the affectations of the angelic school have answered his purpose and succeeded, just as a woman succeeds when she plays the ingenue cleverly, and simulates surprise, youth, innocence betrayed, in short, the wounded angel. Modeste, recovering her first impression, renewed her confidence in that soul, in that countenance, as ravishing as the face of Bernardin de Saint Pierre. She paid no further attention to the publisher, and so, about the beginning of the month of August, she wrote the following letter to this Dorat of the sacristy, who still ranks as a star of the modern Pleiades. To Monsieur de Canalis. Many a time, monsieur, I have wished to write to you. And why? Surely you guess why. To tell you how much I admire your genius. Yes, I feel the need of expressing to you the admiration of a poor country girl, lonely in her little corner, whose only happiness is to read your thoughts. I have read René, and I come to you. Sadness leads to reverie. How many other women are sending you the homage of their secret thoughts? What chance have I for notice among so many? This paper, filled with my soul, can it be more to you than the perfumed letters which already beset you? I come to you with less grace than others, for I wish to remain unknown, and yet to receive your entire confidence, as though you had long known me. Answer my letter and be friendly with me. I cannot promise to make myself known to you, though I do not positively say I will not some day do so. What shall I add? Read between the lines of this letter, monsieur, the great effort which I am making. Permit me to offer you my hand, that of a friend, ah, a true friend. Your servant, Modeste M. P.S. If you do me the favor to answer this letter, address your reply, if you please, to Mademoiselle F. Cochet, Poste Restante, Havre. End of Section 6. Read by Don W. Jenkins. Rancho San Diego, California. shaggybark.blogspot.com. Section 7 of Modeste Mignon by Honore de Balzac. Translated by Catherine Prescott Wormley. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to find out how you can volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Section 7 of Modeste Mignon by Honore de Balzac. Recorded by Don W. Jenkins. Chapter 7. A Poet of the Angelic School. All young girls, romantic or otherwise, can imagine the impatience in which Modeste lived for the next few days. The air was full of tongues of fire. The trees were like plumage. She was not conscious of a body. She hovered in space. The earth melted away under her feet. Full of admiration for the post office, she followed her little sheet of paper on its way. She was happy, as we all are happy at 20 years of age, in the first exercise of our will. She was possessed, as in the Middle Ages. She made pictures in her mind of the poet's abode, of his study. She saw him unsealing her letter, and then followed myriads of suppositions. After sketching the poetry, we cannot do less than give the profile of the poet. Canalis is a short, spare man, with an air of good breeding, a dark-complexioned, moon-shaped face, and a rather mean head like that of a man who is more vanity than pride. He loves luxury, rank, and splendor. Money is of more importance to him than to most men. Proud of his birth, even more than of his talent, he destroys the value of his ancestors by making too much of them in the present day. After all, the Canalis are not Navarreins, nor Cadignans, nor Grandeloux. Nature, however, helps him out in his pretensions. He has those eyes of Eastern effulgence which we demand in a poet, a delicate charm of manner and a vibrant voice. Yet a taint of natural charlatanism destroys the effect of nearly all these advantages. He is a born comedian. If he puts forward his well-shaped foot, it is because the attitude has become a habit. If he uses exclamatory terms, they are part of himself. If he poses with high dramatic action, he has made that deportment his second nature. Such defects as these are not incompatible with a general benevolence and a certain quality of errant and purely ideal chivalry, which distinguishes the paladin from the knight. Canalis has not devotion enough for a Don Quixote. but he has too much elevation of thought not to put himself on the nobler side of questions and things. His poetry, which takes the town by storm on all profitable occasions, really injures the man as a poet. For he is not without mind, but his talent prevents him from developing it. He is overweighted by his reputation, and is always aiming to make himself appear greater than he has the credit of being. Thus, as often happens, the man is entirely out of keeping with the products of his thought. The author of these naive, caressing, tender little lyrics, these calm idylls, pure and cold as the surface of a lake, these verses so essentially feminine, is an ambitious little creature in a tightly buttoned frock coat, with the air of a diplomat seeking political influence, smelling of the musk of aristocracy, full of pretension, thirsting for money, already spoiled by success in two directions, and wearing the double wreath of myrtle and laurel. A government situation worth 8,000 francs. 3,000 francs annuity from the literary fund, 2,000 from the academy. 3,000 more than the paternal estate, less than the taxes and the cost of keeping it in order, a total fixed income of 15,000 francs, plus the 10,000 brought in one year with another by his poetry, in all 25,000 francs. This, for Modeste's hero, was so precarious and insufficient an income that he usually spent 5,000 or 6,000 francs more every year. But the king's privy purse and the secret funds of the Foreign Office had hitherto supplied the deficit. He wrote a hymn for the king's coronation which earned him a whole silver service, having refused a sum of money on the ground that a Canalus owed his duty to his sovereign. But about this time Canalus had, as the journalists say, exhausted his budget. He felt himself unable to invent any new form of poetry. His lyre did not have 7 strings, it had 1. And having played on that one string so long, the public allowed him no other alternative but to hang himself with it, or to hold his tongue. De Marsay, who did not like Canalus, made a remark whose poisoned shaft touched the poet to the quick of his vanity. "Canalus," he said, "always reminds me of that brave man whom Frederick the Great called up and commended after a battle because his trumpet had never ceased tooting its one little tune." Canalus's ambition was to enter political life, and he made capital of a journey he had taken to Madrid as secretary of the embassy of the Duc de Chaulieu, though it was really made, according to Parisian gossip, in the capacity of attaché to the Duchess. How many times a sarcasm or a single speech has decided the whole course of a man's life! Colas, the late president of the Cisalpine Republic, and the best lawyer in Piedmont, was told by a friend when he was 40 years of age that he knew nothing of botany. He was piqued, became a second Jussieu, cultivated flowers, and compiled and published the Flora of Piedmont in Latin, a labor of 10 years. "I'll master de Marsay some of these days," thought the crushed poet. After all, Canning and Chateaubriand are both in politics. Canalus would gladly have brought forth some great political poem, but he was afraid of the French press, whose criticisms are savage upon any writer who takes 4 Alexandrines to express one idea. Of all the poets of our day, only 3, Hugo, Théophile Gautier, and de Vigny, have been able to win the double glory of poet and prose writer, like Racine and Voltaire, Molière and Rabelais, a rare distinction in the literature of France, which ought to give a man a right to the crowning title of poet. So then the bard of the Faubourg Saint-Germain was doing a wise thing in trying to house his little chariot under the protecting roof of the present government. When he became president of the Court of Claims at the Foreign Office, he stood in need of a secretary, a friend who could take his place in various ways, cook up his interests with publishers, see to his glory in the newspapers, help him if need be in politics, in short, a cat's paw and satellite. In Paris, many men of celebrity in art, science, and literature had one or more train-bearers, captains of the guard, chamberlains, as it were, who lived in the sunshine of their presence, aides de camp entrusted with delicate missions, allowing themselves to be compromised if necessary, workers round the pedestal of the idol, not exactly his servants, nor yet his equals, bold in his defense, first in the breach, covering all retreats, busy with his business, and devoted to him just so long as their illusions last, or until the moment when they have got all they wanted. Some of these satellites perceive the ingratitude of their great man. Others feel that they are simply made tools of. Many weary of the life. Very few remain contented with that sweet equality of feeling and sentiment which is the only reward that should be looked for in an intimacy with a superior man, a reward that contented Ali when Mohammed raised him to himself. Many of these men, misled by vanity, think themselves quite as capable as their patron. Pure devotion, such as Modeste conceived it, without money and without price, and more especially without hope, is rare. Nevertheless, there are Menevals to be found, more perhaps in Paris than elsewhere, men who value a life in the background with its peaceful toil. These are the wandering Benedictines of our social world, which offers them no other monastery. These brave, meek hearts live, by their actions and in their hidden lives, the poetry that poets utter. They are poets themselves in soul, in tenderness, in their lonely vigils and meditations, as truly poets as others of the name on paper who fatten in the fields of literature at so much of verse, like Lord Byron, like all who live, alas, by ink, the Hippocrene water of today, for want of a better. Attracted by the fame of Canalis, also by the prospect of political interest, and advised thereto by Madame Despard, who acted in the matter for the Duchess de Chaulieu, a young lawyer of the Court of Claims became secretary and confidential friend of the poet, who welcomed and petted him very much as a broker caresses his first dabbler in the funds. The beginning of this companionship bore a very fair resemblance to friendship. The young man had already held the same relation to a minister who went out of office in 1827, taking care before he did so to appoint his young secretary to a place in the Foreign Office. Ernest de la Brière, then about 27 years of age, was decorated with the Legion of Honor, but was without other means than his salary. He was accustomed to the management of business and had learned a good deal of life during his 4 years in a minister's cabinet. Kindly, amiable, and over-modest, with a heart full of pure and sound feelings, he was averse to putting himself in the foreground. He loved his country and wished to serve her, but notoriety abashed him. To him the place of secretary to a Napoleon was far more desirable than that of the minister himself. As soon as he became the friend and secretary of Canalis, he did a great amount of labor for him. By the end of 18 months he had learned to understand the barrenness of a nature that was poetic through literary expression only. The truth of the old proverb, "The cowl doesn't make the monk," is eminently shown in literature. It is extremely rare to find among literary men a nature and a talent that are in perfect accord. The faculties are not the man himself. This disconnection, whose phenomena are amazing, proceeds from an unexplored, possibly an unexplorable mystery. The brain and its products of all kinds, for in art the hand of man is a continuation of his brain, are a world apart, which flourishes beneath the cranium in absolute independence of sentiments, feelings, and all that is called virtue, the virtue of citizens, fathers, and private life. This, however true, is not absolutely so. Nothing is absolutely true of man. It is certain that a debauched man will dissipate his talent, that a drunkard will waste it in libations, while, on the other hand, no man can give himself talent by wholesome living. Nevertheless, it is all but proved that Virgil, the painter of love, never loved a Dido, and that Rousseau, the model citizen, had enough pride to have furnished forth an aristocracy. On the other hand, Raphael and Michelangelo do represent the glorious conjunction of genius with the lines of character. Talent in men is therefore, in all moral points, very much what beauty is in women, simply a promise. Let us therefore doubly admire the man in whom both heart and character equal the perfection of his genius. When Ernest discovered within his poet an ambitious egoist, the worst species of egoist, for there are some amiable forms of the vice, he felt a delicacy in leaving him. Honest natures cannot easily break the ties that bind them, especially if they have tied them voluntarily. The secretary was therefore still living in domestic relations with the poet when Modeste's letter arrived. In such relations, be it said, is involved a perpetual sacrifice of his feelings. La Brière admitted the frankness with which Canalis had laid himself bare before him. Moreover, the defects of the man, who will always be considered a great poet during his lifetime, and flattered as Marc Montel was flattered, were only the wrong side of his brilliant qualities. Without his vanity and his magniloquence it is possible that he might never have acquired the sonorous elocution which is so useful and even necessary an instrument in political life. His cold-bloodedness touched at certain points on rectitude and loyalty. His ostentation had a lining of generosity. Results, we must remember, are to the profit of society. Motives concern God. But after the arrival of Modeste's letter, Ernest deceived himself no longer as to Canalise. The pair had just finished breakfast and were talking together in the poet's study, which was on the ground floor of a house standing back in a courtyard and looked into a garden. "There!" exclaimed Canalise. "I was telling Madame de Chalieu the other day that I ought to bring out another poem. I knew admiration was running short, for I have had no anonymous letters for a long time." "Is it from an unknown woman?" "Unknown? Yes. A D'Este in Havre, evidently a feigned name." Canalise passed the letter to La Bruyere. The little poem, with all its hidden enthusiasms, in short, poor Modeste's heart, was disdainfully handed over with the gesture of a spoiled dandy. "It is a fine thing," said the lawyer, "to have the power to attract such feelings, to force a poor woman to step out of the habits which nature, education, and the world dictate to her, to break through conventions. What privileges genius wins! A letter such as this, written by a young girl, a genuine young girl without hidden meanings, and with real enthusiasm." "Well, what?" said Canalise. "Why, a man might suffer as much as Tasso, and yet feel recompensed," cried La Bruyere. "Oh, he might, my dear fellow, by a first letter of that kind, and even a second. But what about the 30th? And suppose you find out that these young enthusiasts are little jades? Or imagine a poet rushing along the brilliant path in search of her, and finding at the end of it an old Englishwoman sitting on a milestone and offering you her hand. Or suppose this post office angel should really be a rather ugly girl in quest of a husband. Ah, my boy, the effervescence then goes down." "I begin to perceive," said La Bruyere, smiling, "that there is something poisonous in glory, as there is in certain dazzling flowers." "And then," resumed Canalise, "all these women, even when they are simple-minded, have ideals, and you can't satisfy them. They never say to themselves that a poet is a vain man, as I am accused of being. They can't conceive what it is for an author to be at the mercy of a feverish excitement, which makes him disagreeable and capricious. They want him always grand, noble. It never occurs to them that a genius is a disease, or that Nathan lives with Florine, that d'Arthez is too fat, and Joseph Bridau is too thin, that Beranger limps, that their own particular deity might have the snuffles. A Lucien de Rapembre, poet and Cupid, is a phoenix. And why should I go in search of compliments only to pull the string of a shower bath of horrid looks from some disillusioned female?" "Then the true poet," said La Bruyere, "ought to remain hidden, like God, in the centre of his worlds, and be only seen in his own creations." "Glory would cost too dear in that case," answered Canalise. "There is some good in life. As for that letter," he added, taking a cup of tea, "I assure you that when a noble and beautiful woman loves a poet, she does not hide in the corner boxes like a duchess in love with an actor. She feels that her beauty, her fortune, her name are protection enough, and she dares to say openly, like an epic poem, 'I am the nymph Calypso, enamored of Telemachus.' Mystery and feigned names are the resources of little minds. For my part, I no longer answer masks." "I should love a woman who came to seek me," cried La Bruyere. "To all you say, I reply, my dear Canalise, that it cannot be an ordinary girl who aspires to a distinguished man. Such a girl has too little trust, too much vanity. She is too faint-hearted. Only a star, a—" "Princess!" cried Canalise, bursting into a shout of laughter. "Only a princess can descend to him. My dear fellow, that doesn't happen once in 100 years. Such love is like that flower that blossoms every century. Princesses, let me tell you, if they are young, rich, and beautiful, have something else to think of. They are surrounded like rare plants by a hedge of fools, well-bred idiots, as hollow as elder bushes. My dream, alas, the crystal of my dream, garlanded from hence to the Corrèze with roses. Ah, I cannot speak of it. It is in fragments at my feet, and has been long so. No, no, all anonymous letters are begging letters. And what sort of begging? Write yourself to that young woman, if you suppose her young and pretty, and you'll find out. There is nothing like experience. As for me, I can't reasonably be expected to love every woman. Apollo, at any rate he of Belvedere, is a delicate consumptive who must take care of his health. But when a woman writes to you in this way, her excuse must certainly be in her consciousness that she is able to eclipse in tenderness and beauty every other woman, said Ernest. And I should think you might feel some curiosity. Ah, said Canalese, permit me, my juvenile friend, to abide by the beautiful Duchess, who is all my joy. You are right, cried Ernest. However, the young secretary read and reread Modeste's letter, striving to guess the mind of its hidden writer. There is not the least fine writing here, he said. She does not even talk of your genius. She speaks to your heart. In your place, I should feel tempted by this fragrance of modesty, this proposed agreement. Then sign it, cried Canalese, laughing. Answer the letter and go to the end of the adventure yourself. You shall tell me the results 3 months hence, if the affair lasts so long. 4 days later, Modeste received the following letter, written on extremely fine paper, protected by 2 envelopes and sealed with the arms of Canalese. Mademoiselle, the admiration for fine works, allowing that my books are such, implies something so lofty and sincere as to protect you from all light jesting, and to justify before the sternest judge the step you have taken in writing to me. But first I must thank you for the pleasure of which such proofs of sympathy afford, even though we may not merit them. For the maker of verses and the true poet are equally certain of the intrinsic worth of their writings. So readily does self-esteem lend itself to praise. The best proof of friendship that I can give to an unknown lady in exchange for a faith which allays the sting of criticism is to share with her the harvest of my own experience, even at the risk of dispelling her most vivid illusions. Mademoiselle, the noblest adornment of a young girl is the flower of a pure and saintly and irreproachable life. Are you alone in the world? If you are, there is no need to say more. But if you have a family, a father or a mother, think of all the sorrow that might come to them from such a letter as yours addressed to a poet of whom you know nothing personally. All writers are not angels. They have many defects. Some are frivolous, heedless, foppish, ambitious, dissipated, and, believe me, no matter how imposing innocence may be, how chivalrous a poet is, you will meet with many a degenerate troubadour in Paris ready to cultivate your affection only to betray it. By such a man your letter would be interpreted otherwise than it is by me. He would see a thought that is not in it, which you, in your innocence, have not suspected. There are as many natures as there are writers. I am deeply flattered that you have judged me capable of understanding you. But had you, perchance, fallen upon a hypocrite, a scoffer, one whose books might be melancholy but whose life is a perpetual carnival, you would have found as the result of your generous imprudence an evil-minded man, the frequenter of green rooms, perhaps a hero of some gay resort. In the bower of clematis, where you dream of poets, can you smell the odor of the cigar which drives all poetry from the manuscript. But let us look still further. How could the dreamy, solitary life you lead, doubtless by the seashore, interest a poet whose mission it is to imagine all and to paint all? What reality can equal imagination? The young girls of the poets are so ideal that no living daughter of Eve can compete with them. And now tell me, what will you gain, you, a young girl brought up to be the virtuous mother of a family, if you learn to comprehend the terrible agitations of a poet's life in this dreadful capital, which may be defined by one sentence: the hell in which men love? If the desire to brighten the monotonous existence of a young girl thirsting for knowledge has led you to take your pen in hand and write to me, has not the step itself the appearance of degradation? What meaning am I to give to your letter? Are you one of a rejected caste, and do you seek a friend far away from you? Or are you afflicted with personal ugliness, yet feeling within you a noble soul which can give and receive confidence? Alas, alas, the conclusion to be drawn is grievous. You have said too much or too little. You have gone too far or not far enough. Either let us drop this correspondence, or if you continue it, tell me more than in the letter you have now written me. But, mademoiselle, if you are young, if you are beautiful, if you have a home, a family, if in your heart you have the precious ointment, the spikenard to pour out, as did Magdalene on the feet of Jesus, let yourself be won by a man worthy of you. Become what every pure young girl should be, a good woman, the virtuous mother of a family. A poet is the saddest conquest that a girl can make. He is full of vanity, full of angles that will sharply wound a woman's proper pride, and kill a tenderness which has no experience of life. The wife of a poet should love him long before she marries him. She must train herself to the charity of angels, to their forbearance, to all the virtues of motherhood. Such qualities, mademoiselle, are but germs in a young girl. Hear the whole truth. Do I not owe it to you in return for your intoxicating flattery? If it is a glorious thing to marry a great renown, remember also that you must soon discover a superior man to be in all that makes a man like other men. He therefore poorly realizes the hopes that attach to him as a phoenix. He becomes like a woman whose beauty is overpraised, and of whom we say, "I thought her far more lovely." She has not warranted the portrait painted by the fairy to whom I owe your letter, the fairy whose name is Imagination. Believe me, the qualities of the mind live and thrive only in a sphere invisible, not in daily life. The wife of a poet bears the burden. She sees the jewels manufactured, but she never wears them. If the glory of the position fascinates you, hear me now when I tell you that its pleasures are soon at an end. You will suffer when you find so many asperities in a nature which, from a distance, you thought equable, and such coldness at the shining summit. Moreover, as women never set their feet within the world of real difficulties, they cease to appreciate what they once admired as soon as they think they see the inner mechanism of it. I close with a last thought, in which there is no disguised entreaty. It is the counsel of a friend. The exchange of souls can take place only between persons who are resolved to hide nothing from each other. Would you show yourself for such as you are to an unknown man? I dare not follow out the consequences of that idea. Deign to accept, mademoiselle, the homage which we owe to all women, even those who are disguised and masked. So this was the letter she had worn between her flesh and her corset above her palpitating heart throughout one whole day. For this she had postponed the reading until the midnight hour when the household slept, waiting for the solemn silence with the eager anxiety of an imagination of fire. For this she had blessed the poet by anticipation, reading 1,000 letters ere she opened one, fancying all things, except this drop of cold water, falling upon the vaporous forms of her illusion, and dissolving them as prussic acid dissolves life. What could she do but hide herself in her bed, blow out her candle, bury her face in the sheets, and weep? All this happened during the first days of July. But Modeste presently got up, walked across the room, and opened the window. She wanted air. The fragrance of the flowers came to her with the peculiar freshness of the odors of the night. The sea, lighted by the moon, sparkled like a mirror. A nightingale was singing in a tree. Ah, there is the poet, thought Modeste, whose anger subsided at once. Bitter reflections chased each other through her mind. She was cut to the quick. She wished to reread the letter and lit a candle. She studied the sentences, so carefully studied when written, and ended by hearing the wheezing voice of the outer world. He is right, and I am wrong, she said to herself. But who could ever believe that under the starry mantle of a poet I should find nothing but one of Molière's old men? When a woman or young girl is taken in the act, flagrante delicto, she conceives a deadly hatred to the witness, the author, or the object of her fault. And so the true, the single-minded, the untamed and untamable Modeste conceived within her soul an unquenchable desire to get the better of that righteous spirit, to drive him into some fatal inconsistency, and so return him blow for blow. This girl, this child as we may call her, so pure, whose head alone had been misguided, partly by her reading, partly by her sister's sorrows, and more perhaps by the dangerous meditations of her solitary life, was suddenly caught by a ray of sunshine flickering across her face. She had been standing for 3 hours on the shores of the vast sea of doubt. Nights like these are never forgotten. Modeste walked straight to her little Chinese table, a gift from her father, and wrote a letter dictated by the infernal spirit of vengeance which palpitates in the hearts of young girls. End of Section 7. Read by Don W. Jenkins, Rancho San Diego, California. shaggybark.blogspot.com Section 8 of Modeste Mignon by Honore de Balzac. Translated by Catherine Prescott Wormley. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to find out how you can volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Section 8 of Modeste Mignon by Honore de Balzac. Chapter 8. Blade to Blade. To Monsieur de Canalis. Monsieur, you are certainly a great poet, and you are something more, an honest man. After showing such loyal frankness to a young girl who was stepping to the verge of an abyss, have you enough left to answer without hypocrisy or evasion the following question? Would you have written the letter I now hold in answer to mine? Would your ideas, your language have been the same, had someone whispered in your ear, what may prove true, Mademoiselle Modeste M. has 6 millions and does intend to have a dunce for a master? Admit the supposition for a minute. Be with me what you are with yourself. Fear nothing. I am wiser than my 20 years. Nothing that is frank can hurt you in my mind. When I have read your confidence, if you deign to make it, you shall receive from me an answer to your first letter. Having admired your talent, often so sublime, permit me to do homage to your delicacy and your integrity, which force me to remain always your humble servant, Modeste M. When Ernest de la Bruyère had held this letter in his hands for some little time, he went to walk along the boulevards, tossed in mind like a tiny vessel in a tempest when the wind is blowing from all points of the compass. Most young men, especially true Parisians, would have settled the matter in a single phrase. The girl is a little hussy. But for a youth whose soul was noble and true, this attempt to put him, as it were, upon his oath, this appeal to truth, had the power to awaken the 3 judges hidden in the conscience of every man. Honor, truth, and justice, getting on their feet, cried out in their several ways energetically. "Ah, my dear Ernest," said Truth, "you never would have read that lesson to a rich heiress. No, my boy, you would have gone in hot haste to Havre to find out if the girl were handsome, and you would have been very unhappy indeed at her preference for genius. And if you could have tripped up your friend and supplanted him in her affections, Mademoiselle d'Este would have been a divinity." "What?" cried Justice. "Are you not always bemoaning yourselves, you penniless men of wit and capacity, that rich girls marry beings whom you wouldn't take as your servants? You rail against the materialism of the century, which hastens to join wealth to wealth, and never marries some fine young man with brains and no money to a rich girl. What an outcry you make about it! Yet here is a young woman who revolts against that very spirit of the age, and behold, the poet replies with a blow at her heart. Rich or poor, young or old, ugly or handsome, the girl is right. She has sense and judgment. She has tripped you over into the slough of self-interest and lets you know it," cried Honor. "She deserves an answer, a sincere and loyal and frank answer, and, above all, the honest expression of your thought. Examine yourself. Sound your heart and purge it of its meannesses. What would Molière's Alceste say?" And La Bruyère, having started from the Boulevard Poissonnière, walked so slowly, absorbed in these reflections, that he was more than an hour in reaching the Boulevard des Capucines. Then he followed the quays which led him to the Cour des Comptes, situated in that time close to the Sainte-Chapelle. Instead of beginning on the accounts as he should have done, he remained at the mercy of his perplexities. "One thing is evident," he said to himself. "She hasn't 6 millions, but that's not the point." 6 days later, Modeste received the following letter. "Mademoiselle, you are not a d'Este. The name is a feigned one to conceal your own. Do I owe the revelations which you solicit to a person who is untruthful about herself? Question for question. Are you of an illustrious family, or a noble family, or a middle-class family? Undoubtedly ethics and morality cannot change. They are one. But obligations vary in the different states of life. Just as the sun lights up a scene diversely and produces differences which we admire, so morality conforms social duty to rank, to position. The peccadillo of a soldier is a crime in general, and vice versa. Observances are not alike in all cases. They are not the same for the gleaner in the field, for the girl who sews at 15 sous a day, for the daughter of a petty shopkeeper, for the young bourgeois, for the child of a rich merchant, for the heiress of a noble family, for a daughter of the house of Este. A king must not stoop to pick up a piece of gold, but a laborer ought to retrace his steps to find 10 sous, though both are equally bound to obey laws of economy. A daughter of Este, who is worth 6 millions, has the right to wear a broad-brimmed hat and plume, to flourish her whip, press the flanks of her barb, and ride like an Amazon decked in gold lace, with a lackey behind her, into the presence of a poet and say, "I love poetry, and I would fain expiate Leonora's cruelty to Tasso." But a daughter of the people would cover herself with ridicule by imitating her. To what class do you belong? Answer sincerely, and I will answer the question you have put to me. As I have not the honor of knowing you personally, and yet am bound to you in a measure by the ties of poetic communion, I am unwilling to offer any commonplace compliments. Perhaps you have already won a malicious victory by thus embarrassing a maker of books. The young man was certainly not wanting in the sort of shrewdness which is permissible to a man of honor. By return courier he received an answer. To Monsieur de Canalis. You grow more and more sensible, my dear poet. My father is a count. The chief glory of our house was a cardinal, in the days when cardinals walked the earth by the side of kings. I am the last of our family, which ends in me, but I have the necessary quarterings to make my entry into any court or chapter house in Europe. We are quite the equals of the Canalis. You will be so kind as to excuse me from sending you our arms. Endeavor to answer me as truthfully as I have now answered you. I await your response to know if I can then sign myself as I do now, your servant, O. d'Este M. "The little mischief! How she abuses her privileges!" cried La Bruyere. "But isn't she frank? No young man can be 4 years private secretary to a cabinet minister, and live in Paris and observe the carrying on of many intrigues with perfect impunity. In fact, the purest soul is more or less intoxicated by the heady atmosphere of the imperial city." Happy in the thought that he was not Canalis, our young secretary engaged a place in the mail coach for Havre, after writing a letter in which he announced that the promised answer would be sent a few days later, excusing the delay on the ground of the importance of the confession and the pressure of his duties at the ministry. He took care to get from the Director General of the Post Office a note to the postmaster at Havre, requesting secrecy and attention to his wishes. Ernest was thus enabled to see François Cochet when she came for the letters, and to follow her without exciting observation. Guided by her, he reached Ingouville, and saw Modeste Mignon at the window of the chalet. "Well, François?" he heard the young girl say, to which the maid responded, "Yes, mademoiselle, I have one." Struck by the girl's great beauty, Ernest retraced his steps and asked a man on the street the name of the owner of that magnificent estate. "That?" said the man, nodding to the villa. "Yes, my friend." "Oh, that belongs to Monsieur Vilquin, the richest shipping merchant in Havre, so rich he doesn't know what he is worth." "There is no Cardinal Vilquin that I know of in history," thought Ernest as he walked back to Havre for the night mail to Paris. Naturally, he questioned the postmaster about the Vilquin family and learned that it possessed an enormous fortune. Monsieur Vilquin had a son and 2 daughters, one of whom was married to Monsieur Altor, Jr. Prudence kept La Bruyere from seeming anxious about the Vilquins. The postmaster was already looking at him slyly. "Is there anyone staying with them at the present moment," he asked, "besides the family?" "The de Hérouville family is there just now. They do talk of a marriage between the young duke and the remaining Mademoiselle Vilquin." Ha, thought Ernest, there was a celebrated Cardinal de Hérouville under the Valois, and a terrible marshal whom they made a duke in the time of Henri IV. Ernest returned to Paris, having seen enough of Modeste to dream of her, and to think that, whether she were rich or whether she were poor, if she had a noble soul, he would like to make her Madame de la Bruyere, and so thinking he resolved to continue the correspondence. Ah, you poor women of France, trying to remain hidden if you can, try to weave the least little romance about your lives in the midst of a civilization which posts in the public streets the hours when the coaches arrive and depart, which counts all letters and stamps them twice over, first with the hour when they were thrown into the boxes, and next with that of their delivery. which numbers the houses, prints the tax of every tenant on a metal register at the doors, after verifying its particulars, and will soon possess one vast register of every inch of its territory, down to the smallest parcel of land and the most insignificant features of it, a giant work ordained by a giant. Try, imprudent young ladies, to escape not only the eye of the police, but the incessant chatter which takes place in a country town about the veriest trifles. How many dishes the prefect has at his dessert? How many slices of melon are left at the door of some small householder, which strains its ear to catch the chink of the gold a thrifty man lays by, and spends its evenings in calculating the incomes of the village and the town and the department. It was mere chance that enabled Modeste to escape discovery through Ernest's reconnoitring expedition, a step which he already regretted. But what Parisian can allow himself to be the dupe of a little country girl? Incapable of being duped, that horrid maxim is the dissolvent of all noble sentiments in man. We can readily guess the struggle of feeling to which this honest young fellow fell a prey when we read the letter that he now indited, in which every stroke of the flail which scourged his conscience will be found to have left its trace. This is what Modeste read a few days later, as she sat by her window on a fine summer's day. Mademoiselle, without hypocrisy or evasion, yes, if I had been certain that you possessed an immense fortune, I should have acted differently. Why? I have searched for the reason. Here it is. We have within us an inborn feeling, inordinately developed by social life, which drives us to the pursuit and to the possession of happiness. Most men confound happiness with the means that lead to it. Money in their eyes is the chief element of happiness. I should, therefore, have endeavored to win you, prompted by that social sentiment which has in all ages made wealth a religion. At least I think I should. It is not to be expected of a man still young that he can have the wisdom to substitute sound sense for the pleasure of the senses. Within sight of a prey, the brutal instincts hidden in the heart of man drive him on. Instead of that lesson, I should have sent you compliments and flatteries. Should I have kept my own esteem in so doing? I doubt it. Mademoiselle, in such a case success brings absolution. But happiness? That is another thing. Should I have distrusted my wife had I won her in that way? Most assuredly I should. Your advance on me would sooner or later have come between us. Your husband, however grand or fancy you make him, would have ended by reproaching you for having abased him. You, yourself, might have come, sooner or later, to despise him. The strong man forgives, but the poet whines. Such, mademoiselle, is the answer which my honesty compels me to make to you. And now listen to me. You have the triumph of forcing me to reflect deeply, first on you, whom I do not sufficiently know, next on myself, whom I knew too little. You have had the power to stir up many of the evil thoughts which crouched in my heart, as in all hearts, but from them something good and generous has come forth. And I salute you with my most fervent benedictions, just as at sea we salute the lighthouse which shows the rocks on which we are about to perish. Here is my confession, for I would not lose your esteem or my own for all the treasures of the earth. I wish to know who you are. I have just returned from Havre, where I saw François Cochet and followed her to Ingaville. You are as beautiful as the woman of a poet's dream, but I do not know if you are Mademoiselle Vilquin, concealed under Mademoiselle de Harreville, or Mademoiselle de Harreville, hidden under Mademoiselle Vilquin. Though all is fair in war, I blushed at such spying and stopped short in my inquiries. You have roused my curiosity. Forgive me for being somewhat of a woman. It is, I believe, the privilege of a poet. Now that I have laid bare my heart and allowed you to read it, you will believe in the sincerity of what I am about to add. Though the glimpse I had of you was all too rapid, it has sufficed to modify my opinion of your conduct. You are a poet and a poem, even more than you are a woman. Yes, there is in you something more precious than beauty. You are the beautiful ideal of art, of fancy. The step you took, blamable as it would be in an ordinary young girl, allotted to an everyday destiny, has another aspect if endowed with the nature which I now attribute to you. Among the crowd of beings flung by fate into the social life of this planet to make up a generation there are exceptional souls. If your letter is the outcome of long poetic reveries on the fate which conventions bring to women, If, constrained by the impulse of a lofty and intelligent mind, you have wished to understand the life of a man to whom you attribute the gift of genius, to the end that you may create a friendship withdrawn from the ordinary relations of life, with a soul in communion with your own, disregarding thus the ordinary trammels of your sex, then assuredly you are an exception. The law which rightly limits the actions of the crowd is too limited for you. But in that case the remark in my first letter returns in greater force. You have done too much, or not enough. Accept once more my thanks for the service you have rendered me, that of compelling me to sound my heart. You have corrected in me the false idea, only too common in France, that marriage should be a means of fortune. While I struggled with my conscience, a sacred voice spoke to me. I swore solemnly to make my fortune myself, and not be led by motives of cupidity in choosing the companion of my life. I have also reproached myself for the blamable curiosity you have excited in me. You have not 6 millions. There is no concealment possible in Havre for a young lady who possesses such a fortune. You would be discovered at once by the pack of hounds of great families, whom I see in Paris on the hunt after heiresses, and who have already sent one, the Grand Equerry, the young Duke, among the Vilquins. Therefore, believe me, the sentiments I have now expressed are fixed in my mind as a rule of life, from which I have abstracted all influences of romance or of actual fact. Prove to me, therefore, that you have one of those souls which may be forgiven for its disobedience to the common law, by perceiving and comprehending the spirit of this letter as you did that of my first letter. If you are destined to a middle-class life, obey the iron law which holds society together. Lifted in mind above other women, I admire you, but if you seek to obey an impulse which you ought to repress, I pity you. The all-wise moral of that great domestic epic, Clarissa Harlowe, is that legitimate and honorable love led the poor victim to her ruin because it was conceived, developed, and pursued beyond the boundaries of family restraint. The family, however cruel and even foolish it may be, is in the right against the Lovelaces. The family is society. Believe me, the glory of a young girl, of a woman, must always be that of repressing her most ardent impulses within the narrow sphere of conventions. If I had a daughter able to become Madame Lastel, I would wish her dead at 15. Can you imagine a daughter of yours flaunting on the stage of fame, exhibiting herself to win the plaudits of a crowd, and not suffer anguish at the thought? No matter to what heights a woman can rise by the inward poetry of her soul, she must sacrifice the outer signs of superiority on the altar of her home. Her impulse, her genius, her aspirations toward good, the whole poem of a young woman's being, should belong to the man she accepts and the children whom she brings into the world. I think I perceive in you a secret desire to widen the narrow circle of the life to which all women are condemned, and to put love and passion into marriage. Ah, it is a lovely dream. It is not impossible. It is difficult, but if realized, may it not be to the despair of souls. Forgive me the hackneyed word, incompris. If you seek a platonic friendship, it will be to your sorrow in after years. If your letter was a jest, discontinue it. Perhaps this little romance is to end here, is it? It has not been without fruit. My sense of duty is aroused, and you on your side will have learned something of society. Turn your thoughts to real life. Throw the enthusiasms you have culled from the literature into the virtues of your sex. Adieu, mademoiselle. Do me the honor to grant me your esteem. Having seen you, or one whom I believe you to be, I have known that your letter was simply natural. A flower so lovely turns to the sun of poetry. Yes, love poetry as you love flowers, music, the grandeur of the sea, the beauties of nature. Love them as an adornment of the soul. But remember what I have had the honor of telling you as the nature of poets. Be cautious not to marry, as you say, a dunce, but seek the partner whom God has made for you. There are souls, believe me, who are fit to appreciate you and make you happy. If I were rich, if you were poor, I would lay my heart and my fortunes at your feet, for I believe your soul to be full of riches and of loyalty. To you I could confide my life and my honor in absolute security. Once more, adieu, adieu, fairest daughter of Eve the fair. The reading of this letter, swallowed like a drop of water in the desert, lifted the mountain which weighed heavily on Modeste's heart. Then she saw the mistake she had made in arranging her plan, and repaired it by giving Francois some envelopes directed to herself, in which the maid could put the letters which came from Paris and drop them again into the box. Modeste resolved to receive the postman herself on the steps of the chalet at the hour when he made his delivery. As to the feelings at this reply, in which the noble heart of poor La Bruyere beat beneath the brilliant phantom of Canalis, excited in Modeste, they were as multifarious and confused as the waves which rushed to die along the shore while, with her eyes fixed on the wide ocean, she gave herself up to the joy of having, if we dare say so, harpooned an angelic soul in the Parisian Gulf, of having divined that hearts of price might still be found in harmony with genius, and, above all, for having followed the magic voice of intuition. A vast interest was now about to animate her life. The wires of her cage were broken. The bolts and bars of the pretty chalet, where were they? Her thoughts took wings. "Oh, father," she cried, looking out to the horizon, "come back and make us rich and happy." The answer which Ernest de la Bruyere received some 5 days later will tell the reader more than any elaborate disquisition of ours. End of Section 8. Read by Don W. Jenkins. Rancho San Diego, California. shaggybark.blogspot.com. Section 9 of Modeste Mignon by Honore de Balzac. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to find out how you can volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Section 9 of Modeste Mignon by Honore de Balzac. Translated by Catherine Prescott Wormley. Read by Don W. Jenkins. Chapter 9. The Power of the Unseen. To Monsieur de Canalis, my friend, suffer me to give you that name. You have delighted me. I would not have you other than you are in this letter, the first. Oh, may it not be the last. Who but a poet could have excused and understood a young girl so delicately? I wish to speak with the sincerity that dictated the first lines of your letter. And first, let me say that most fortunately you do not know me. I can joyfully assure you that I am neither that hideous Mademoiselle Vilquin, nor the very noble and withered Mademoiselle de Harreville, who floats between 20 and 40 years of age, unable to decide on a satisfactory date. The Cardinal de Harreville flourished in the history of the Church at least a century before the cardinal of whom we boast as our only family glory. For I take no account of lieutenant generals and abbés who write trumpery little verses. Moreover, I do not live in the magnificent Villa Vilquin. There is not in my veins, thank God, the 10,000,000th of a drop of that chilly blood which flows behind a counter. I come on one side from Germany, on the other from the south of France. My mind has a Teutonic love of reverie, my blood the vivacity of Provence. I am noble on my father's and on my mother's side. On my mother's I derive from every page of the Almanach de Gotha. In short, my precautions are well taken. It is not in any man's power, nor even in the power of the law, to unmask my incognito. I shall remain veiled, unknown. As to my person, and as to my belongings, as the Normans say, make yourself easy. I am at least as handsome as the little girl, ignorantly happy, on whom your eyes chanced to light during your visit to Havre, and I do not call myself poverty-stricken, although 10 sons of peers may not accompany me on my walks. I have seen the humiliating comedy of the heiress sought for her millions played on my account. In short, make no attempt, even in a wager, to reach me. Alas, though free as air, I am watched and guarded. By myself in the first place, and secondly by people of nerve and courage who would not hesitate to put a knife in your heart if you tried to penetrate my retreat. I do not say this to excite your courage or stimulate your curiosity. I believe I have no need of such incentives to interest you and attach you to me. I will now reply to the second edition, considerably enlarged, of your first sermon. Will you have a confession? I said to myself when I saw you so distrustful and mistaking me for Corinne, whose improvisations bore me dreadfully, that in all probability dozens of muses had already led you, rashly curious, into their valleys, and begged you to taste the fruits of their boarding-school Parnassus. Oh, you are perfectly safe with me, my friend. I may love poetry, but I have no little verses in my pocket-book, and my stockings are and will remain immaculately white. You shall not be pestered with the flowers of my heart in one or more volumes. And finally, should it ever happen that I say to you the word "come," you will not find, you know it now, an old maid, no, nor a poor and ugly one. Ah, my friend, if you only knew how I regret that you came to Havre. You have lowered the charm of what you call my romance. God alone knew the treasure I was reserving for the man noble enough and trusting enough and perspicacious enough to come, having faith in my letters, having penetrated step by step into the depths of my heart, to come to our first meeting with the simplicity of a child, for that was what I dreamed to be the innocence of a man of genius. And now you have spoiled my treasure. But I forgive you. You live in Paris, and as you say, there is always a man within a poet. Because I tell you this, will you think me some little girl who cultivates a garden full of illusions? You who are witty and wise, have you not guessed that, when Mlle. d'Este received your pedantic lesson, she said to herself, "No, dear poet, my first letter was not the pebble which a vagabond child flings about the highway to frighten the owner of the adjacent fruit trees, but a net carefully and prudently thrown by a fisherman seated on a rock above the sea, hoping and expecting a miraculous draught." All that you say so beautifully about the family has my approval. The man who is able to please me, and of whom I believe myself worthy, will have my heart and my life, with the consent of my parents, for I will neither grieve them nor take them unawares. Happily, I am certain of reigning over them. And besides, they are wholly without prejudice. Indeed, in every way I feel myself protected against any delusions in my dream. I have built the fortress with my own hands, and I have let it be fortified by the boundless devotion of those who watch over me as if I were a treasure. Not that I am unable to defend myself in the open, if need be, for, let me say, circumstances have furnished me with armor of proof on which is engraved the word disdain. I have the deepest horror of all that is calculating, of all that is not pure, disinterested, and wholly noble. I worship the beautiful, the ideal, without being romantic, though I have been, in my heart of hearts, in my dreams. But I recognize the truth of the various things, just even to vulgarity, which you have written me about society and social life. For the time being we are, and we can only be, two friends. Why seek an unseen friend, you ask? Your person may be unknown to me, but your mind, your heart, I know. They please me. And I feel an infinitude of thoughts within my soul which need a man of genius for their confidant. I do not wish the poem of my heart to be wasted. I would have it known to you as it is to God. What a precious thing is a true comrade, one to whom we can tell all. You will surely not reject the unpublished leaflets of a young girl's thoughts when they fly to you like the pretty insects fluttering into the sun. I am sure you have never before met with this good fortune of the soul, the honest confidences of an honest girl. Listen to her prattle, accept the music that she sings to you in her own heart. Later, if our souls are sisters, if our characters warrant the attempt, a white-haired old serving-man shall await you by the wayside and lead you to the cottage, the villa, the castle, the palace. I don't know yet what sort of bower it will be, nor what its color, nor whether this conclusion will ever be possible. But you will admit, will you not, that it is poetic, and that Mlle. d'Este has a complying disposition? Has she not left you free? Has she gone with jealous feet to watch you in the salons of Paris? Has she imposed upon you the labors of some high emprise, such as paladins sought voluntarily in the olden time? No, she seeks a perfectly spiritual and mystical alliance. Come to me when you are unhappy, wounded, weary. Tell me all, hide nothing. I have balms for all your ills. I am 20 years of age, dear friend, but I have the sense of 50, and unfortunately I have known through the experience of another all the horrors and delights of love. I know what baseness the human heart can contain, what infamy. Yet I myself am an honest girl. No, I have no illusions, but I have something better, something real. I have beliefs and a religion. See, I open the ball of our confidences. Whoever I marry, provided I choose him for myself, may sleep in peace or go to the East Indies, sure that he will find me on his return working at the tapestry which I began before he left me. And in every stitch he shall read a verse of the poem of which he has been the hero. Yes, I have resolved within my heart never to follow my husband where he does not wish me to go. I will be the divinity of his hearth. That is my religion of humanity. But why should I not test and choose the man to whom I am to be like the life to a body? Is a man ever impeded by life? What can that woman be who thwarts the man she loves? An illness, a disease, not life. By life I mean that joyous health which makes each hour a pleasure. But to return to your letter, which will always be precious to me. Yes, jesting apart, it contains that which I desired, an expression of prosaic sentiments which are as necessary to family life as air to lungs, and without which no happiness is possible. To act as an honest man, to think as a poet, to love as women love, that is what I longed for in my friend, and it is now no longer a chimera. Adieu, my friend. I am poor at this moment. That is one of the reasons why I cling to my concealment, my mask, my impregnable fortress. I have read your last verses in the Review. Ah, with what delight, now that I am initiated in the austere loftiness of your secret soul. Will it make you unhappy to know that a young girl prays for you, that you are her solitary thought, without a rival except in her father and mother? Can there be any reason why you should reject these pages full of you, written for you, seen by no eye but yours? Send me their counterpart. I am so little of a woman yet that your confidences, provided they are full and true, will suffice for the happiness of your Modeste M. "Good heavens! Can I be in love already?" cried the young secretary, when he perceived that he had held the above letter in his hands more than an hour after reading it. "What shall I do? She thinks she is writing to the great poet. Can I continue the deception? Is she a woman of 40 or a girl of 20? Ernest was now fascinated by the great gulf of the unseen. The unseen is the obscurity of infinitude, and nothing is more alluring. In that sombre vastness, fires flash and furrow and color the abyss with fancies like those of Martine. For a busy man like Canalis, an adventure of this kind is swept away like a harebell by a mountain torrent, but in the more unoccupied life of the young secretary, this charming girl, whom his imagination persistently connected with the blonde beauty at the window, fastened upon his heart, and did as much mischief in his regulated life as a fox in a poultry-yard. La Bruyère allowed himself to be preoccupied by this mysterious correspondent, and he answered her last letter with another, a pretentious and carefully studied epistle, in which, however, passion begins to reveal itself through pique. "Mademoiselle, is it quite loyal in you to enthrone yourself in the heart of a poor poet with a latent intention of abandoning him if he is not exactly what you wish, leaving him to endless regrets, showing him for a moment an image of perfection, were it only assumed, and at any rate giving him a foretaste of happiness? I was very short-sighted in soliciting this letter, in which you have begun to unfold the elegant fabric of your thoughts. A man can easily become enamored with a mysterious unknown who combines such fearlessness with such originality, so much imagination with so much feeling. Who would not wish to know you after reading your first confidence? It requires a strong effort on my part to retain my senses in thinking of you, for you combine all that can trouble the head in the heart of a man. Therefore I make the most of the little self-possession you have left me to offer my humble remonstrances. Do you really believe, mademoiselle, that letters more or less true in relation to life of the writers, more or less insincere, for those which we write to each other are the expression of the moment at which we pen them, and not of the general tenor of our lives? Do you believe, I say, that beautiful as these may be, they can at all replace the representation that we could make of ourselves to each other by the revelations of daily intercourse? Man is dual. There is a life invisible, that of the heart, to which letters may suffice, and there is a life material, to which more importance is, alas, attached than you are aware of at your age. These two existences must, however, be made to harmonize in the ideal which you cherish, and this, I may remark in passing, is very rare. The pure, spontaneous, disinterested homage of a solitary soul which is both educated and chaste is one of those celestial flowers whose color and fragrance console for every grief, for every wound, for every betrayal which makes up the life of a literary man. And I thank you with an impulse equal to your own. But after this poetical exchange of my griefs for the pearls of your charity, what next? What do you expect? I have neither the genius nor the splendid position of Lord Byron. Above all, I have not the halo of his fictitious damnation and his false social woes. But what could you have hoped from him in like circumstances? His friendship? Well, he who ought to have felt only pride was eaten up by vanity of every kind, sickly, irritable vanity which discouraged friendship. I, a thousandfold more insignificant than he, may I not have discordances of character and make friendship a burden heavy indeed to bear? In exchange for your reveries, what will you gain? The dissatisfaction of a life which will not be wholly yours. The compact is madness. Let me tell you why. In the first place, your projected poem is a plagiarism. A young German girl who was not like you, semi-German, but altogether so, adored Goethe with the rash intoxication of girlhood. She made him her friend, her religion, her God, knowing at the same time that he was married. Madame Goethe, a worthy German woman, lent herself to this worship with sly good nature which did not cure Bettina. But what was the end of it all? The young ecstatic married a man who was younger and handsomer than Goethe. Now, between ourselves, let us admit that a young girl who should make herself the handmaid of a man of genius, his equal through comprehension, and should piously worship him till death, like one of those divine figures sketched by the masters on the shutters of their mystic shrines, and who, when Germany lost him, should have retired to some solitude away from men, like the friend of Lord Bolingbroke. Let us admit, I say, that the young girl would have lived forever, inlaid in the glory of the poet as Mary Magdalene in the cross and triumph of our Lord. If that is sublime, what say you to the reverse of the picture? As I am neither Goethe or Lord Byron, the colossi of poetry and egotism, but simply the author of a few esteemed verses, I cannot expect the honors of a cult. Neither am I disposed to be a martyr. I have ambition, and I have heart. I am still young, and I have my career to make. See me for what I am. The bounty of the king and the protection of his ministers give me sufficient means of living. I have the outward bearing of a very ordinary man. I go to the soirees in Paris like any other empty-headed fop. And if I drive, the wheels of my carriage do not roll on the solid ground, absolutely indispensable in these days, of property invested in the funds. But I am not rich, neither do I have the reliefs and consolations of life in a garret, the toil uncomprehended, the fame in penury, which belong to men who are worth far more than I, d'Arthez, for instance. Ah, what prosaic conclusions will your young enthusiasm find to these enchanting visions! Let us stop here. If I have had the happiness of seeming to you a terrestrial paragon, you have been to me a thing of light and a beacon, like those stars which shine for a moment and disappear. May nothing ever tarnish this episode of our lives. Were we to continue it, I might love you. I might conceive one of those mad passions which rend all obstacles, which light fires in the heart, whose violence is greater than their duration. And suppose I succeeded in pleasing you? We should end our tale in the common vulgar way: marriage, a household, children, Belice and Henrietta Chrysale together. Could it be? Therefore, adieu. End of Section 9. Read by Don W. Jenkins, Rancho San Diego, California, shaggybark.blogspot.com. Section 10 of Modeste Mignon by Honore de Balzac. Translated by Catherine Prescott Wormley. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to find out how you can volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Section 10 of Modeste Mignon by Honore de Balzac. Read by Don W. Jenkins. Chapter 10. The Marriage of Souls. To Monsieur de Canalis. My friend, your letter gives me as much pain as pleasure, but perhaps some day we shall find nothing but pleasure in writing to each other. Understand me thoroughly. The soul speaks to God and asks him for many things. He is mute. I seek to obtain in you the answers that God does not make to me. Cannot the friendship of Mademoiselle de Gournay and Montaigne be revived in us? Do you not remember the household of Sismond de Sismondi in Geneva? The most lovely home ever known, as I have been told. Something like that of the Marquis de Pescara and his wife. Happy to old age. Ah, friend, is it impossible that two harps should exist as in a symphony, answering each other from a distance, vibrating with delicious melody in unison? Man alone of all creation is in himself the harp, the musician, and the listener. Do you think to find me uneasy and jealous like ordinary women? I know that you go into the world and meet the handsomest and wittiest women in Paris. May I not suppose that some one of these mermaids has deigned to clasp you in her cold and scaly arms, and that she has inspired the answer whose prosaic opinions sadden me? There is something in life more beautiful than the garlands of Parisian coquetry. There grows a flower far up those Alpine peaks called men of genius, the glory of humanity, which they fertilize with the dews their lofty heads draw from the skies. I seek to cultivate that flower and make it bloom, for its wild yet gentle fragrance can never fail. It is eternal. Do me the honor to believe that there is nothing low or commonplace in me. Were I Bettina, for I know to whom you allude, I should never have become Madame von Arnim. And had I been one of Lord Byron's many loves, I should be at this moment in a cloister. You have touched me to the quick. You do not know me, but you shall know me. I feel within me something that is sublime, of which I dare speak without vanity. God has put in my soul the roots of that Alpine flower born on the summits of which I speak, and I cannot plant it in an earthen pot upon my window sill and see it die. No, that glorious flower cup, single in its beauty, intoxicating in its fragrance, shall not be dragged through the vulgarities of life. It is yours before any eye has blighted it, yours for ever. Yes, my poet, to you belong my thoughts, all those that are secret, those that are gayest. My heart is yours without reserve, and with its infinite affection. If you should personally not please me, I shall never marry. I can live in the life of the heart. I can exist on your mind, your sentiments. They please me, and I will always be what I am, your friend. Yours is a noble, moral nature. I have recognized it. I have appreciated it, and that suffices me. And that is all my future. Do not laugh at a young and pretty handmaiden who shrinks not from the thought of being some day the old companion of a poet, a sort of mother, perhaps, or a housekeeper, the guide of his judgment and a source of his wealth. This handmaiden, so devoted, so precious to the lives of such as you, is friendship, pure, disinterested friendship, to whom you will tell all, who listens and sometimes shakes her head, who knits by the light of the lamp and waits to be present when the poet returns home soaked with rain or vexed in mind. Such shall be my destiny, if I do not find that of a happy wife attached forever to her husband. I smile alike at the thought of either fate. Do you believe France will be any the worse if Mademoiselle d'Este does not give it 2 or 3 sons, and never becomes a Madame Vilquin something or other? As for me, I shall never be an old maid. I shall make myself a mother by taking care of others, and by my secret co-operation in the existence of a great man, to whom also I shall carry all my thoughts and all my earthly efforts. I have the deepest horror of commonplaceness. If I am free, if I am rich, and I know that I am young and pretty, I will never belong to any ninny just because he is the son of a peer of France, nor to a merchant who could ruin himself and me in a day, nor to a handsome creature who would be a sort of woman in the household, nor to a man of any kind who would make me blush 20 times a day for being his. Make yourself easy on that point. My father adores my wishes. He will never oppose them. If I please my poet, and he pleases me, the glorious structure of our love shall be built so high as to be inaccessible to any kind of misfortune. I am an eaglet, and you will see it in my eyes. I shall not repeat what I have already said. but I put its substance in the least possible number of words, and confess to you that I should be the happiest of women if I were imprisoned by love as I am now imprisoned by the wish and will of a father. Ah, my friend, may we bring to a real end the romance that has come to us through the first exercise of my will. Listen to its argument. A young girl with a lively imagination, locked up in a tower, is weary with longing to run loose in the park where her eyes only are allowed to rove. She invents a way to loosen her bars. She jumps from the casement. She scales the park wall. She frolics along the neighbor's sward. It is the everlasting comedy. Well, that young girl is my soul. The neighbor's park is your genius. Is it not all very natural? Was there ever a neighbor that did not complain that unknown feet broke down his trellises? I leave it to my poet to answer. But does the lofty reasoner after the fashion of Molière want still better reasons? Well, here they are. My dear Geronte, marriages are usually made in defiance of common sense. Parents make inquiries about a young man. If the Leander, who is supplied by some friend or caught in a ballroom, is not a thief and has no visible rent in his reputation, if he has the necessary fortune, if he comes from a college or a law school and so fulfills the popular ideas of education, and if he wears his clothes with a gentlemanly air, he is allowed to meet the young lady, whose mother has ordered her to guard her tongue, to let no sign of her heart or soul appear on her face, which must wear the smile of a danseuse finishing a pirouette. These commands are coupled with instructions as to the danger of revealing her real character, and the additional advice of not seeming alarmingly well educated. If the settlements have all been agreed upon, the parents are good-natured enough to let the pair see each other for a few moments. They are allowed to talk or walk together, but always without the slightest freedom, and knowing that they are bound by rigid rules. The man is as much dressed up in soul as he is in body, and so is the young girl. This pitiable comedy, mixed with bouquets, jewels, and theatre parties, is called paying your addresses. It revolts me. I desire that actual marriage shall be the result of a previous and long marriage of souls. A young girl, a woman, has throughout her life only this one moment when reflection, second sight, and experience are necessary to her. She plays her liberty, her happiness, and she is not allowed to throw the dice. She risks her all and is forced to be a mere spectator. I have the right, the will, the power to make my own unhappiness, and I use them, as did my mother, who, won by beauty and led by instinct, married the most generous, the most liberal, the most loving of men. I know that you are free, a poet, and noble-looking. Be sure that I should not have chosen one of your brothers in Apollo who was already married. If my mother was won by beauty, which is perhaps the spirit of form, why should I not be attracted by the spirit and the form united? Shall I not know you better by studying you in this correspondence than I could through the vulgar experience of receiving your addresses? This is the question, as Hamlet says. But my proceedings, dear Chrysale, have at least the merit of not binding us personally. I know that love has its illusions, and every illusion its tomorrow. That is why there are so many partings among lovers vowed to each other for life. The proof of love lies in two things, suffering and happiness. When, after passing through these double trials of life, two beings have shown each other their defects as well as their good qualities, when they have really observed each other's character, then they may go to their grave hand in hand. My dear Argante, who told you that our little drama thus begun was to have no future? In any sense, shall we not have enjoyed the pleasures of our correspondence? I await your orders, Monseigneur. I am with all my heart your handmaiden, O. d'Este M. To Mademoiselle O. d'Este M. You are a witch, a spirit, and I love you. Is that what you desire of me, most original of girls? Perhaps you are only seeking to amuse your provincial leisure with the follies which you are able to make a poet commit. If so, you have done a bad deed. Your two letters have enough of the spirit of mischief in them to force this doubt into the mind of a Parisian. But I am no longer master of myself. My life, my future depend on the answer you will make me. Tell me if the certainty of an unbounded affection, oblivious of all social conventions, will touch you. if you will suffer me to seek you. There is anxiety enough and uncertainty enough in the question as to whether I can personally please you. If your reply is favourable, I change my life. I bid adieu to all the irksome pleasures which we have the folly to call happiness. Happiness, my dear and beautiful unknown, is what you dream it to be. A fusion of feelings, a perfect accordance of souls, the imprint of a noble ideal, such as God does permit us to form in this low world. Upon the trivial round of daily life whose habits we must needs obey, a constancy of heart more precious far than what we call fidelity. Can we say that we make sacrifices when the end in view is our eternal good, the dream of poets, the dream of maidens, the poem which, at the entrance of life, when thought essays its wings, each noble intellect has pondered and caressed, only to see it shivered to fragments on some stone of stumbling as hard as it is vulgar? For to the great majority of men the foot of reality steps instantly on the mysterious egg so seldom hatched. I cannot speak to you any more of myself, not of my past life, nor of my character, nor of an affection almost maternal on one side, filial on mine, which you have already seriously changed, an effect upon my life which must explain my use of the word sacrifice. You have already rendered me forgetful, if not ungrateful. Does that satisfy you? Oh, speak! Say to me one word, and I will love you till my eyes close in death, as the Marquis de Pesquer loved his wife, as Romeo loved Juliet, and faithfully. Our life will be, for me at least, that felicity untroubled which Dante made the very element of his Paradiso, a poem far superior to his Inferno. Strange! It is not myself that I doubt in the long reverie through which, like you, I follow the windings of a dreamed existence. It is you. Yes, dear, I feel within me the power to love and to love endlessly, to march to the grave with slow gentleness and a smiling eye, with my beloved on my arm, and with never a cloud upon the sunshine of our souls. Yes, I dare to face our mutual old age, to see ourselves with whitening heads, like the venerable historian of Italy, inspired always with the same affection, but transformed in soul by our life's seasons. Hear me, I can no longer be your friend only. Though Chrysale, Guerante, and Argante re-lived, you say, in me, I am not yet old enough to drink from the cup held to my lips by the sweet hands of a veiled woman without a passionate desire to tear off the domino and mask and see the face. Either write me no more, or give me hope. Let me see you, or let me go. Must I bid you adieu? Will you permit me to sign myself, your friend? To Monsieur de Canalis. What flattery! With what rapidity is the grave Anselme transformed into a handsome Leander! To what must I attribute such change? To this black which I put upon this white? To these ideas which are the flowers of my soul, what a rose drawn in charcoal is to the roses of the garden? Or is it to a recollection of the young girl whom you took me for, and who is personally as like me as a waiting woman is like her mistress? Have we changed roles? Have I the sense? Have you the fancy? But a truce with jesting. Your letter has made me know the elating pleasures of the soul, the first that I have known outside of my family affections. What, says a poet, are the ties of blood which are so strong in ordinary minds, compared to those divinely forged within us by mysterious sympathies? Let me thank you. No, we must not thank each other for such things. But God bless you for the happiness you have given me. Be happy in the joy you have shed into my soul. You explain to me some of the apparent injustices in social life. There is something, I know not what, so dazzling, so virile in glory, that it belongs only to man. God forbids us women to wear its halo, but He makes love our portion, giving us the tenderness which soothes the brow scorched by His lightnings. I have felt my mission, and you have now confirmed it. Sometimes, my friend, I rise in the morning in a state of inexpressible sweetness. A sort of peace, tender and divine, gives me an idea of heaven. My first thought is then like a benediction. I call these mornings my little German wakings, in opposition to my southern sunsets full of heroic deeds, battles, Roman fêtes, and ardent poems. Well, After reading your letter so full of feverish impatience, I felt in my heart all the freshness of my celestial wakings, when I love the air about me and all nature, and fancy that I am destined to die for one I love. One of your poems, The Maiden's Song, paints these delicious moments, when gaiety is tender, when aspiration is a need. It is one of my favorites. Do you want me to put all my flatteries into one? Well, then, I think you worthy to be me. Your letter, though short, enables me to read within you. Yes, I have guessed your tumultuous struggles, your piqued curiosity, your projects, but I do not yet know you well enough to satisfy your wishes. Hear me, dear. The mystery in which I am shrouded allows me to use that word, which lets you see to the bottom of my heart. Hear me. If we once meet, adieu to our mutual comprehension. Will you make a compact with me? Was the first disadvantageous to you? But remember, it won you my esteem, and it is a great deal, my friend, to gain an admiration lined throughout with esteem. Here is the compact. Write me your life in a few words, then tell me what you do in Paris day by day, with no reservations, and as if you were talking to some old friend. Well, having done that, I will take a step myself. I will see you. I promise you that, and it is a great deal. This, dear, is no intrigue, no adventure, no gallantry, as you men say, can come of it. I warn you frankly. It involves my life, and more than that. Something that causes me remorse for the many thoughts that fly to you in flocks. It involves my father's and my mother's life. I adore them, and my choice must please them. They must find a son in you. Tell me, to what extent can the superb spirits of your kind, to whom God has given the wings of his angels, without always adding their amiability, how far can they bend under a family yoke, and put up with its little miseries? That is a text I have meditated upon. Ah, though I said to my heart before I came to you, "Forward, onward," it did not tremble and palpitate any the less on the way, and I did not conceal from myself the stoniness of the path nor the alpine difficulties I had to encounter. I thought of all in my long, long meditations. Do I not know that eminent men like you have known the love they have inspired quite as well as that which they themselves have felt? That they have had many romances in their lives? You particularly, who send forth those airy visions of your soul that women rushed by? Yet still I cried to myself, "Onward," because I have studied, more than you give me credit for, the geography of the great summits of humanity which you tell me are so cold. Did you not say that Goethe and Byron were the colossi of egoism in poetry? Ah, my friend, there you shared a mistake into which superficial minds are apt to fall. But in you perhaps it came from generosity, false modesty, or the desire to escape from me. Vulgar minds may mistake the effect of toil for the development of personal character, but you must not. Neither Lord Byron, nor Goethe, nor Walter Scott, nor Cuvier, nor any inventor belongs to himself. He is the slave of his idea. And this mysterious power is more jealous than a woman. It sucks their blood. It makes them live. It makes them die for its sake. The visible developments of their hidden existence do seem, in their results, like egotism. But who shall dare to say that the man who has abnegated self to give pleasure, instruction, or grandeur to his epoch is an egoist? Is a mother selfish when she immolates all things to her child? Well, the detractors of genius do not perceive its fecund maternity, that is all. The life of a poet is so perpetual a sacrifice that he needs a gigantic organization to bear even the ordinary pleasures of life. Therefore, into what sorrows may he not fall when, like Molière, he wishes to live the life of feeling in its most poignant crises? To me, remembering his personal life, Molière's comedy is horrible. The generosity of genius seems to me half divine, and I place you in this noble family of alleged egoists. Ah, if I had found self-interest, ambition, a seared nature where I now see my best-loved flowers of the soul, you know not what long anguish I should have had to bear. I met with disappointment before I was 16. What would have become of me had I learned at 20 that fame is a lie? That he whose books express the feelings hidden in my heart was incapable of feeling them himself? Oh, my friend, do you know what would have become of me? I shall take you into the recesses of my soul. I should have gone to my father and said, 'Bring me the son-in-law whom you desire. My will abdicates. Marry me to whom you please.' And the man might have been a notary, banker, miser, fool, dullard, wearisome as a rainy day, common as the usher of a school, a manufacturer, or some brave soldier without two ideas. He would have had a resigned and attentive servant in me. But what an awful suicide! Never could my soul have expanded in the life-giving rays of a beloved son. No murmur should have revealed to my father or my mother or my children the suicide of the creature who at this instant is shaking her fetters, casting lightnings from her eyes, and flying toward you with eager wing. See, she is there at the angle of your desk, like Polyhymnia, breathing the air of your presence, and glancing about her with a curious eye. Sometimes, in the fields where my husband would have taken me to walk, I should have wept apart and secretly at sight of a glorious morning, and in my heart, or hidden in a bureau drawer, I might have kept some treasure, the comfort of poor girls ill used by love, sad poetic girls. But I have you. I believe in you, my friend. That belief straightens all my thoughts and fancies, even the most fantastic, and sometimes, see how far my frankness leads me, I wish I were in the middle of the book we are just beginning. Such persistency do I feel in my sentiments, such strength in my heart to love, such constancy sustained by reason, such heroism for the duties for which I was created, if indeed love can ever be transmuted into duty. If you were able to follow me to the exquisite retreat where I fancy ourselves happy, if you knew my plans and projects, the dreadful word folly might escape you, and I should be cruelly punished for sending poetry to a poet. Yes, I wish to be a spring of waters, inexhaustible as a fertile land, for the 20 years that nature allows me to shine. I want to drive away satiety by charm. I mean to be courageous for my friend as most people are for the world. I wish to vary happiness. I wish to put intelligence into tenderness, and to give piquancy to fidelity. I am filled with ambition to kill the rivals of the past, to conjure away all outside griefs by a wife's gentleness, by her proud abnegation, to take a lifelong care of the nest, such as birds can only take for a few weeks. Tell me, do you now think me to blame for my first letter? The mysterious wind of will drove me to you, as the tempest brings the little rose tree to the pollard window. In your letter, which I hold here upon my heart, you cried out, like your ancestor when he departed the Crusades, "God wills it." Ah, but you will cry out. What a chatterbox! All the people round me say, on the contrary, "Mam'selle is very taciturn." Modeste M. End of Section 10. Read by Don W. Jenkins. Rancho San Diego, California. shaggybart.blogspot.com. Section 11 of Modeste Mignon by Honore de Balzac. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to find out how you can volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Section 11 of Modeste Mignon by Honore de Balzac. Translated by Catherine Prescott Wormley. Read by Don W. Jenkins. Chapter 11. What Comes of Correspondence. The foregoing letters seemed very original to the persons from whom the author of the Comedy of Human Life obtained them. But their interest in this duel, this crossing of pens between two minds, may not be shared. For every 100 readers 80 might wear weary of the battle. The respect due to the majority in every nation under a constitutional government leads us therefore to suppress 11 other letters exchanged between Ernest and Modeste during the month of September. If, later on, some flattering majority should arise to claim them, let us hope that we can find the means to insert them in their proper place. Urged by a mind that seemed as aggressive as the heart was lovable, The truly chivalrous feelings of the poor secretary gave themselves free play in these suppressed letters, which seem, perhaps, more beautiful than they really are, because the imagination is charmed by a sense of the communion of two free souls. Ernest's whole life was now wrapped up in these sweet scraps of paper. They were to him what bank notes are to a miser. While in Modeste's soul, a deep love took the place of her delight in agitating a glorious life, and being, in spite of distance, its mainspring. Ernest's heart was the complement of Canalis' glory. Alas, it often takes two men to make a perfect lover. Just as in literature we compose a type by collecting the peculiarities of several similar characters. How many a time a woman has been heard to say in her own salon after close and intimate conversations, "Such a one is my ideal as to soul, and I love the other who is only a dream of the senses." The last letter written by Modeste, which here follows, gives us a glimpse of the enchanted isle to which the meanderings of this correspondence had led the two lovers. To Monsieur de Canalis. Be at Havre next Sunday. Go to church. After the morning service walk once or twice around the nave, and go out without speaking to anyone, but wear a white rose in your buttonhole. Then return to Paris, where you shall receive an answer. I warn you that this answer will not be what you wish, for, as I told you, the future is not yet mine. But should I not indeed be mad and foolish to say yes without having seen you? When I have seen you, I can say no without wounding you. I can make sure that you shall not see me. This letter had been sent off the evening before the day when the abortive struggle between Dumais and Modeste had taken place. The happy girl was impatiently awaiting Sunday, when her eyes were to vindicate or condemn her heart and her actions, a solemn moment in the life of any woman, and which 3 months of close communion of souls now rendered as romantic as the most imaginative maiden could have wished. Every one, except the mother, had taken this torpor of expectation for the calm of innocence. No matter how firmly family laws and religious precepts may bind, there will always be the Clarissas and the Julies, whose souls, like flowing cups, o'erlap the brim under some spiritual pressure. Modeste was glorious in the savage energy with which she repressed her exuberant youthful happiness, and remained demurely quiet. Let us say frankly that the memory of her sister was more potent upon her than any social conventions. Her will was iron in the resolve to bring no grief upon her father and mother. But what tumultuous heavings were within her breast! No wonder that a mother guessed them. On the following day, Modeste and Madame Dumais took Madame Mignon about midday to a seat in the sun among the flowers. The blind woman turned her wan and blighted face toward the ocean. She inhaled the odors of the sea, and took the hand of her daughter, who remained beside her. The mother hesitated between forgiveness and remonstrance ere she put the important question, for she comprehended the girl's love, and recognized, as the pretended Canalis had done, that Modeste was exceptional in nature. "God grant that your father return in time. If he delays much longer, he will find none but you to love him. Modeste, promise me once more never to leave him," she said in a fond maternal tone. Modeste lifted her mother's hands to her lips and kissed them gently, replying, "Need I say it again? Ah, my child, I did this thing myself. I left my father to follow my husband, and yet my father was all alone. I was all the child he had. Is that why God has so punished me? What I ask of you is to marry as your father wishes, to cherish him in your heart, not to sacrifice him to your own happiness, but to make him the center of your home. Before losing my sight, I wrote him all my wishes, and I know he will execute them. I enjoined him to keep his property intact and in his own hands. Not that I distrust you, my Modeste, for a moment, but who can be sure of a son-in-law? Ah, my daughter, look at me. Was I reasonable? One glance of the eye decided my life. Beauty, so often deceitful, in my case, spoke true. But even were it the same with you, my poor child, swear to me that you will let your father inquire into the character, the habits, the heart, and the previous life of the man you distinguish with your love, if by chance there is such a man." "I will never marry without the consent of my father," answered Modeste. "You see, my darling," said Madame Mignon after a long pause, "that if I am dying by inches through Bettina's wrongdoing, your father would not survive yours. No, not for a moment. I know him. He would put a pistol to his head. There could be no life, no happiness on earth for him." Modeste walked a few steps away from her mother, but immediately came back. "Why did you leave me?" demanded Madame Mignon. "You made me cry, mamma," answered Modeste. "Ah, my little darling, kiss me. You love no one here? You have no lover, have you?" she asked, holding Modeste on her lap, heart to heart. "No, my dear mamma," said the little Jesuit. "Can you swear it?" "Oh, yes," cried Modeste. Madame Mignon said no more, but she still doubted. "At least, if you do choose your husband, will you tell your father?" she resumed. "I promised that to my sister and to you, mother. What evil do you think I could commit while I wear that ring upon my finger and read those words? Think of Bettina. Poor sister." At these words a truce of silence came between the pair. The mother's blighted eyes rained tears which Modeste could not check, though she threw herself upon her knees and cried, "Forgive me, oh, forgive me, mother." At this instant the excellent Dumais was coming up the hill of Ingoville on the double quick, a fact quite abnormal in the present life of the cashier. 3 letters had brought ruin to the Mignons. A single letter now restored their fortunes. Dumais had received from a sea captain, just arrived from the China seas, the following letter containing the first news of his patron and friend, Charles Mignon. To Monsieur Jean Dumais, my dear Dumais, I shall quickly follow, barring the chances of the voyage, the vessel which carries this letter. In fact, I should have taken it, but I did not wish to leave my own ship to which I am accustomed. I told you that no news was to be good news, but the first words of this letter ought to make you a happy man. I have made 7 millions at the least. I am bringing back a large part of it in indigo, 1/3 in safe London securities, and another third in good solid gold. Your remittances helped me to make the sum I had settled in my own mind much sooner than I expected. I wanted 2 millions for my daughters and a competence for myself. I have been engaged in the opium trade with the largest houses in Canton, all 10 times richer than I ever was. You have no idea in Europe what these rich East India merchants are. I went to Asia Minor and purchased opium at low prices, and from thence to Canton, where I delivered my cargoes to the companies who control the trade. My last expedition was to the Philippine Islands, where I exchanged opium for indigo of the first quality. In fact, I may have 500,000 more than I stated, for I reckoned the indigo at what it cost me. I have always been well in health, not the slightest illness. That is the result of working for one's children. Since the 2nd year I have owned a pretty little brig of 700 tons called the Mignon. She is built of oak, double planked and copper fastened, and all the interior fittings were done to suit me. She is, in fact, an additional piece of property. A sea life and the active habits required by my business have kept me in good health. To tell you all this is the same as telling it to my 2 daughters and my dear wife. I trust that the wretched man who took away my Bettina deserted her when he heard of my ruin, and that I shall find the poor lost lamb at the chalet. My 3 dear women and my Dumais, all 4 of you have been ever present in my thoughts for the last 3 years. You are a rich man now, Dumais. Your share outside of my own fortune amounts to 560,000 francs, for which I send you herewith a cheque, which can only be paid to you in person by the Mongenods, who have been duly advised from New York. A few short months, and I shall see you all again, and all well, I trust. My dear Dumais, if I write this letter to you, it is because I am anxious to keep my fortune a secret for the present. I therefore leave to you the happiness of preparing my dear angels for my return. I have had enough of commerce, and I am resolved to leave Havre. My intention is to buy back the estate of La Bastille, to entail it so as to establish an estate yielding at least 100,000 francs a year, then to ask the king to grant that one of my sons-in-law may succeed to my name and title. You know, my poor Dumais, what a terrible misfortune overtook us through the fatal reputation of a large fortune. My daughter's honor was lost. I have therefore resolved that the amount of my present fortune shall not be known. I shall not disembark at Havre, but at Marseilles. I shall sell my indigo and negotiate for the purchase of La Bastille through the house of Mignon in Paris. I shall put my funds in the Bank of France and return to the chalet, giving out that I have a considerable fortune in merchandise. My daughters will be supposed to have 200,000 or 300,000 francs. To choose which of my sons-in-law is worthy to succeed to my title and estates and to live with us is now the object of my life. But both of them must be, like you and me, honest, loyal, and firm men, and absolutely honorable. My dear old fellow, I have never doubted you for a moment. We have gone through wars and commerce together, and now we will undertake agriculture. You shall be my bailiff. You will like that, will you not? And so, old friend, I leave it to your discretion to tell what you think best to my wife and daughters. I rely upon your prudence. In 4 years great changes may have taken place in their characters. Adieu, my old Dumais. Say to my daughters and to my wife that I have never failed to kiss them in my thoughts morning and evening since I left them. The second cheque for 40,000 francs herewith enclosed is for my wife and children. Till we meet, your colonel and friend, Charles Mignon. "Your father is coming," said Madame Mignon to her daughter. "What makes you think so, mamma?" asked Modeste. Nothing else could make Dumais hurry himself. "Victory! Victory!" cried the lieutenant as soon as he reached the garden gate. "Madame, the colonel has not been ill a moment. He is coming back on the Mignon, a fine ship of his own, which together with its cargo is worth, he tells me, 800,000 or 900,000 francs. But he requires secrecy from all of us. His heart is still wrung by the misfortunes of our dear departed girl." "He has still to learn her death," said Madame Mignon. "He attributes her disaster, and I think he is right, to the rapacity of young men after great fortunes. My poor colonel expects to find the lost sheep here. Let us be happy among ourselves, but say nothing to anyone, not even to La Tournelle, if that is possible. Mademoiselle," he whispered in Modeste's ear, "write to your father and tell him of his loss, and also the terrible results on your mother's health and eyesight. Prepare him for the shock he has to meet. I will engage to get the letter into his hands before he reaches Havre, for he will have to pass through Paris on his way. Write him a long letter. You have plenty of time. I will take the letter on Monday. Monday I shall probably go to Paris." Modeste was so afraid that Canalis and Dumais would meet that she started hastily for the house to write her poet and put off the rendezvous. "Mademoiselle," said Dumais in a very humble manner and barring Modeste's way, "may your father find his daughter with no other feelings in her heart than those she had for him and for her mother before he was obliged to leave her. I have sworn to myself, to my sister, and to my mother to be the joy, the consolation, and the glory of my father, and I shall keep my oath," replied Modeste with a haughty and disdainful glance at Dumais. "Do not trouble my delight in the thought of my father's return with insulting suspicions. You cannot prevent a girl's heart from beating. You don't want me to be a mummy, do you?" she said. "My hand belongs to my family, but my heart is my own. If I love anyone, my father and my mother will know it. Does that satisfy you, monsieur?" "Thank you, mademoiselle. You restore me to life," said Dumais, "but you might still call me Dumais, even when you box my ears." "Swear to me," said the mother, "that you have not engaged a word or a look with any young man." "I can swear that, my dear mother," said Modeste, laughing, and looking at Dumais, who was watching her and smiling to himself like a mischievous girl. "She must be false indeed, if you are right," cried Dumais, when Modeste had left them and gone into the house. "My daughter Modeste may have faults," said her mother, "but falsehood is not one of them. She is incapable of saying what is not true." "Well, then let us feel easy," continued Dumais, "and believe that misfortune has closed his account with us." "God grant it," answered Madame Mignon. "You will see him, Dumais, but I shall only hear him. There is much of sadness in my joy." End of Section 11. Read by Don W. Jenkins, Rancho San Diego, California. shaggybark.blogspot.com.
Chapter 12 of Modeste Mignon. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Chris Caron. Modeste Mignon by Honore de Balzac. Translated by Catherine Prescott Wormley. Chapter 12. A Declaration of Love set to music. At this moment, Modeste, happy as she was in the return of her father, was nevertheless pacing her room, disconsolate as Perrette on seeing her eggs broken. She had hoped her father would bring back a much larger fortune than Dumais had mentioned. Nothing could satisfy her new-found ambition on behalf of her poet less than at least half the 6 millions she had talked of in her second letter. Trebly agitated by her two joys, and the grief caused by her comparative poverty, she seated herself at the piano, that confidant of so many young girls who tell out their wishes and provocations on the keys, expressing them by the notes and tones of their music. Dumais was talking with his wife in the garden under the windows, telling her the secret of her own wealth, and questioning her as to her desires and her intentions. Madame Dumais had, like her husband, no other family than the Mignons. Husband and wife agreed, therefore, to go and live in Provence, if the Comte de la Bastie really meant to live in Provence, and to leave their money to whichever of Modeste's children might need it most. "Listen to Modeste," said Madame Mignon, addressing them. "None but a girl in love can compose such airs without having studied music. Houses may burn, fortunes may be engulfed, fathers return from distant lands, empires may crumble away, the chloria may ravage cities, but a maiden's love wings its way as nature pursues hers, or that alarming acid which chemistry has lately discovered, and which will presently eat through the globe if nothing stops it." Modeste, under the inspiration of her present situation, was putting to music certain stanzas which we are compelled to quote here, albeit they are printed in the second volume of the edition Duriat had mentioned, because in order to adapt them to her music, which had the inexpressible charm of sentiment so admired in great singers, Modeste had taken liberties with the lines in a manner that may astonish the admirers of a poet so famous for the correctness, sometimes too precise, of his measures. The Maiden's Song. Here arise, the lark is shaking sunlit wings that heavenward rise. Sleep no more, the violet waking wafts her incense to the skies. Flowers revived, their eyes unclosing, see themselves in drops of dew, in each calx cup reposing, pearls of a day their mirror true. Breeze divine, the god of roses, pass by night to bless their bloom. See, for them each bud uncloses, glows and yields its rich perfume. Then arise, the lark is shaking sunlit wings that heavenward rise. Naught is sleeping, heart awaking, lift thine incense to the skies. "It is very pretty," said Madame Dumais. "Modeste is a musician, and that's the whole of it." "The devil is in her!" cried the cashier, into whose heart the suspicion of the mother forced its way and made him shiver. "She loves," persisted Madame Mignon, by succeeding, through the undeniable testimony of the song, in making the cashier a sharer in her belief as to the state of Modeste's heart. Madame Mignon destroyed the happiness, the return, and the prosperity of his master had brought him. The poor Breton went down the hill to Havre and to his desk in Goldenheim's counting-room with a heavy heart. Then, before returning to dinner, he went to see La Tournelle to tell his fears and beg once more for the notary's advice and assistance. "Yes, my dear friend," said Dumais, when they parted on the steps of the notary's door, "I now agree with Madame. She loves. Yes, I am sure of it. The devil knows the rest. I am dishonored." "Don't make yourself unhappy, Dumais," answered the little notary. "Among us all we can surely get the better of the little puss. Sooner or later, every girl in love betrays herself. You may be sure of that. But we will talk about it this evening." Thus it happened. All those devoted to the Mignon family were fully as disquieted, and uncertain as they were before the old soldier tried the experiment which he expected would be so decisive. The ill success of his past efforts so stimulated Dumais' sense of duty that he determined not to go to Paris to see after his own fortune, as announced by his patron, until he had guessed the riddle of Modeste's heart. These friends, to whom feelings were more precious than interests, well knew that unless the daughter were pure and innocent, the father would die of grief. When he came to know the death of Bettina, and the blindness of his wife, the distress of poor Dumais made such an impression on the Latournelles that they even forgot their parting with Exupère, whom they set off that morning to Paris. During dinner, while the three were alone, Monsieur and Madame Latournelle and Boucher turned the problem over and over in their minds, and discussed every aspect of it. If Modeste loved anyone in Havre, she would have shown some fear yesterday, said Madame Latournelle. Her lover, therefore, lives somewhere else. She swore to her mother this morning, said the notary, in presence of Dumais, that she had not exchanged a look or a word with any living soul. Then she loves after my fashion, exclaimed Boucher. And how is that, my poor lad? asked Madame Latournelle. Madame, said the little cripple, I live alone, and a fair, oh, as far as from here to the stars. How do you manage it, you silly fellow? asked Madame Latournelle, laughing. Ah, madame, said Boucher, what will you call my hump is the socket of my wings. So that is the explanation of your seal, is it? cried the notary. Boucher's seal was a star, and under it the words, Fulgens sequor, Shining One, I follow thee, the motto of the house of Chastelonest. A beautiful woman may feel as distressful as the ugliest, said Boucher, as if speaking to himself. Modeste is clever enough to fear she may be loved only for her beauty. Hunchbacks are extraordinary creations, due entirely to society, for according to nature's plan, feeble or aborted beings ought to perish. The curvature or distortion of the spinal column creates in these outwardly deformed subjects, as if it were a storage battery where the nerve currents accumulate more abundantly than under normal conditions, where they develop and whence they are emitted, so to say, in lighting flashes to energize the interior being. From this forces result which are sometimes brought to light by magnetism, though they are far more frequently lost in the vague spaces of the spiritual world. It is rare to find a deformed person who is not gifted with some special faculty, a whimsical or sparkling gaiety perhaps, an utter malignity, or an almost sublime goodness, like instruments which the hand of an art can never fully waken. These beings, highly privileged, though they know it not, lived within themselves, as Boucher lived, provided their natural forces, so magnificently concentrated, have not been spent in the struggle they have been forced to maintain, against tremendous odds to keep alive. This explains many superstitions, the popular legends of gnomes, frightful dwarves, deformed fairies, all that race of bottles, as Rabelais called them, containing elixirs and precious balms. Boucher, therefore, had very nearly found the key to the puzzle, with all the anxious solicitude of a hopeless lover, a vassal ever ready to die, like the soldiers alone and abandoned in the snow of Russia, who still cried out, Long live the Emperor! He meditated how to capture Modeste's secret for his own private knowledge. So thinking, he followed his patrons to the chalet that evening with a cloud of care upon his brow, for he knew it was most important to hide from all these watchful eyes and ears the net, whatever it might be, in which he should entrap his lady. It would have to be, he thought, by some intercepted glance, some sudden start or quiver, as when a surgeon lays his finger on a hidden sore. That evening Goldenheim did not appear, and Boucher was Dumais' partner against Monsieur and Madame Latournelle. During the few moments of Modeste's absence, about 9 o'clock, to prepare for her mother's bedtime, Madame Mignon and her friends spoke openly to one another, but the poor clerk, depressed by the conviction of Modeste's love, which had now seized upon him as upon the rest, seemed as remote from the discussion as Goldenheim had been the night before. "Well, that's the matter with you, Boostcha," cried Madame La Tournelle. "One would really think you hadn't a friend in the world." Tears shone in the eyes of the poor fellow, who was the son of a Swedish sailor, and whose mother was dead. "I have no one in the world but you," he answered with a troubled voice, "and your compassion is so much a part of your religion that I can never lose it, and I will never deserve to lose it." This answer struck the sensitive chord of true delicacy in the minds of all present. "We love you, Monseigneur Boostcha," said Madame Mignon, with much feeling in her voice. "I have 600,000 francs of my own this day," cried Dumay, "and you shall be a notary and the successor of La Tournelle." The American wife took the hand of the poor hunchback and pressed it. "What! You have 600,000 francs?" exclaimed La Tournelle, pricking up his ears as Dumay let fall the words. "And you allow these ladies to live as they do? Modeste ought to have a fine horse, and why doesn't she continue to take lessons in music and painting and—" "Why, he has only had the money a few hours," cried the little wife. "Hush!" murmured Madame Mignon. While these words were exchanged, Boostcha's august mistress turned towards him, preparing to make a speech. "My son," she said, "you are so surrounded by a true affection that I never thought how my thoughtless use of that familiar phrase might be construed. But you must thank me for my little blunder, because it has served to show you what friends your noble qualities have won." "Then you must have news from Monseigneur Mignon," resumed the notary. "He is on his way home," said Madame Mignon, "but let us keep the secret to ourselves. When my husband learns how faithful Boostcha has been to us, how he has shown us the warmest and the most disinterested friendship when others have given us the cold shoulder, he will not let you alone. Provide for him, Dumay. And so, my friend," she added, turning her blind face toward Boostcha, "you can begin at once to negotiate with La Tournelle. He's of legal age, 25½ years. As for me, it will be paying a debt, my boy, to make the purchase easy for you," said the notary. Boostcha was kissing Madame Mignon's hand, and his face was wet with tears as Modeste opened the door of the salon. "What are you doing with my black dwarf?" she demanded. "Who is making him unhappy?" "Ah, Mademoiselle Mignon, do we luckless fellows, cradled in misfortune, ever weep for grief? They have just shown me as much affection as I could feel for them, if they were indeed my own relations. I'm to be a notary. I shall be rich. Ha ha! The poor Boostcha may become the rich Boostcha. You don't know what audacity there is in this abortion," he cried. With that he gave himself a resounding blow on the cavity of his chest, and took up a position before the fireplace, after casting a glance at Modeste, which slipped like a ray of light between his heavy half-closed eyelids. He perceived in this unexpected incident a chance of interrogating the heart of his sovereign. Dumay thought for a moment that the clerk dared to aspire to Modeste, and he exchanged a rapid glance with the others, who misunderstood him, and began to eye the little man with a species of terror mingled with curiosity. "I, too, have my dreams," said Boostcha, not taking his eyes from Modeste. The young girl lowered her eyelids with a movement that was a revelation to the young man. "You love romance," he said, addressing her. "Let me, in this moment of happiness, tell you mine, and you shall tell me in return whether the conclusion of the tale I have invented for my life is possible. To me, wealth would bring greater happiness than to other men, for the highest happiness I can imagine would be to enrich the one I loved. You, mademoiselle, who know so many things, tell me if it is possible for a man to make himself beloved independently of his person, be it handsome or ugly, and for his spirit only?" Modeste raised her eyes and looked at Boostcha. It was a piercing and questioning glance, for she shared Dumay's suspicion of Boostcha's motive. "Let me be rich, and I will seek some beautiful poor girl, abandoned like myself, who has suffered, who knows what misery is. I will write to her and console her, and will be her guardian spirit. She shall read my heart, my soul. She shall possess my double wealth, my two wealths, my gold delicately offered, and my thought robed in all the splendor which the accident of birth has denied to my grotesque body. But I myself shall remain hidden like the cause that science seeks. God himself may not be glorious to the eye. Well, naturally, the maiden will be curious. She will wish to see me, but I shall tell her that I am a monster of ugliness. I shall picture myself hideous." At these words, Modeste gave Boucha a glance that looked him through and through. If she had said aloud, "What do you know of my love?" she could not have been more explicit. "If I have the honor of being loved for the poem of my heart, if some day such love may make a woman think me only slightly deformed, I ask you, mademoiselle, shall I not be happier than the handsomest of men, as happy as a man of genius beloved by some celestial being like yourself?" The color which suffused the young girl's face told the cripple nearly all she sought to know. "Well, if that be so," he went on, "if we enrich the one we love, if we please the spirit and withdraw the body, is not that the way to make oneself beloved? At any rate, it is the dream of your poor dwarf, a dream of yesterday. For today your mother gives me the key to future wealth by promising me the means of buying a practice. But before I become another Guggenheim, I seek to know whether this dream could be really carried out. What do you say, mademoiselle? You?" Modeste was so astonished that she did not notice the question. The trap of the lover was much better baited than that of the soldier, for the poor girl was rendered speechless. "Poor Boucha," whispered Madame Latournelle to her husband. "Do you think he is going mad?" "You want to realize the story of Beauty and the Beast," said Modeste at length, "but you forget that the Beast turned into Prince Charming." "Do you think so?" said the dwarf. "Now I have always thought that the transformation meant the phenomenon of the soul made visible, obliterating the form under the light of the spirit. If I were not loved, I should stay hidden, that is all. You and yours, madame," he continued, addressing his mistress, "instead of having a dwarf at your service, will now have a life and a fortune." So saying, Boucha resumed his seat, remarking to the three whist players, with an assumption of calmness, "Whose deal is it?" But within his soul he whispered sadly to himself, "She wants to be loved for herself. She corresponds with some pretended great man. How far has it gone?" "Dear mamma, it is nearly 10 o'clock," said Modeste. Madame Mignon said good night to her friends, and went to bed. They who wish to love in secret may have Pyrenean hounds, mothers, Dumais, and Latournelles to spy upon them, and yet not be in any danger. But when it comes to a lover, ah, that is a diamond, cut diamond, flame against flame, mind to mind, an equation whose terms are mutual. On Sunday morning, Boucha arrived at the chalet before Madame Latournelle, who always came to take Modeste to church, and he proceeded to blockade the house in expectation of the postman. "Have you a letter for Mademoiselle Mignon?" he said to that humble functionary when he appeared. "No, monsieur, none." "This house has been a good customer to the post of late," remarked the clerk. "You may well say that," replied the man. Modeste both heard and saw the little colloquy from her chamber window, where she always posted herself behind the blinds at this particular hour to watch for the postman. She ran downstairs, went into the little garden, and called in an interrogative voice, "Monsieur Boucha." "Here am I, mademoiselle," said the cripple, reaching the gate as Modeste herself opened it. "Will you be good enough to tell me whether among your various titles to a woman's affection you count that of the shameless spying in which you are now engaged?" demanded the girl, endeavoring to crush her slave with the glance and gesture of a queen. "Yes, mademoiselle," he answered proudly. "Ah, I never expected," he continued in a low tone, "that the grub should be of service to a star. But so it is. Would you rather that your mother and Monseigneur Dumais and Madame Latournelle had guessed your secret than one, excluded as it were from life, who seeks to be to you one of those flowers that you cut and wear for a moment? They all know you love, but I alone, know how. Use me as you would a vigilant watchdog. I will obey you, protect you, and never bark, neither will I condemn you. I ask only to be of service to you. Your father has made Dumais keeper of the hen roost. Take Boucha to watch outside. Poor Boucha, who doesn't ask for anything, not so much as a bone." "Well, I've give you a trial," said Modeste, whose strongest desire was to get rid of so clever a watcher. "Please go at once to all the hotels in Graville and in Havre, and ask if a gentleman has arrived from England named Monsieur Arthur." "Listen to me, mademoiselle," said Boucha, interrupting Modeste respectfully. "I will go and take a walk on the seashore, for you don't want me to go to church today. That's what it is." Modeste looked at her dwarf with a perfectly stupid astonishment. "Mademoiselle, you have wrapped your face in cotton wool and a silk handkerchief." and there's nothing the matter with you. And you have put that thick veil on your bonnet, to see someone yourself without being seen." "Where did you acquire all that perspicacity?" cried Modeste, blushing. "Moreover, mademoiselle, you have not put on your corset. A cold in the head wouldn't oblige you to disfigure your waist, and wear half a dozen petticoats, nor hide your hands in these old gloves, and your pretty feet in those hideous shoes, nor dress yourself like a beggar woman, nor—" "That's enough," she said. "How am I to be certain that you will obey me? My master is obliged to go to Saint Adresse. He does not like it, but he is so truly good, he won't deprive me of my Sunday. I will offer to go for him. Go, and I will trust you." "You are sure I can do nothing for you in Havre?" "Nothing. Hear me, mysterious dwarf. Look," she continued, pointing to the cloudless sky. "Can you see a single trace of that bird that flew by just now?" "No. Well, then, my actions are pure, as the air is pure, and leave no stain behind them. You may reassure Dumais and the Latournelles, and my mother. That hand," she said, holding up a pretty delicate hand, with the points of the rosy fingers, through which the light shone, slightly turning back, "will never be given. It will never even be kissed by what people call a lover, until my father has returned. Why don't you want me in the church today?" "Do you venture to question me, after all I have done you the honor to say and to ask of you?" Bousja bowed, without another word, and departed to find his master, in all the rapture of being taken into the service of his goddess. Half an hour later, Monseigneur and Madame Latournelle came to fetch Modeste, who complained of a horrible toothache. "I really have not had the courage to dress myself," she said. "Well, then," replied the worthy chaperon, "stay at home." "Oh, no," said Modeste, "I would rather not. I have bundled myself up, and I don't think it will do me any harm to go out." And Mademoiselle Mignon marched off beside Latournelle, refusing to take his arm, lest she should be questioned about the outward trembling which betrayed her inward agitation, as the thought of at last seeing her great poet, one look, the first, was not about to decide her fate. End of chapter 12. Recording by Chris Caron.
Section 13 of Modeste Mignon by Honore de Balzac. Translated by Catherine Prescott Wormley. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to find out how you can volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Section 13 of Modeste Mignon by Honore de Balzac. Read by Don W. Jenkins. Chapter 13. A Full-Length Portrait of Monsieur de la Bruyère. Is there in the life of a man a more delightful moment than that of a first rendezvous? Are the sensations then hidden at the bottom of our hearts, and finding their first expression, ever renewed? Can we feel again the nameless pleasures that we felt when, like Ernest de la Bruyère, we looked up our sharpest razors, our finest shirt, an irreproachable collar, and our best clothes? We deify the garments associated with that all-supreme moment. We weave within us poetic fancies quite equal to those of the woman, and the day when either party guesses them, they take wings to themselves and fly away. Are not such things like the flower of wild fruits, bittersweet, grown in the heart of a forest, the joy of the scant sun rays, the joy, as Canalis says in the Maiden's Song, of the plant itself, whose eyes unclosing see its own image within its breast? Such emotions, now taking place in La Bruyère, tend to show that, like other poor fellows for whom life begins in a toil and care, he had never yet been loved. Arriving at Havre overnight, he had gone to bed at once, like a true coquette, to obliterate all traces of fatigue. And now, after taking his bath, he had put himself into a costume carefully adapted to show him off to the best advantage. This is, perhaps, the right moment to exhibit a full-length portrait of him, if only to justify the last letter that Modeste was still to write to him. Born of a good family in Toulouse, and allied by marriage to the minister who first took him under his protection, Ernest had that air of good breeding which comes of an education begun in the cradle. and the habit of managing business affairs gave him a certain sedateness which was not pedantic, though pedantry is the natural outgrowth of premature gravity. He was of ordinary height. His face, which won upon all who saw him by its delicacy and sweetness, was warm in the flesh tints, though without colour, and relieved by a small moustache and imperial la Marazin. Without this evidence of virility, he might have resembled a young woman in disguise, so refined was the shape of his face and the cut of his lips, so feminine the transparent ivory of a set of teeth, regular enough to have seemed artificial. Add to these womanly points a habit of speech as gentle as the expression of the face, as gentle, too, as the blue eyes with their Turkish eyelids, and you will readily understand how it was that the minister occasionally called his young secretary Mademoiselle de la Bruyère. The full, clear forehead, well framed by abundant black hair, was dreamy, and did not contradict the character of the face, which was altogether melancholy. The prominent arch of the upper eyelid, though very beautifully cut, overshadowed the glance of the eye, and added a physical sadness, if we may so call it, produced by the droop of the lid over the eyeball. This inward doubt or eclipse, which is put into language by the word modesty, was expressed in his whole person. Perhaps we shall be able to make his appearance better understood if we say that the logic of design required greater length in the oval of his head, more space between the chin, which ended abruptly, and the forehead, which was reduced in height by the way in which the hair grew. The face had, in short, a rather compressed appearance. Hard work had already drawn furrows between the eyebrows, which were somewhat too thick and too near together, like those of a jealous nature. Though La Bruyère was then slight, he belonged to the class of temperaments which begin, after they are 30, to take an unexpected amount of flesh. The young man would have seemed to a student of French history a very fair representative of the royal and almost inconceivable figure of Louis XIII, that historical figure of melancholy modesty, without known cause, pallid beneath the crown, loving the dangers of war and the fatigues of hunting, but hating work, timid with his mistress to the extent of keeping away from her, so indifferent as to allow the head of his friend to be cut off, a figure that nothing can explain but his remorse for having avenged his father on his mother. Was he a Catholic Hamlet, or merely the victim of incurable disease? But the undying worm which gnawed at the king's vitals was in Ernest's case simply distrust of himself, the timidity of a man to whom no woman had ever said, "Ah, how I love thee," and above all, the spirit of self-devotion without an object. After hearing the knell of the monarchy in the fall of his patron's ministry, the poor fellow had next fallen upon a rock covered with exquisite mosses, named Canalis. He was, therefore, still seeking a power to love, and this spaniel-like search for a master gave him outwardly the air of a king who has met with his. This play of feeling, and a general tone of suffering in the young man's face, made it more really beautiful than he was himself aware of, for he had always been annoyed to find himself classed by women among the handsome disconsolate, a class which has passed out of fashion in these days, when every man seeks to blow his own trumpet and put himself in the advance. The self-distrustful Ernest now rested his immediate hopes on the fashionable clothes he intended to wear. He put on, for this sacred interview, where everything depended on a first impression, a pair of black trousers and carefully polished boots, a sulphur-colored waistcoat, which left to sight an exquisitely fine shirt with opal buttons, a black cravat, and a small blue surtout coat, which seemed glued to his back and shoulders by some newly invented process. The ribbon of the Legion of Honor was in his buttonhole. He wore a well-fitting pair of kid gloves of the Florentine bronze color, and carried his cane and hat in the left hand with a gesture and air that was worthy of the Grand Monarch, and enabled him to show, as the sacred precincts required, his bare head with the light falling on his carefully arranged hair. He stationed himself before the service began in the church porch, from whence he could examine the church, and the Christians, more particularly the female Christians, who dipped their fingers in the holy water. An inward voice cried to Modeste as she entered, "It is he!" That surtout, and indeed the whole bearing of the young man, were essentially Parisian. The ribbon, the gloves, the cane, the very perfume of his hair were not of Havre. So when La Bruyere turned about to examine the tall and imposing Madame Latournelle, the notary, and the bundled-up (expression sacred to women) figure of Modeste, the poor child, though she had carefully tutored herself for the event, received a violent blow on her heart when her eyes rested on his poetic figure, illuminated by the full light of day as it streamed through the open door. She could not be mistaken. A small white rose nearly hid the ribbon of the Legion. Would he recognize his unknown mistress, muffled in an old bonnet with a double veil? Modeste was so in fear of love's clairvoyance that she began to stoop in her walk like an old woman. "Wife," said little Latournelle as they took their seats, "that gentleman does not belong to Havre." "So many strangers come here," answered his wife. "But," said the notary, "strangers never come to look at a church like ours, which is less than 2 centuries old." Ernest remained in the porch throughout the service without seeing any woman who realized his hopes. Modeste, on her part, could not control the trembling of her limbs until Mass was nearly over. She was in the grasp of a joy that none but she herself could depict. At last she heard the footfall of a gentleman on the pavement of the aisle. The service over, La Bruyere was making a circuit of the church, where no one remained now but the punctiliously pious, whom he proceeded to subject to a shrewd and keen analysis. Ernest noticed that a prayer book shook violently in the hands of a veiled woman as he passed her. As she alone kept her face hidden, his suspicions were aroused, and then confirmed by Modeste's dress, which the lover's eye now scanned and noted. He left the church with the Latournelles and followed them at a distance to the Rue Royale, where he saw them enter a house accompanied by Modeste, whose custom it was to stay with her friends till the hour of vespers. After examining the little house, which was ornamented with scutcheons, he asked the name of the owner, and was told that he was Monsieur Latournelle, the chief notary in Havre. As Ernest lounged along the Rue Royale, hoping for a glimpse into the house, Modeste caught sight of him, and thereupon declared herself too ill to go to vespers. Poor Ernest thus had his trouble for his pains. He dared not wander about Ingville. Moreover, he made it a point of honor to obey orders, and he therefore went back to Paris, previously writing a letter which Francois Cochet duly delivered on the morrow with the Havre postmark. It was the custom of Monsieur and Madame Latournelle to dine at the chalet every Sunday when they brought back Modeste after vespers. So, as soon as the invalid felt a little better, they started for Ingville, accompanied by Butchka. Once at home, the happy Modeste forgot her pretended illness and her disguise, and dressed herself charmingly, humming as she came down to dinner: "Naught is sleeping, heart awaking, lift thine incense to the skies." Butchka shuddered slightly when he caught sight of her, so changed did she seem to him. The wings of love were fastened to her shoulders. She had the air of a nymph, a Psyche. Her cheeks glowed with the divine color of happiness. "Who wrote the words to which you have put that pretty music?" asked her mother. "Canalis, mamma," she answered, flushing rosy red from her throat to her forehead. "Canalis!" cried the dwarf, to whom the inflections of the girl's voice and her blush told the only thing of which he was still ignorant. "He, that great poet, does he write songs?" "They are only simple verses," she said, "which I have ventured to set to German airs." "No, no," interrupted Madame Mignon. "The music is your own, my daughter." Modeste, feeling that she grew more and more crimson, went off into the garden, calling Butchka after her. "You can do me a great service," she said. "Dumais is keeping a secret from my mother and me as to the fortune which my father is bringing back with him, and I want to know what it is. Did not Dumais send papa, when he first went away, over 500,000 francs? Yes. Well, papa is not the kind of man to stay away 4 years and only double his capital. It seems he is coming back on a ship of his own, and Dumais' share amounts to almost 600,000 francs. "There is no need to question Dumais," said Butchka. "Your father lost, as you know, about 4 millions when he went away, and he has doubtless recovered them. He would, of course, give Dumais 10% of his profits. The worthy man admitted the other day how much it was, and my master and I think that, in that case, the colonel's fortune must amount to 6 or 7 millions." "Oh, papa!" cried Modeste, crossing her hands on her breast and looking up to heaven. "Twice you have given me life." "Ah, mademoiselle," said Butchka, "you love a poet. That kind of man is more or less of a Narcissus. Will he know how to love you? A phrase-maker, always busy in fitting words together, and must be a boor. Mademoiselle, a poet is no more poetry than a seed is a flower. Butchka, I never saw so handsome a man. Beauty is a veil which often serves to hide imperfections. He has the most angelic heart of heaven. I pray God that you might be right, said the dwarf, clasping his hands, and happy. That man shall have, as you have, a servant in Jean Butchka. I will not be notary. I shall give that up. I shall study the sciences. Why? Ah, mademoiselle, to train up your children, if you will deign to make me their tutor. But oh, if you would only listen to some advice. Let me take up this matter. Let me look into the life and habits of this man, find out if he is kind or bad-tempered or gentle, if he commands the respect which you merit in a husband, if he is able to love utterly, preferring you to everything, even his own talent. What does that signify, if I love him? Ah, true, cried the dwarf. At that instant Madame Mignon was saying to her friends, "My daughter saw the man she loves this morning." "Then it must have been that sulphur waistcoat which puzzled you so, La Tournay," said his wife. "The young man had a pretty white rose in his buttonhole." "Ah," sighed the mother, "the sign of recognition." "And he also wore the ribbon of an officer of the Legion of Honor. He is a charming young man, but we are all deceiving ourselves. Modeste never raised her veil, and her clothes were huddled on like a beggar woman's." "And she said she was ill," cried the notary. "But she has taken off her mufflings, and is just as well as she ever was." "It is incomprehensible," said Demai. "Not at all," said the notary. "It is now as clear as day." "My child," said Madame Mignon to Modeste, as she came into the room, followed by Butchka, "did you see a well-dressed young man at church this morning with a white rose in his buttonhole?" "I saw him," said Butchka quickly, perceiving by everybody's strained attention that Modeste was likely to fall into a trap. "It was Grindot, the famous architect, with whom the town is in treaty for the restoration of the church. He has just come from Paris, and I met him this morning examining the exterior as I was on my way to St. Adressa." "Oh, an architect, was he? He puzzled me," said Modeste, for whom Butchka had thus gained time to recover herself. Demai looked askance at Butchka. Modeste, fully warned, recovered her impenetrable composure. Demai's distrust was now thoroughly aroused, and he resolved to go to the mayor's office early in the morning and ascertain if the architect had really been in Havre the previous day. Butchka, on the other hand, was equally determined to go to Paris and find out something about Canalis. Gobenheim came to play whist, and by his presence subdued and compressed all this fermentation of feelings. Modeste awaited her mother's bedtime with impatience. She intended to write, but never did so except at night. Here is the letter which love dictated to her while all the world was sleeping. To Monsieur de Canalis. Ah, my friend, my well-beloved, what atrocious falsehoods those portraits in the shop windows are. And I, who made that horrible lithograph my joy, I am humbled at the thought of loving one so handsome. No, it is impossible that those Parisian women are so stupid as not to have seen their dreams fulfilled in you. You neglected? You unloved? I do not believe a word of all that you have written me about your lonely and obscure life, your hunger for an idol, sought in vain until now. You have been too well loved, monsieur. Your brow, white and smooth as a magnolia leaf, reveals it. And it is I who must be neglected, for who am I? Ah, why have you called me to life? I felt for a moment as though the heavy burden of the flesh was leaving me. My soul had broken the crystal which held it captive. It pervaded my whole being. The cold silence of material things had ceased. All things in nature had a voice, and spoke to me. The old church was luminous. Its arched roof, brilliant with gold and azure like those of an Italian cathedral, sparkled above my head. Melodies such as the angels sang to martyrs quieting their pains sounded from the organ. The rough pavements of Havre seemed to my feet a flowery mead. The sea spoke to me with a voice of sympathy, like an old friend whom I had never truly understood. I saw clearly how the roses in my garden had long adored me and bidden me love. They lifted their heads and smiled as I came back from church. I heard your name, Melchior, chiming in the flower bells. I saw it written on the clouds. Yes, yes, I live. I am living, thanks to thee, my poet, more beautiful than that cold, conventional Lord Byron with a face as dull as the English climate. One glance of thine, thine orient glance, pierced through my double veil and sent thy blood to my heart, and from thence to my head and feet. Ah, that is not the life our mother gave us. A hurt to thee would hurt me too at the very instant it was given. My life exists by thy thought only. I know now the purpose of the divine faculty of music. The angels invented it to utter love. Ah, my Melchior, to have genius and to have beauty is too much. A man should be made to choose between them at his birth. When I think of the treasures of tenderness and affection which you have given me, and more especially for the last month, I ask myself if I dream. No, but you hide some mystery. What woman can yield you up to me and not die? Ah, jealousy has entered my heart with love, love in which I could not have believed. How could I have imagined so mighty a conflagration? And now, strange and inconceivable revulsion. I would rather you were ugly. What follies I committed after I came home. The yellow dahlias reminded me of your waistcoat. The white roses were my loving friends. I bowed to them with a look that belonged to you, like all that is of me. The very color of the gloves, molded to hands of a gentleman, your step along the nave, all is so printed in my memory that 60 years hence I shall see the veriest trifles of this day of days. The color of the atmosphere, the ray of sunshine that flickered on a certain pillar. I shall hear the prayer your step interrupted. I shall inhale the incense of the altar. Forever I shall feel above our heads the priestly hands that blessed us both as you passed by me at the closing benediction. The good Abbé Marcelline married us then. The happiness above that of the earth which I feel in this new world of unexpected emotions can only be equaled by the joy of telling it to you, of sending it back to him who poured it into my heart with the lavishness of the sun itself. No more veils, no more disguises, my beloved. Come back to me. Oh, come back soon. With joy I now unmask. You have, no doubt, heard of the house of Mignon in Havre? Well, I am, through an irreparable misfortune, its sole heiress. But you are not to look down upon us, descendant of an Auvergne knight. The arms of the Mignon de la Bastille will do no dishonor to those of Canalis. We bear gules on a bend sable, 4 bezants or, quarterly 4 crosses, patriarchal or, a cardinal's hat as crest, and the fiocchi for supports. Dear, I will be faithful to our motto, Una fides, unus dominus, the true faith, and one only master. Perhaps, my friend, you will find some irony in my name. After all that I have done, and all that I herein avow, I am named Modeste. Therefore I have not deceived you by signing O d'Est M. Neither have I misled you about our fortune. It will amount, I believe, to the sum which rendered you so virtuous. I know that to you money is a consideration of small importance. Therefore I speak of it without reserve. Let me tell you how happy it makes me to give freedom of action to our happiness. To be able to say, when the fancy for travel takes us, "Come, let us go in a comfortable carriage, sitting side by side, without a thought of money." Happy, in short, to tell the king, "I have the fortune which you require in your peers." Thus Modeste Mignon can be of service to you, and her gold will have the noblest of uses. As to your servant herself, you did see her once at her window. Yes, the fairest daughter of Eve the Fair was indeed your unknown damoiselle. But how little the Modeste of today resembles her of that long past era. That one was in her shroud. This one, have I made you know it, has received from you the life of life. Love, pure and sanctioned, the love of my father, now returning rich and prosperous, will authorize, has raised me from its powerful yet childlike hand from the grave in which I slept. You have wakened me as the sun wakens the flowers. The eyes of your beloved are no longer those of the little Modeste, so daring in her ignorance. No, they are dimmed with the sight of happiness, and the lids close over them. Today I tremble lest I can never deserve my fate. The king has come in his glory. My lord has now a subject who asks pardon for the liberties she has taken, like the gambler with loaded dice after cheating Monsieur de la Grammont. My cherished poet, I will be thy Mignon, happier far than the Mignon of Goethe, for thou wilt leave me in mine own land, in thy heart. Just as I write this pledge of our betrothal, a nightingale in the Vilquin Park answers for thee. Ah, tell me quick that his note, so pure, so clear, so full, which fills my heart with joy and love like an annunciation, does not lie to me. My father will pass through Paris on his way from Marseilles. The house of Monganode, with whom he corresponds, will know his address. Go to him, my Melchior. Tell him that you love me, but do not try to tell him how I love you. Let that be forever between ourselves and God. I, my dear one, am about to tell everything to my mother. Her heart will justify my conduct. She will rejoice in our secret poem, so romantic, human, and divine in one. You have the confession of the daughter. You must now obtain the consent of the Comte de la Bastille, father of your Modeste. P.S. Above all, do not come to Havre without having first obtained my father's consent. If you love me, you will not fail to find him on his way through Paris. "What are you doing up at this hour, Mademoiselle Modeste?" said the voice of Dumas at her door. "Writing to my father," she answered. "Did you not tell me you should start in the morning?" Dumas had nothing to say to that, and he went to bed, while Modeste wrote another long letter, this time to her father. On the morrow, François Cochet, terrified at seeing the Havre postmark on the envelope which Ernest had mailed the night before, brought her young mistress the following letter, and took away the one which Modeste had written. To Mademoiselle O. d'Este. My heart tells me that you were the woman so carefully veiled and disguised and seated between Monsieur and Madame Latournay, who have but one child, a son. Ah, my love, if you have only a modest station, without distinction, without importance, without money even, you do not know how happy that would make me. You ought to understand me by this time. Why will you not tell me the truth? I am no poet, except in heart, through love, through you. Ah, what power of affection is in me to keep me here in this hotel instead of mounting to Ingville, which I can see from my windows? Will you ever love me as I love you? To leave Havre in such uncertainty! I am not punished for loving you as if I had committed a crime. But I obey you blindly. Let me have a letter quickly, for if you have been mysterious, I have returned you mystery for mystery, and I must at last throw off my disguise, show you the poet that I am, and abdicate my borrowed glory. This letter made Modeste terribly uneasy. She could not get back the one which François had carried away before she came to the last words, whose meaning she now sought by reading them again and again. But she went to her own room and wrote an answer in which she demanded an immediate explanation. End of Section 13. Read by Don W. Jenkins, Rancho San Diego, California. shaggybark.blogspot.com. Section 14 of Modeste Mignon by Honore de Balzac. Translated by Catherine Prescott Wormley. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to find out how you can volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Section 14 of Modeste Mignon by Honore de Balzac. Read by Don W. Jenkins. Chapter 14. Matters Grown Complicated. During these little events, other little events were going on in Havre, which caused Modeste to forget her present uneasiness. Dumas went down to Havre early in the morning, and soon discovered that no architect had been in town the day before. Furious at Butchka's lie, which revealed a conspiracy of which he was resolved to know the meaning, he rushed from the mayor's office to his friend Latournelle. "Where's your master Butchka?" he demanded of the notary, when he saw the clerk was not in his place. "Butchka, my dear fellow, has gone to Paris. He heard of some news of his father this morning on the quays from a Swedish sailor. It seems the father went to the Indies and served a prince or something, and he is now in Paris." "Lies! It's all a trick! Infamous! I'll find that damned cripple, if I've got to go express to Paris for him," cried Dumas. "Butchka is deceiving us. He knows something about Modeste and hasn't told us. If he meddles in this thing, he shall never be a notary. I'll roll him in the mud from which he came. I'll—" "Come, come, my friend, never hang a man before you try him," said Latournelle, frightened at Dumas' rage. After stating the facts on which his suspicions were founded, Dumas begged Madame Latournelle to go and stay at the chalet during his absence. "You will find the colonel in Paris," said the notary. "In the shipping news quoted this morning in the Journal of Commerce, I found under the head of Marseilles "Here, see for yourself," he said, offering the paper. "The Patin Mignon, Captain Mignon, arrived October 6. It is now the 17th, and the Colonel is sure to be in Paris." Dumas requested Gobenheim to do without him in the future, and then went back to the chalet, which he reached just as Modeste was sealing her 2 letters to her father and Canalis. Except for the address, the letters were precisely alike, both in weight and appearance. Modeste thought she had laid that to her father over that to her Melchior, but had, in fact, done exactly the reverse. This mistake, so often made in the little things of life, occasioned the discovery of her secret by Dumas and her mother. The former was talking vehemently to Madame Mignon in the salon, and revealing to her his fresh fears caused by Modeste's duplicity and Butchka's connivance. "Madame," he cried, "he is a serpent whom we have warmed in our bosoms. There's no place in his contorted little body for a soul." Modeste put the letter for her father into the pocket of her apron, supposing it to be that for Canalis, and came downstairs with the letter for her lover in her hand, to see Dumas before he started for Paris. "What has happened to my black dwarf? Why are you talking so loud?" she said, appearing at the door. "Mademoiselle, Butchka has gone to Paris, and you, no doubt, know why. To carry on that affair of the little architect with the sulphur waistcoat, who, unluckily for the hunchback's lies, has never been here." Modeste was struck dumb, feeling sure that the dwarf had departed on a mission of inquiry as to her poet's morals. She turned pale and sat down. "I'm going after him. I shall find him," continued Dumas. "Is that the letter for your father, mademoiselle?" he added, holding out his hand. "I will take it to the Mignots. God grant the Colonel and I may not pass each other on the road." Modeste gave him the letter. Dumas looked mechanically at the address. "Mon cher le Baron de Canalis, Rue de Paradis, Poissonnière, number 29, he cried out. "What does that mean?" "Ah, my daughter, that is the man you love," exclaimed Madame Mignon. "The stanzas you set to music were his." "And that's his portrait that you have in a frame upstairs," added Dumas. "Give me back that letter, Monsieur Dumas," said Modeste, erecting herself like a lioness defending her cubs. "There it is, mademoiselle," he replied. Modeste put it into the bosom of her dress, and gave Dumas the one intended for her father. "I know what you are capable of, Dumas," she said, "and if you take one step against Monsieur de Canalis, I shall take another out of this house to which I will never return." "You will kill your mother, mademoiselle," replied Dumas, who left the room and called his wife. The poor mother was indeed half fainting, struck to the heart by Modeste's words. "Good-bye, wife," said the Breton, kissing the American. "Take care of the mother. I go to save the daughter." He made his preparations for the journey in a few minutes, and started for Havre. An hour later he was traveling post to Paris, with the haste that nothing but passion or speculation can get out of wheels. Recovering herself under Modeste's tender care, Madame Mignon went up to her bedroom, leaning on the arm of her daughter, to whom she said, as her sole reproach, when they were alone, "My unfortunate child, see what you have done. Why did you conceal anything from me? Am I so harsh?" "Oh, I was just going to tell it to you comfortably," sobbed Modeste. She thereupon related everything to her mother, read her the letters and their answers, and shed the rose of her poem petal by petal into the heart of the kind German woman. When this confidence, which took half the day, was over, when she saw something that was almost a smile on the lips of the too indulgent mother, Modeste fell upon her breast in tears. "Oh, mother," she said amid her sobs, "you, whose heart, all gold and poetry, is a chosen vessel, chosen of God, to hold a sacred love, a single and celestial love that endures for life, you whom I wish to imitate by loving no one but my husband, you will surely understand what bitter tears I am now shedding. This butterfly, this Psyche of my thoughts, this dual soul which I have nurtured with maternal care, my love, my sacred love, this living mystery of mysteries, it is about to fall into vulgar hands, and they will tear its diaphanous wings and rend its veil under the miserable pretext of enlightening me, of discovering whether genius is as prudent as a banker, whether my Melchior has saved his money, or whether he has some entanglement to shake off. They want to find out if he is guilty to bourgeois eyes of youthful indiscretions, which to the sun of our love are like the clouds of the dawn. Oh, what will come of it? What will they do? See, feel my hand, it burns with fever. Ah, I shall never survive it." And Modeste, really taken with a chill, was forced to go to bed, causing serious uneasiness to her mother, Madame Latournay, and Madame Dumais, who took good care of her during the journey of the lieutenant to Paris, to which city the logic of events compels us to transport our drama for a moment. Truly modest minds, like that of Ernest de la Bruyère, but especially those who, knowing their own value, also know that they are neither loved nor appreciated, can understand the infinite joy to which the young secretary abandoned himself on reading Modeste's letter. Could it be that after thinking him lofty and witty in soul, his young, his artless, his tricksome mistress now thought him handsome? This flattery is the flattery supreme. And why? Beauty is undoubtedly the signature of the master to the work in which he has put his soul. It is the divine spirit manifested. And to see it where it is not, to create it by the power of an inward look, is not that the highest reach of love? And so the poor youth cried aloud with all the rapture of an applauded author, "At last I'm beloved!" When a woman, be she maid, wife, or widow, lets the charming words escape her, "Thou art handsome," the words may be false, but the man opens his thick skull to their subtle poison, and thenceforth he is attached by an everlasting tie to the pretty flatterer, the true or the deceived judge. She becomes his particular world. He thirsts for her continual testimony, and he never wearies of it, even if he is a crowned prince. Ernest walked proudly up and down his room. He struck a three-quarter, full-face, and profile attitude before the glass. He tried to criticize himself, but a voice, diabolically persuasive, whispered to him, "Modeste is right." He took up her letter, and he reread it. He saw his fairest of the fair. He talked with her. Then, in the midst of his ecstasy, a dreadful thought came to him. "She thinks me Canalis, and she has 1,000,000 of money." Down went his happiness, just as a somnambulist, having attained the peak of a roof, hears his voice, awakes, and falls crushed upon the pavement. "Without the halo of fame, I shall be hideous in her eyes," he cried. "What a maddening situation I have put myself into!" La Bruyère was too much the man of his letters which we have read. His heart was too noble and pure to allow him to hesitate at the call of honor. He at once resolved to find Modeste's father, if he were in Paris, and to confess all to him, and to let Canalis know the serious results of their Parisian jest. To a sensitive nature like his, Modeste's large fortune was in itself a determining reason. He could not allow it to be even suspected that the ardor of the correspondence, so sincere on his part, had in view the capture of a dot. Tears were in his eyes as he made his way to the Rue Chantereine to find the banker Mignon, whose fortune and business connections were partly the work of the minister to whom Ernest owed his start in life. At the hour when La Bruyère was inquiring about the father of his beloved from the head of the house of Mignon, and getting information that might be useful to him in his strange position, a scene was taking place in Canalis's study, which the ex-lieutenant's hasty departure from Havre may have led the reader to foresee. Like a true soldier of the imperial school, Dumais, whose Breton blood had boiled all the way to Paris, considered a poet to be a poor stick of a fellow, of no consequence whatever, a buffoon addicted to choruses, living in a garret, dressed in black clothes that were white at every seam, wearing boots that were occasionally without soles, and linen that was unmentionable, and whose fingers knew more about ink than soap. In short, one who looked always as if he had tumbled from the moon, except when scribbling at a desk like Butchka. But the seething of the Breton's heart and brain received a violent application of cold water when he entered the courtyard of the pretty house occupied by the poet and saw a groom washing a carriage, and also, through the windows of a handsome dining-room, a valet dressed like a banker, to whom the groom referred him, and who answered, looking the stranger over from head to foot, that Monsieur le Baron was not visible. "There is," added the man, "a meeting of the Council of State today at which Monsieur le Baron is obliged to be present." "Is this really the house of Monsieur Canalis?" said Dumais, "a writer of poetry?" "Monsieur le Baron de Canalis," replied the valet, "is the great poet of whom you speak, but he is also the president of the Court of Claims attached to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs." Dumas, who had come to box the ears of a scribbling nobody, found himself confronted by a high functionary of the state. The salon where he was told to wait offered, as a topic for his meditations, the insignia of the Legion of Honor, glittering on a black coat which the valet had left upon a chair. Presently his eyes were attracted by the beauty and brilliancy of a silver gilt cup bearing the words, "Given by Madame." Then he beheld before him on a pedestal a Sèvres vase which was engraved, "The gift of Madame la Dauphine." These mute admonitions brought Dumas to his senses, while the valet went to ask his master if he would receive a person who had come from Havre expressly to see him, a stranger named Dumas. "What sort of a man?" asked Canalis. "He is well dressed, and wears the ribbon of the Legion of Honor." Canalis made a sign of assent, and the valet retreated, then returned and announced, "Monsieur Dumas." When he heard himself announced, when he was actually in the presence of Canalis, in a study as gorgeous as it was elegant, with his feet on a carpet far handsomer than any in the house of Mignon, and when he met the studied glance of the poet, who was playing with the tassels of a sumptuous dressing gown, Dumas was so completely taken aback that he allowed the great poet to have the first word. "To what do I owe the honor of your visit, monsieur?" "Monsieur," began Dumas, who remained standing. "If you have a great deal to say," interrupted Canalis, "I must ask you to be seated." As Canalis himself plunged into an armchair à la Voltaire, crossed his legs, raised the upper one to the level of his eye, and looked fixedly at Dumas, who became, to use his own martial slang, bayoneted. "I am listening, monsieur," said the poet. "My time is precious. The ministers are expecting me." "Monsieur," said Dumas, "I shall be brief. You have seduced, how I do not know, a young lady in Havre, young, beautiful, and rich, the last and only hope of two noble families, and I have come to ask your intentions." Canalis, who had been busy during the last 3 months with serious matters of his own, and was trying to get himself made commander of the Legion of Honor and minister to a German court, had completely forgotten Modeste's letter. "I?" he exclaimed. "You," repeated Dumas. "Monsieur," answered Canalis, smiling, "I know no more of what you are talking about than if you had said it in Hebrew. I seduce a young girl? I, who—" and a superb smile crossed his features. "Come, come, monsieur, I'm not such a child as to steal fruit over the hedges when I have orchards and gardens of my own where the finest peaches ripen. All Paris knows where my affections are set. Very likely there may be some young girl in Havre full of enthusiasm for my verses, of which they are not worthy. That would not surprise me at all. Nothing is more common. See, look at that lovely coffer of ebony inlaid with mother of pearl and edged with that ironwork as fine as lace. That coffer belonged to Pope Leo X, and was given to me by the Duchess de Chaulieu, who received it from the King of Spain. I use it to hold the letters I receive from ladies and young girls living in every quarter of Europe. Oh, I assure you I feel the utmost respect for these flowers of the soul, cut and sent in moments of enthusiasm that are worthy of all reverence. Yes, to me the impulse of the heart is a noble and sublime thing. Others, scoffers, light their cigars with such letters, or give them to their wives for curl papers. But I, who am a bachelor, monsieur, I have too much delicacy not to preserve these artless offerings, so fresh, so disinterested, in a tabernacle of their own. In fact, I guard them with a species of veneration, and at my death they will be burned before my eyes. People may call that ridiculous, but I do not care. I am grateful. These proofs of devotion enable me to bear the criticisms and annoyances of a literary life. When I receive a shot in the back from some enemy lurking under the cover of a daily paper, I look at that casket and think, here and there in this wide world there are hearts whose wounds have been healed or soothed or dressed by me. This bit of poetry, declaimed with all the talent of a great actor, petrified the lieutenant, whose eyes opened to their utmost extent, and whose astonishment delighted the poet. "I will permit you," continued the peacock, spreading his tail, "out of respect for your position, which I fully appreciate, to open that coffer and look for the letter of our young lady. Though I know I am right, I remember names, and I assure you you are mistaken in thinking—" "And this is what a poor child comes to in this gulf of Paris!" cried Dumas. "The darling of her parents, the joy of her friends, the hope of all, petted by all, the pride of a family who has 6 persons so devoted to her that they would willingly make a rampart of their lives and fortunes between her and sorrow, monsieur," Dumas remarked after a pause. You are a great poet, and I am only a poor soldier. For 15 years I served my country in the ranks. I have had the wind of many a bullet in my face. I have crossed Siberia and been a prisoner there. The Russians flung me on a kibitka, and God knows what I have suffered. I have seen thousands of my comrades die. But you have given me a chill to the marrow of my bones, such as I never felt before." De May fancied that his words moved the poet, but in fact they only flattered him, a thing which at this period of his life had become almost an impossibility, for his ambitious mind had long forgotten the first perfumed phial that praise had broken over his head. "Ah, my soldier," he said solemnly, laying his hands on de May's shoulder, and thinking to himself how droll it was to make a soldier of the Empire tremble. "This young girl may be all in all to you, but to society at large what is she? Nothing. At this moment the greatest mandarin in China may be yielding up the ghost and putting half the universe in mourning, and what is that to you? The English are killing thousands of people in India more worthy than we are. Why, at this very moment, while I am speaking to you, some ravishing woman is being burned alive. Did that make you care less for your cup of coffee this morning at breakfast? Not a day passes in Paris that some mother in rags does not cast her infant on the world to be picked up by whoever finds it. And yet see, here is this delicious tea in a cup that cost 5 louis, and I write verses which Parisian women rush to buy, exclaiming, 'Divine! Delicious! Charming! Food for the soul!' Social nature, like nature itself, is a great forgetter. You will be quite surprised 10 years hence at what you have done today. You are here in a city where people die, where they marry, where they adore each other at an assignation, where young girls suffocate themselves, where the man of genius, with his cargo of thoughts teeming with humane beneficence, goes to the bottom. All side by side, sometimes under the same roof, and yet ignorant of each other, ignorant and indifferent. And here you come among us and ask us to expire with grief at this commonplace affair." "You call yourself a poet," cried de May, "but don't you feel what you write?" "Good heavens! If we endured the joys or the woes we sing, we should be as worn out in 3 months as a pair of old boots," said the poet, smiling. "But stay, you shall not come from Havre to Paris to see Canalis without carrying something back with you, warrior. Canalis had the form and action of a Homeric hero. Learn this from the poet. Every noble sentiment in a man is a poem so exclusively individual that his nearest friend, his other self, cares nothing for it. It is a treasure which is his alone. It is—" "Forgive me for interrupting you," said de May, who was gazing at the poet with horror, "but did you ever come to Havre?" "I was there for a day and a night in the spring of 1824 on my way to London." "You are a man of honor," continued de May. "Will you give me your word that you do not know Mademoiselle Modeste Mignon?" "This is the first time that name ever struck my ear," replied Canalis. "Ah, monsieur," said de May, "into what dark intrigue am I about to plunge? Can I count upon you to help me in my inquiries? For I am certain that some one has been using your name. You ought to have had a letter yesterday from Havre." "I received none. Be sure, monsieur, that I will help you," said Canalis, "so far as I have the opportunity of doing so." De May withdrew, his heart torn with anxiety, believing that the wretched Butchka had worn the skin of the poet to deceive Modeste, whereas Butchka himself, keen-witted as a prince seeking revenge, and far cleverer than any paid spy, was ferreting out the life and actions of Canalis, escaping notice by his insignificance, like an insect that bores its way into the sap of a tree. The Breton had scarcely left the poet's house when La Bruyère entered his friend's study. Naturally, Canalis told him of the visit of the man from Havre. "Ha!" said Ernest, "Modeste Mignon. That is just what I have come to speak of." "Ah, bah!" cried Canalis. "Have I had a triumph by proxy?" "Yes, and here is the key to it. My friend, I am loved by the sweetest girl in all the world, beautiful enough to shine beside the greatest beauties in Paris, with a heart and mind worthy of Clarissa. She has seen me. I have pleased her, and she thinks me the great Canalis. But that is not all. Modeste Mignon is of high birth, and Mignon has just told me that her father, the Comte de la Bastille, has something like 6 millions. The father is here now, and I have asked him through Mignon for an interview at 2 o'clock. Mignon is about to give him a hint, just a word, that it concerns the happiness of his daughter. But you will readily understand that before seeing the father I feel I ought to make a clean breast of it to you." "Among the plants whose flowers bloom in the sunshine of fame," said Canalis impressively, "there is one, and the most magnificent, which bears, like the orange tree, a golden fruit amid the mingled perfumes of beauty and of mind, a lovely plant, a true tenderness, a perfect bliss, and it eludes me." Canalis looked at the carpet that Ernest might not read his eyes. "Could I," he continued after a pause to regain his self-possession, "how could I have divined that flower from a pretty sheet of perfumed paper, that true heart, that young girl, that woman in whom love wears the livery of flattery, who loves us for ourselves, who offers us felicity? It needed but an angel or a demon to perceive her, and what am I but the ambitious head of a court of claims? Ah, my friend, fame makes us the target of 1,000 arrows. One of us owes his rich marriage to an hydraulic piece of poetry, while I, more seductive, more a woman's man than he, have missed mine. For do you love her, poor girl?" he asked, looking at La Bruyère. "Oh!" ejaculated the young man. "Well, then," said the poet, taking his secretary's arm and leaning heavily upon it, "be happy, Ernest. By a mere accident I have been not ungrateful to you. You are richly rewarded for your devotion, and I will generously further your happiness." Canalis was furious, but he could not behave otherwise than with propriety, and he made the best of his disappointment by mounting it as a pedestal. "Ah, Canalis, I have never really known you till this moment." "Did you expect to? It takes some time to go around the world," replied the poet with his pompous irony. "But think," said La Bruyère, "of this enormous fortune." "Ah, my friend, is it not well invested in you?" cried Canalis, accompanying the words with a charming gesture. "Melchior," said La Bruyère, "I am yours for life and death." He wrung the poet's hand and left him abruptly, for he was in haste to meet Monsieur Mignon. End of Section 14. Read by Don W. Jenkins. Rancho San Diego, California. shaggybark.blogspot.com